KFM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. In Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Weather Seal Home Services. Get new windows and siding with 0% interest and no payments for 5 years. Call 330-920-4494. Visit WeatherSealHomeservices.com. For the moment, it appears it's going to be Shedeur Sanders against Deshaun Watson, be the Browns starting quarterback in 2026. GM Andrew Berry wants folks to know there's no rush to make a choice.
Right now, we don't have to make that decision anytime soon. I think any player that we have in that room, we would expect to compete to earn a role. Those two would be no different.
NFL Scouting Combine continues today in Indianapolis. Today we are going to hear from new Browns head coach Todd Monkin. The coach talks at 1 o'clock. Be sure to catch the press conference live from Indy right here on 92.3 The Fan. Tampa Bay quarterback Baker Mayfield entering the final year of his current contract. However, Buccaneers GM Jason Light indicates an extension could be coming rather soon. In 3 seasons, the former Browns QB has thrown 95 touchdown passes, only 37 interceptions. Things going well for the Cavaliers. They won 8 of the last 9 games. Big part has been the addition of James Harden. Things are pretty good for now, but hard knows for the Cavs, there's still some work to do.
We're good, but we got a few more notches to get to. And with only, 25 games left? But I think we can get there. I know we can get there. And I think it's going to start defensively. Like, I can impact the game. I can have 20-something, I can have 30-something. Donovan can do the same thing, but we can also facilitate and got guys that can make shots and bigs that can help us with that.
Cavs right back at it tonight. Going to be in Milwaukee, taking on the Bucks. Cavs going off that 109-94 victory against the Knicks. Tonight's contest tips off a 3-game road trip for the Cavs. Guardians back in Goodyear this afternoon, going to take on the Rangers. Guardians suffered their first loss of the spring on Tuesday, fell to the Dodgers 11-3. Slate Ciccone makes his first start of the spring for the Guardians. Meanwhile, Stephen Kwan is expected to make his first start in center field. Kwan, a 4-time Gold Glover in left. Now can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Andrew Berry said it again yesterday. Will Todd Monkin say it again today at 1 o'clock? What do you think? Will we hear those words? External veteran option or something that resembles that?
Unless they did an about-face in a meeting last night, yes.
Browns keep talking about it. They keep talking about other quarterbacks, other veteran quarterbacks. Should they be? Welcome to Baskin and Phelps, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps. Andy Baskin, you look so cerebral today.
It's the glasses.
Isn't
it amazing how glasses can make you look different?
You look like you're ready to go give a lecture.
I am. My lecture to the class today is Jeff has started the show off in the most tremendous way possible because I believe the Browns are ready to blow up the quarterback situation.
Do you really? See,
why do they continue to do this? I don't know.
That's what I'm wondering. They keep talking about it.
They do not believe in what they have. Otherwise, you would not be talking about external quarterback.
I wonder.
Why would you? Why would you continue to do that? Are you trying to motivate the guys you currently have here?
I don't know.
I understand that, but
I don't know.
They're doing their body language is saying, "Hey, we're kind of looking in the other direction here." I don't know how you can't look at it that way.
Well, and obviously, folks, we know we talk about the quarterback a lot, but they keep feeding us stuff that makes all Browns fans think, wait a minute, what are they really thinking here? Andrew Berry had his big thing at the Combine yesterday, and we're going to hear a couple of the quarterback comments that he made. Todd Monkin will have his today at 1 o'clock, and we will hear it right here on 92.3 The Fan. I'm looking forward to that. We don't know Todd very well yet. We'll probably learn a little bit more.
We'll get to know him.
Get to know Todd.
Yes. Todd. Why does the Caddyshack scene with Julie Louis-Dreyfus just not stop every time I hear that name, Todd? Don't you remember the scene in
Julia Louis-Dreyfus was in Caddyshack?
He's taking, he's taking
Caddyshack.
Christmas vacation.
Christmas Vacation. I
Okay,
said
thank you.
Did I
Yeah.
say Caddyshack?
Yes,
Oh,
you
I'm
did.
so sorry. Yeah.
I was like,
no,
what
Christmas
the hey?
Vacation.
It was an easy misspeak. It's okay.
I'm sorry. Christmas Vacation. Yes.
Yeah.
I apologize to Northeast Ohio.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Well, Andrew Berry spoke about quarterbacks. He didn't speak about Todd yesterday.
Todd?
But he talked about Monk and his partner.
Why do I feel like we're walking down the same road again?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Todd is not going to be the same type of thought partner as Kevin.
No, I don't think so. Todd won't last if that's how it works.
Are we going to have to say Todd every time we want to say?
No.
Every time
at
you
some
do
point
this,
we're going to start calling him Monk.
there's a fantastic George Carlin bit on guys named Todd that just goes through my head, and we cannot play a single word of it on the air. Like, we just can't.
George Carlin did a lot of stuff you can't play on the air.
There's about 80 F-bombs all over it.
Is
it's
Todd,
tremendous.
Not to derail it. Is Todd a dated name? Do you know any young Todds? All the Todds I know are around my age.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know anybody younger named Todd.
I mean, Andy. To me, Andy's a little dated now too. Anybody who's
Andrew's a hot name.
It's
now.
Andrew or Drew. I don't know a lot of Andys
Fair
anymore.
enough.
I knew a ton of them growing up.
I only know like one kid under the age of 25 named Jeff.
Yeah,
Jeff.
Man,
that's out too.
We need to fix our names.
Well, Andrew Berry.
Yes.
There you go. See, that's what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
Andrew Berry talked quarterback, but didn't say a whole lot yesterday at the Combine. He was asked, and you want to hear non-committal? Here's cut 3.
Right now, it's February 24th. We don't have to make that decision anytime soon. I think any player that we have in that room, we would expect to compete to earn a role. Those two would be no different.
Any player in the room, Jeff.
Any player in the room.
Any player. Playa or player? I don't know. Either way. Anyway.
Anyway.
They've got a chance.
Anyway.
I will not be surprised by anybody that takes the first snap of the season.
Now, he mentioned, what they're looking for, continued growth from Shedeur Sanders, and sure, he's a young player, of course. And then he talked about the idea of drafting a quarterback every year, which is kind of the Green Bay Packer way of doing things. Green Bay did it for years and actually found some guys that could really play. And Andrew talked overall thought process.
Didn't the Patriots kind of do that too? Patriots were always bringing quarterbacks in, always have a backup quarterback. You had
Bailey Zappi.
Yeah.
Brian. You had Brian.
Garoppolo.
You had a guy named Brady when you had Drew Bledsoe.
Right. But that was the only time they always made their backup quarterback seem like the greatest thing. Like
Jacoby Brissett.
Right. Like, there's no way this guy's getting by Tom Brady. So, they did it too. Yeah.
Well, Andrew was thinking maybe along those lines, the Patriot lines, the Packer lines, when he talked about this in cut 10.
It's the most important position. We wouldn't talk about it any differently if we were drafting an O lineman or a D lineman or something along those lines. I don't think that you can invest in it enough. I wouldn't put any restraint on it.
Okay. No mention that, we have 3 guys there that we're really, really fond of or anything like that. Can't invest enough.
I don't. Are they leaving it open because they want to leave it open? Are they leaving it open because they have a head coach that they want to make the decision? Are they leaving it open because they don't want to feel like they screwed up in the draft last year by drafting 2? There's a lot of reasons to leave it open. Well,
yeah. There are a lot of reasons. I think they're being smart here. I think. But the thing I keep going back to is you can't commit even in the least to anybody who's here. And that surprises me a little bit. Maybe it shouldn't. Okay, maybe that shouldn't surprise me. But you clearly invested a ton of money in Deshaun.
Who should they be committed to?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. You can't commit to Deshaun because the first 4 years have been miserable, and he's beat up. He's torn his Achilles twice.
You can't set any expectation.
No, you can't. And I wish you could, but you truly can't. And you're paying him a lot of money, but can he actually play at any kind of a level that he even played at here before? We don't know that. You can't commit to Shedeur because he's got enough of a small sample size that can you develop him to where you want him to be? You can't commit to Dillon for the same reasons and showing, I think, lesser results than you saw from Shedeur. So I kind of get that. It goes back to what you said. Are they trying to motivate these guys? I don't think they are. But I'll tell you what, you might be working in the opposite direction. It's like, well, wait a minute. We were here. We did this. You're not liking us very much.
If I'm Shedeur, I'm sitting around going, "Here we go again. Why do I got to go through this?"
There
again?
are three guys
because you're a young quarterback, but that's one of the reasons.
There are three guys that you invested in. As much of an investment as a third-round pick and a fifth-round pick can be, and then the other investment was outrageous, and it hasn't paid off. It leaves you with three guys here, and who knows what else coming. And he talks about that in cut 24.
I think there's always the possibility, but we have a long way to go before we get to that point. We expect to have a competitive room, like that's going to be important to us. But what that looks like, I can't exactly define that as we sit here today.
And that was in response to when he was asked, could a veteran starter be coming in? And he didn't say no. He just, well, you never know. And he's doing his job. We know that. He's doing his job. But Browns fans, I'm wondering, what do you think here? And I say it for this reason. Should they actually be looking for an external veteran starter or veteran option?
If they are, aren't they just hitting the eject button on the draft from last year? Or do they feel like Shedeur just needs more time to figure this thing out? Could you walk away from last season going, you know what, we just need to get Shedeur ready, more ready? Yeah, I mean, clearly if they draft a quarterback early with one of the first two, maybe even three picks, then drafting last year didn't make a whole lot of sense.
That's the one thing I cannot imagine them doing here. They have three picks in the first two rounds. I cannot imagine them taking a quarterback with one of those picks. And if they did, Andy, it goes back to what you said. To me, it means they got to blow up the whole thing. I mean, you don't need three young guys who are in their second or first year. And now if you get into the third round and there is a guy there that you think is pretty intriguing, is it Carson Beck? Is it Garrett Nussmeier? Is it Drew Aller? And you think, yeah, we would like them long term. And we're going to take the Jordan Love approach with that guy. Now, Jordan Love was a first-round pick. I know that, so there's a difference. But we're going to take the long-term approach. So this year, we're going to play Shedeur or Dillon or veteran option that we're apparently still thinking about signing. We're going to try and trade Dillon or Shedeur. We're not going to be able to trade Deshaun, so he's here. But, it's just, to me, there's so much ambiguity to what this situation is right now. And should there be? I mean, you drafted two guys and you have another guy that you mortgaged the farm for.
But that's what happens when you draft quarterbacks later in the draft, right? If you go third or fifth round.
You can't commit to a third and a fifth as your guy.
Should they?
Unless they light
I'm going
it
to
up.
throw a weird one at you. What would happen if, and let's just say Mendoza, for some reason.
Oh, he's not.
But you know what? We've said that before, and sometimes guys show up.
Raiders are locked in.
I know they're locked. Yeah, it's the Raiders too, but I know that sometimes weird things happen right before the draft. What if there's like a bad medical report? What if somebody finds video of him smoking a bowl through a gas mask or something like that? You know what I'm saying? Something crazy, like totally absurd, right?
Put that on his resume.
Right? But I mean, just
Hello,
something.
Laramie?
Or something, or they decide, you know what, we're going to package up these first two first-round picks, and maybe we'll throw in next year.
We're going after them.
We're going for it. Put together some kind of gigantic, everlasting package, and guess what?
Been there.
I mean, we've done this. We did this to get Deshaun.
I saw something today, by the way. Fernando Mendoza draft ranking and the grades and everything, and it was from NFL.com. Bryce Young received a better ranking. Now, Bryce was number one overall pick.
Right.
But it's not like Fernando Mendoza is the second coming here of Peyton Manning. But I get it. But he's the best guy in this draft.
And that's one of the reasons why I'm not willing to give up the farm for
Browns fans, you keep hearing Andrew Berry say, external options and blah, 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 blah. and be very non-committal to what's here right now. I know a lot of fans are very committed to Shedeur Sanders. A lot of fans are very committed to $230 whatever million guaranteed. I don't hear people committed to Dylan Gabriel. But
no one. How about one phone call today? Dylan Gabriel should be the man.
What should
never?
The Browns
I don't
be
think I've
doing
heard
here?
that phone call in months.
How does it sit with you that they're floating out the idea of somebody in addition to the guys who are sitting here right now? Should they be? Shouldn't they be? 216-474-0092. I'm Phelps. He's Baskin. We're on the Fan.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey.
time Gold Glover in left field. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Either scenario is fine. I don't know that I would handicap one versus the other. I think we have to be flexible to both situations, but neither scare me.
That was Andrew Berry responding to, do you have to have a quarterback at the start a training camp and all? Very non-committal. Everything with quarterback.
Everything is
Very
non-committal.
Non-committal.
It's not a real good feeling going into next season. It's not. If you have no idea who your quarterback is, not even a hint at this point.
I just wonder if he's being so non-committal that it's being wishy-washy or making the guys who are here not feel very confident. Would something like this have been better?
I got to tell you, if I'm Shedeur, I'm not happy about it.
See, that's what I'm wondering. And does that even matter?
I did everything you asked me to do last year.
Matter?
I sat back in the
I went from fourth string to starter.
That's right.
Does that even matter?
Or are you doing this to motivate him, to make him work harder,
I don't know.
Make him do things that you didn't see last year?
I don't know. Could Andrew Berry have said this? And Andrew spoke yesterday at the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis. Todd Monkin will talk today at 1 o'clock, and we'll have that press conference for you right here on 92.3 The Fan. And then afterwards, he will talk with the local media. We'll have all that for you a little bit later on right here on The Fan, probably during the afternoon show with Nick and Jonathan. Would Andrew Berry have been better off saying something like this, Andy? We think we have 3 viable starting options here. But we also...
He'd be lying if he said that.
But we also think that we need to be vigilant at the most important position in sports, and if an opportunity presents itself for us to upgrade or add to that position, we will be involved. Is that a little more solid, or is that... Would something like that even make things more convoluted?
He's just saying what he's been saying anyway, if you would say that. Because he's not even recognizing Shedeur. He's not, you know what I'm saying?
Well, he's not mentioning...
He's not really saying names, unless he's specifically asked.
If he's specifically asked about a guy, he's responding to that question. But otherwise, he's talking about
everything's
this
in general.
vague quarterback thing.
Which is very Kevin-like. That's how Kevin answered every question, too. So I just feel like this is all flowing towards their bringing somebody in, and I don't know if it's to bring in to challenge or to bring in to be the quarterback for the next 3 years.
I think you're right, because otherwise I would think they might be a little more committal to at least the group that's here.
It'd be easy to say,
not even one guy, but the group.
Wouldn't it be easy for him to say, we are really looking forward to a quarterback competition going into this year.
Yes.
We want to see where Deshaun's at, and we want to see where Shedeur is, and we're not. And you may have forgot about him, but we're going to give Gabriel a chance here.
I think that actually is committing to at least the guys who are here.
That's right. So you don't believe in your quarterback room right now with everything they're saying. Well, outside alternatives,
folks. I think Andy's right, and it's the way I have felt, and I think it's interesting that they're saying that. But I'm wondering, what do you think about that? Should the Browns be looking for this external veteran option?
Jeff, should they? Yes or no?
Yes, and I'll explain why in a minute.
Okay.
David's in Lakewood. David called 216-474-0092. Hey, David.
Hey.
Hello, guys. A couple of things. One, we actually don't know what they're telling Shedeur. So we only know what we take the press conference. It's being, kind of expanded on and people trying to connect dots here. We don't know what they're telling Shedeur. So we have a draft coming up, and it is not going to benefit us to exclude any team that may be wanting to come up and take a quarterback. So I think when you talk about he's being smart, my thought is, yes, I do think they're being smart. They may very well have said, listen, behind the scenes with Shedeur, we're going to give you you did enough to show that you deserve a shot this year. Bringing in any quarterback is going to negate that. You're going to abandon this project, which means the possibility of having a quarterback, a solution to the most difficult problem on our team on a rookie deal should be a priority. But if you give the media or anybody any clue of what you're going to do, you're possibly taking a trade off the table that could help this team out at the draft. So, like, I think that they've got to put this information out just the way that they did.
Yeah, here's the only issue. They are showing zero confidence in Shedeur by the way they're answering this. It's zero confidence in him.
He hasn't. I think he's the type of player, unfortunately, that comes. You've got to give him the opportunity, the understanding. He's got to work for it because he has not probably had to work up to this point. And I'm not beating up on his character. I'm just saying, like, we all know his background. I think he gets a lot of guff for just being Deion Sanders' son. But I think to get the most out of him, to really give him a good chance to be what we want him to be, he's got to know he's got to fight for that position and really work hard to get it. But I really do think
let me ask you this. Do you think he Forrest Gumped his way into the position last year by default because they traded away 2 quarterbacks and then Gabriel
got a concussion?
That Stefanski was going to stick to his guns that he wasn't going to play?
I don't know. I would say it makes it difficult to understand the whole idea of like why they went after 2 quarterbacks.
I'm with you on
and
that.
I think you kind of stuck yourself with a problem with that whole situation. He did come in, given the limited preseason, all that stuff's well documented.
Oh, they didn't set him up for success. That's for sure. They didn't.
Right, they did not, and I think everybody. We've been in Cleveland long enough to know that I'm going to have a real hard time with any quarterback that walks through that door that's under 6 foot tall. I don't care. Just
right.
The numbers have shown that it's very, very few Drew Breeses out there. There's many, or Doug Flutie's. There's many guys that it takes a bigger size, especially in our division. The size does matter. So I think the Dylan Gabriel pick, unfortunately, I think that was a wasted pick.
All right, David, thank you very much. You asked me, Andy, should they be looking for the external veteran option? I say yes, but I have to put an asterisk next to it. Here's why they should. We don't know yet what Todd Monkin thinks about anybody who's here. We don't know what he thinks about the quarterback position in general, other than the fact that he has said mobility is a key thing. That's basically all we know, correct? And he had Lamar Jackson, so he had Mr. Mobility.
Right.
And coached him to an MVP season a couple years ago. They should be looking for an external veteran option if Todd Monkin has said, I don't like any of these quarterbacks. Now, he's not, when he sees Shedeur, he's going to be nice to him, right? As we all saw on camera. When he sees Deshaun, he's going to be nice to him. Why? Because he's here. He might have to play him. He might have to work with him. Same thing with Dylan Gabriel. But if Todd has said, I'm not crazy about any of these guys, but here's a guy I do like, and we can get him. And if there's another player on another team, whether it be a young guy who is waiting for a chance, Jalen Milroe, Seattle, Joe Milton, Dallas, whether it's a veteran who may have fallen out of favor with his current team. I don't mean this to get you mad. Maybe he likes J.J. McCarthy, who's been around for 2 years and hasn't shown much of anything yet.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Well, I know, but maybe it does for Todd Monkin. And that's if Todd Monkin, because you hired the guy because of his offense. If you didn't want his major input into the offense, you would have promoted Jim Schwartz. Correct?
Yeah.
So you basically hired an offensive version of Jim Schwartz, a guy around 60 years old who's been around for a long time and looking for a chance to be an NFL head coach. If you're not going to listen to him, then why hire him? So I'm assuming they're going to listen to him. And if he has told them, I can deal with these guys you have, however, how about this? That's where I would trade for an external veteran option. If Monkin wants that.
Okay, so what does the room look like then?
And Monkin has a guy pinpointed. It's not just bring me somebody. It's like, I like A, B, and C.
You're saying new hire honeymoon gift.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
If you can get one of these 2 guys, one of these 3 guys, go do it because he'd be the guy I want. If Monkin says that, and Barry says, all right, let's give it a try. If not, what do you think? He said, I'll make do. That's where I would do it.
If you're doing that, you're jettisoning one or both of the quarterbacks you drafted.
I would think one.
You're still going to need a backup. So
I find it hard to believe at this point that it would be a good situation for anybody if they brought in that veteran option. And veteran doesn't have to mean like he's 30 years old.
Right.
Veteran could mean he's 24, and could be your quarterback of the future. If they brought in a young guy, Andy, to be your starter, I can't imagine Shedeur Sanders sitting behind him. It would be chaos,
I don't
you think with the fan base?
You don't need – the hard part with Shedeur in that scenario is that whoever you brought in, the first mistake they made, everyone would be screaming for Shedeur. What are these guys doing? Why did they do that? We know what Shedeur can do. They never give him a chance. It's not equal. Why didn't they said this was going to be a fair competition?
Backers.
Yeah, which is fine.
Sure, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's the circumstance in which I would bring in a veteran option, and that is
it seems like they're leaning that way.
If Todd Monkin is pushing for it, and if Todd has said, I really like A, B, and C, or whatever, one guy, two guys, five guys, whatever. I'd like those guys more than the guys we have here. What do you think? Should they do what Andrew Berry and Todd Monkin have both said? We're looking.
Well, it's got to be a guy that they both agree on too. It's got to be Monkin saying these are the three guys I really want. Andrew, which one of these three guys, or all three of these guys, or is there anyone that you can see that I approve, that I want, that we might be able to go make a deal with? Let's try to bring them in. That's where it's got to. You know how he said yesterday about we joke about the groupthink and all that stuff. If that's true, it's got to be Monkin saying, I want this, and Andrew going, okay, I want this too. Because otherwise it's not going to happen. We saw what happened last year.
Yeah.
What do you think Kevin wanted? And then they jettisoned the two veterans.
If Monkin, by chance, says, you know what? I have Lamar Jackson. Closest thing I've seen to Lamar Jackson, that a guy that I think I can do similar things with, is Malik Willis, despite the fact that he's not 6'1". I love that guy. Let's go get him. And if they wanted to spend the big money on the guy to give Todd Monkin what he wants at quarterback, I mean, you hired him to fix the offense.
But the way you have to do that, though, and Dan, if I'm correct, you have to get Deshaun. Like, this might be the only reason why Deshaun wouldn't take the cash up front, right? I don't know why he wouldn't. That'd be silly not to. And then, again, you get into the agent thing. For whatever that means. It's interesting.
It is. Folks, you hear what they're telling you. Are they telling you something that you want to hear? Do you think they're telling the guys who are here at quarterback right now anything that they want to hear? Because publicly, man, they're being as non-committal to the three guys who are here as it seems humanly possible. 216-474-0092. Todd Monkin's press conference, 1 o'clock. You'll hear it here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinet. I've been talking about Choice Cabinet for 2 years now.
Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
TBD. It's, we're in maybe a little bit of a different position, a little bit of a different class. We're not picking 2, although we are picking 6. I think the quarterback class is different, than it was in terms of, when guys may go off the board. But needless to say, we will devote a lot of time to the passers like we do every year.
Everybody's favorite press conference where you ask questions and I barely answer them.
He didn't say that yesterday.
TBD.
But that was Andrew Berry talking about the rookies coming out this year. And Fernando Mendoza going number 1 to the Raiders is what everybody expects. And then after that, nobody knows. A lot of folks say Ty Simpson shouldn't be a first-round pick. He's the highest-rated quarterback by most folks. You could see a run on quarterbacks in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounds. But again, those are guys that you draft and you think, hey, maybe we get lucky. You're hearing what Andrew Berry is saying about the quarterback spot. And it's not much. I mean, he's not saying we love Deshaun. He's not saying we love Shedeur. We love Dylan. He has directly responded when asked about those guys. But non-committal is the way that he's been going. And they keep talking about somebody else from another team. And we think it's interesting. Drake is in Cleveland. Drake, welcome to the show.
Hey, Drake. What's up, man?
How are you doing today? Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you calling.
I think because this is the season where, you got to maximize your opportunities, I think Andrew Berry is playing everything close to the vest, as he should be. I don't think he should be committing to anybody. We won 5 games last year. Like, come on. So at the end of the day, you want to set the standard. You want to set the table on what the priorities are, what you want your team to be and how you want to play, how you want to go about it, how you want to be seen by the rest of the league. I think he's going about it right. I think he's keeping all of his options open. They can trade down, they can trade up, they can trade for a quarterback, they can trade a quarterback to another team to get draft picks. Like, I like what he's doing, and I'm starting to think that maybe this is his first run at the draft by himself without Deep Podesta, and we're seeing some different things.
Drake, that's a really interesting point.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. And I wonder if there's something there. And right. I get the non-committal stuff. The only concern I have about it, because if I'm them, I'm looking around and I'm listening to Todd Monkin. But man, I think I might throw a few more flowers at Shedeur and at Dylan and at Deshaun Watson. You
know they're having private conversations, so they already know what the real is.
Yeah, maybe. Drake, thank you very much. Drake with some good thoughts there. I do think publicly he could say some things. We think we get real, 2 or 3 really. You'd have to say 3. We have 3 guys that we like.
Yeah.
We committed to these guys by drafting them and signing them. So, we're good there, but we're always looking, I don't know. But again, those are just words like Jim in Strongsville is going to give us right now. Jim, welcome.
Jimbo.
Guys. Listen, here's the problem. He doesn't owe any of these guys. You're talking about a 5th-round pick. I get we want to look. I like Shedeur, but I think you guys have said, and I've said before, everybody knows it's a long shot that he's the quarterback of the future, right? Mm-hmm. Long shot.
You would think.
And I think part of the reason why people want to bring him in and give him a shot is because, well, if you hit that long shot lottery, great. But if not, he's going to keep you in a position to draft one of these guys next year. That's the bottom line on this. Like, why throw roses at these guys and why say something that we all know is a lie? You know that if you go into the season with this quarterback room, as it is right now, it is one of the worst quarterback rooms in the NFL. In the NFL.
Not arguing that.
He does not owe these guys anything. You're saying about the commitment. Why throw? I understand. Here's the problem with Shedeur is he's so polarizing. But the bottom line is, his production on the field didn't match that of anybody that you would feel great about. His draft position didn't give you anywhere. Look, he already has more of an opportunity than most 5th-round quarterback draft picks ever get. Yes, he has some traits that are NFL quarterback ready, but he also has a whole bunch of traits that made him fall out of the first round. And even if you said these guys, take the whiteboard stuff out of it, where does he rank it? It's not in the top bunch of these last 3 drafts of quarterbacks. So my point is, it's like he was a 5th-round pick. Look, why should Andrew Berry put himself out there and commit himself or throw roses at these guys and look like you don't think that if other analysts would, God, this guy thinks that his quarterback room is great. No, the quarterback room stinks. And I'm torn whether I want them to go out and make an upgrade with the attempt to try to win games this year or if they should just roll Shedeur out there because 90% chance is they're going to stink if this is the quarterback room they go in with and they can draft one next year. That's the real question here. It's not whether you're committed to Shedeur, you're committed to whatever. Are you committed to the fact that by playing Shedeur, you're throwing this year away for the most part? There's a 1-2% chance that Shedeur shines, but otherwise you're just mailing it in this year for you draft a quarterback next year. That's the real question, whether you want to mail it in or not.
And Jim, that draft next year just keeps appealing to me. So that's why, unless Todd Monkin has his heart set on somebody and they think that's the guy, man, I'm inclined to do exactly what you said. Start Shedeur, start Deshaun, whoever, and go get your guy in 2027.
Does Andy have a scowl on his face right now?
No, I'm good with it.
All right.
I'm good with it. Here, look at YouTube.
Jim, great. Thanks, buddy. No, I think Jim makes a lot of sense there. But again, we're not going to know because Todd's not going to tell us exactly what he's thinking, nor should he. Nor should he. But I just wonder, is there somebody that he thinks is readily available who could be acquired, who he would think, yep, here we go?
The Malik Willis thing is just super intriguing. It's really intriguing.
Well, Andy, he's the poster child for exactly what
I would love it if he had just a couple more starts. That's all.
Well, I get that. But he's exactly what Todd Monkin said he wants in a quarterback from the limited sample size that we've seen.
Let's see what he says today.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear
Which you'll be able to listen to right here on the show.
At what time, Andy?
1 o'clock.
That's right.
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Jackson Solon, Jack.
Jack.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you?
Good morning.
So the point with regard to Andrew Berry, he's never really going to tell us much of anything. But we have a quarterback room, but they're all with the initial D. Dylan is the D. Deshaun is the deviant. And so if you were a betting man right now and you had to pick which of those three quarterbacks we're going to start for the Browns, if they were healthy, who would you say was going to be our starting quarterback?
Of right now?
Deshaun.
That's correct. Because
I'm not buying the intelligent part of what you're saying about Shedeur either.
Yeah,
that's not fair. It's not right. Yeah.
What do you mean it's not fair?
I don't think you're right. I think he is intelligent. I think he knows what he's doing. I mean, if you're talking about football acumen out on the field, he's young and he needs experience. But I think he's a smart kid. He is. He's young. That's the only thing he's missing is age, which is fine.
And that's and your assessment is based on what?
Dealing with him in press conferences, seeing him around in Berea when we were out in Berea, and listening to what he has to say. I mean, it all depends. If you really listen to what he has to say, you can find some things in there. And I'm not going to sit here and question his intelligence. Jack, I like you, man, but it's not fair if you don't know him. That's not fair for you to say that. I got to be honest, I don't know him either, but I do know I've made that assessment just by seeing him and listening to him in press conferences.
And we can agree to disagree.
Sure.
That's my assessment and just seeing what he's doing. So if they're actually hoping to catch lightning in a bottle, regardless of how we feel about Deshaun not ever taking the field again, then they're going to hope it's lightning in a bottle, because I don't think there's a quarterback out there in this draft that they're interested in.
Yeah, and
unless
Jack,
they're going to take a flyer late in the draft, and they need so many other things. They better get some offensive line, because we have to build our entire offensive line and some receivers. We can wait for a quarterback next year.
Yep, Jack, I agree with you on the next year part. That continues to appeal to me. But I still wouldn't be stunned if they took a flyer on a quarterback in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round. And I say that only because I see Drew Aller sitting there, and I keep thinking,
I do too.
Season ticket holder, family for generations, 6'5", 230 pounds. I'd
be okay with a Drew Aller redshirt year here.
Yeah, or 2 redshirt years here.
Yeah.
I mean, it has happened in other places, and it has worked in other places. And if you
coach him up? Part of it is coach him up. The other part of it is put a good team around them. There's so many different variables to watching a quarterback, grow and have more success. Morning show, man, there was a great point that was made during the morning show that, when you get into these retread quarterbacks and retread quarterback situations, that why are they successful at stop number 2 or stop number 3 compared to stop 1? And then you ask yourself, well, these were guys that were probably drafted top 10 in the draft and went to really bad teams. And, when you put a young quarterback around a really bad team, what else do you expect? Really, it takes a miracle worker at quarterback to make a bad team into a good team.
You know what would be and you could make the argument that they have this now, but I don't think it'd be a strong argument. Wouldn't it be nice if they actually had 3 quarterbacks on the roster who were at various stages in their career, but who we all thought were 3 viable guys?
I would like a number 2 veteran quarterback who I can trust to win a game for me. I don't need you to win 17. I need you to win a game in case my quarterback is hurt. Let's start there. I hate to say it. I'm starting in the middle. I'm putting peanut butter and jelly down where there's no bread. But you know what I'm saying? Start in the middle.
Tough to eat that, Andy. I'm just telling you. Rob's in Akron. Hey, Rob, welcome.
Roberto, hey.
Good morning, gentlemen. A previous caller mentioned the fact that the Browns have a lousy quarterback room, and that's true. I think that's unfair to the quarterbacks in it because you know what they got that's worse than their quarterback room? Their offensive line room. And you know what they got that's worse than their offensive line room? Their wide receiver room. So how anybody thinks you can judge a quarterback who has no offensive line and nobody who can catch a pass kind of escapes me. I'm unsure about Shador, but I think he ought to be the number 1 guy going into the season, absent adding an unknown quantity. Thanks.
Okay, Rob.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Although you could make the argument that Deshaun should be the number 1 quarterback going in. You could make that. No one wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that. You could make that argument.
What happens here if Deshaun's healthy, good to go, and Shador is named the starting quarterback? Does that work?
Yeah. What else are you going to do?
I don't know. Are you
keeping Gabriel as your number 3?
I'm not even thinking about Dylan in that equation.
Well, what I'm thinking is, do you need another quarterback in case Shador doesn't work out or Deshaun gets hurt again?
Probably. Probably, but the concept of Deshaun Watson not starting if he's here and healthy, to me, is a tough one to digest.
It's like taking $1,000 bills and lighting them on fire.
Yeah, but they've already been burned, Andy. Those bills have already been burned.
How much fun is that, though? It's not. It's still. You're trying to get pennies on the dollar for what you paid.
Robert sent me this email. He says, with Barry talking yesterday, he makes you feel that they were not impressed with Sanders or the rest of the guys on the roster. See, that's what I'm wondering, Robert. And Andy and I have talked about that. It's like, well, if you're Shador, you're thinking, well, what you're saying to me about me there is nothing. Didn't I do enough to impress you a little bit and make you feel adequate about this? 216-474-0092. Monkin's press conference, 1 o'clock. You'll hear it right here on the Fan.
This is
calling. I can't. I'm not a Flyers fan.
You like Lindros?
I like Lindros. The Broad Street Bullies, the new mascot they have with the crazy eyes, but I just couldn't do it. And then I really kind of sort of tried to get into the Blue Jackets, so that just wasn't happening. Can't do it. Can't force it.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, Browns head coach Todd Monkin. We're all still getting used to saying that. Browns head coach Todd Monkin will have his press conference at the NFL Scouting Combine. And we'll hear it right here on 92.3 The Fan. And he'll be asked repeatedly about quarterback. Andrew Berry was yesterday. He doesn't even coach the guys. Todd Monkin does.
Todd, first question. Let me ask you about Shedeur Sanders.
That just very well might be the case.
Were you a fan of his dad's? That's all we need.
We're talking about what Andrew Berry said yesterday and what the Browns have been saying, which has been this. Yeah, we have 3 guys. And yes, we will be looking for external veteran options.
External?
Well, what for? To be a starter?
It sounds like it should be some kind of like
backup,
like the A team, right? It sounds like it should be a network show. Hi, everyone, and welcome to External Quarterback Options. On today's show,
veteran options.
Oh, today's
you gotta
show.
add another word.
Yeah, maybe that's why it has that military feel.
Yeah, maybe it does. Are they saying what you want to hear right now, Browns fans? Or are they just saying what they need to say at this time of the year, which could be the case?
It is a little silly season.
And if I'm them, I am looking at external veteran options. If my new head coach, who was an offensive coordinator and who has coached quarterbacks, tells me he wants somebody else. Sean's in Houston, Texas, where Deshaun Watson used to play.
Hey, Sean.
Hello. And he was good when he was here, but I don't care about the Texans. Let's go Brownie.
There you go.
So, I mean, I just don't understand, like after last year, right? Every Browns fan, it don't matter if you were Shedeur, Gabriel, like a Flacco, a Pickett fan, we can't do what we did last year. And you would hope that we spent a month plus figuring out a coach that was comfortable with what we have. There's no way we hire a coach on the thought of a maybe we get a veteran guy. Like, we had to hire him knowing, hey, we need stability. We need to know what direction we're heading in when we get into camp. And if we get somebody else, okay. But there's no way, right? Like, there's no way they talked in the interview and said, hey, I don't like what you have. You want to come on board, and let's hope we get Mac Jones and the Niners will dish out him and try to steamroll somebody for a first rounder for Mac Jones. Like, right? I mean, I can't be that crazy, because if we go in and this happens again, this year has to be a show of faith to keep Browns fans, because being a team is also keeping the Browns fans happy and emotionally stable to some extent. So, like, there's no way they can do that again. Can they? Or am I just being emotional as a Browns fan thinking that?
Yes, and yes, and yes, and yes on everything you said, Sean. And I think that's kind of where they're leading us right now. I mean, Andy, I honestly sit here thinking, if we're following the Browns, you're a Browns fan, you're in the Browns media, you should be ready for anything at quarterback.
And that's what I said at the beginning of the show.
You think that?
I don't think there's any question you need to be ready for anything.
I
have no. Seriously, if you asked me today who the Browns starting quarterback is week 1, I would say I have no idea, and then I would tell you I think it's Deshaun Watson. And I'm it.
You know, if
I owe Dan like meals because I thought Deshaun would get on the field last year. I think if the situation would have occurred, he would have been on the field. I mean, it would have been the right scenario. Something didn't bend right my way to make that happen.
Life goes on. Sometimes you can see the future with some level of clairvoyancy, and other times it's a little cloudy.
It's a good thing the meal was cheese and crackers.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Valid.
Not the expensive cheese.
I enjoyed them thoroughly. That's some of the finer cheese whiz I've had.
It's at least the crackers weren't stale.
You sound like Seinfeld and Banya. Soup's a meal.
It is a meal.
Dan's in Cleveland. Dan.
Is it?
Good morning.
Welcome, Dan.
Hey, Matt.
Good morning. Todd Monkin, the way I see it now with his experience and everything, everything's going to revolve around not what he says today, but as this whole process is gone through, I believe that he will not, put his hat on the people we have now as a starter, and especially Sanders, from the standpoint. Remember Jameson Winston was with the Browns?
Yeah.
I teared up when they signed him, Dan.
Him down in Tampa Bay, I believe, correct? Well,
he had him for a year, or no, I think he missed them by a year.
Okay, well, Winston was a talented guy. He'll get you 2 or 3 touchdowns, but he might get you in the same game 4 interceptions or three or 4 bad, unwarranted passes. And I don't think Todd Monkin's going to go forward with his new job with Sanders, who, to me, looks like that kind of guy. You might get a big play here and there, but there's a lot of other things that are going to go wrong that we don't have time to develop. I think a guy like Malik Willis from Green Bay, maybe it's going to be a guy like him that's been already coached very well at Green Bay that Todd may not have to spend time on, And so that's where we're going to end up in the end. I think with a veteran kind of guy, they'll move Sanders on by the time we get to next year.
All right, Dan, thank you. We'll see. Yeah, Todd was with Jameis in Tampa, but Jameis's best year in Tampa was the year after Todd left. It's the way that worked. Remember Jameis had that silly season where he was just on fire? That was in the first year under Bruce Arians and with Byron Leftwich as his offensive coordinator. That was when he threw the 33 touchdowns.
That was insane.
And the 30 interceptions.
I was just going to say, it's very tough to say on fire when 30 picks are involved.
5,100 yards passing, Dano. And 30 interceptions.
I was going to say, probably
Can you
close,
add 30 then to the other number?
Either that
those
or
are
probably close
completed.
to 8,000 yards passing if you count in the receptions after the picks.
What if they brought Jameis in to be the starter?
I'm in. Why not?
I would be too.
If you're going to be bad, be watchable. And Jameis is watchable.
Oh, Jameis is fun, man. I love watching that guy throw the football. Just flat out love it. But see, if you bring in, and see, this is where I think, Andy, this is where the problem is. If you bring in Jameis, he's really not the answer, is he?
No.
So if he's not if you bring in a guy who's really not the answer, what are you doing? At that point, just play Deshaun or Shedeur or Dillon and go get a guy next year in the draft.
Why would you bring him in when you have Deshaun Watson here? I don't know.
See,
Deshaun would have to be hurt for you to bring him in.
That's what I think about almost every veteran option who's out there.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Why would you bring him in when you could just play Deshaun or Shedeur or Dillon for a year and go draft a guy next year? Almost every guy. And then I think it would be a leap of faith to sign Malik Willis and make him that guy, because you'd think you'd have to pay him enough money and it wouldn't be, I mean, you could keep him for a year and trade him.
You're talking about $30 million. 30.
Probably. You'd have to, if you
everything I've read, $30 million. It's going to take $30 million to get him.
Mario's in Cleveland. Hey, Mario.
Mario.
What's going on, Andy and Jeff?
What's up, man?
All right, sir.
I'm just trying to figure out, why don't we like Deshaun Watson? I know the legal stuff, right? But when we outside of that, what have he done in Cleveland to make us say we don't like this guy besides getting injured? I'm gonna be brief. I believe if Deshaun Watson is healthy under Todd Monkin, I believe that's probably going to be the starter. I don't know why would
Mario, you and I are the only two who have said that.
No, Andy, I think I can't imagine Deshaun being the backup here.
I can't either.
I'm actually with you on this.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, if he's healthy, how do you not start him, Mario?
Yeah, I don't understand that. And I said like last year, and I'm a Shedeur guy, so let me throw that out there. If they took Shedeur with that first pick last year, I would have been happy. But still, I say
if they would have took him with the first pick, there wouldn't be any question that Watson wouldn't be starting. Yeah.
I do think Deshaun can be magic if he get healthy and the Browns can put some talent around him. We might catch lightning in the bottle again, and hopefully we do. If I had to pick somebody I want right now, give me Deshaun. That's what I got.
All right, Mario. Thank you very much.
I would do the same.
If he's healthy, how do you not?
I would do the same.
Unless, Andy, Todd
Yes.
Monkin tells you he wants nothing to do with him. And Todd wants fill in the blank. You know, I've always liked Mac Jones. You know, this Joe Milton kid in Dallas, can we trade a second and go get him? You know, I mean, that you don't think Dallas would move on from Joe Milton for a third or a second?
For sure.
They got him for, what, a fifth, I think, from New England. I mean, of course they would. And Jerry would clap his hands and say, look what I did. But what's Todd Monkin think of that guy? You know, or any guy. Larry's in Cleveland. Hey, Larry.
Larry.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, hey.
I was thinking the same thing the other caller said. He took the words out of my mouth. He healthy because Shador haven't showed me enough where he should say he's a starter because they played the Bengals with the worst defense, couldn't even score a touchdown. So I think they should get another guy here or go with Deshaun.
All righty. Thanks, Larry.
Larry, thank you. Start Deshaun. Keep one of the young guys or keep them both.
This
if
is
you
when I wish we
dispatch
still
one
had
of
the
them,
poll.
you bring in a veteran. You know, there are a lot of veterans who are looking for a job, Andy, who could hold down the fort. You know, if they went out on the field to play
You've
a
got
game.
one who's you're paying for already, so.
Yeah, I know, but you could have, if you decided to start Deshaun, you could sign another veteran to a one-year deal, bring him in.
And then you're probably getting rid of Gabriel. You're getting rid of Sanders.
Well, we would think so, wouldn't we?
That would be although they had four. Remember that we could take 4 quarterbacks into the regular season. No, you're not. No, you're not. Everyone said, "Oh, I think they're taking 4. I think they're taking 4."
You know, Kenny Pickett's still available. He's
They're
a free
going to
agent.
take 4. Yeah, okay, you're on your own for that one. You can sing that song by yourself.
I sure wanted to see that guy in the field, though. It was just the thought of, well, okay, maybe it didn't work out real well in Pittsburgh.
Could you imagine the phone calls between him and his agent last year? Hey, you're going to Cleveland? Okay, cool.
Great.
Hey,
You're
looks
gonna,
like you
got
might
a
start.
chance to be the starter.
Hey, cool.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, you got hurt? I'm sorry. Well, we'll just wait this out. You'll be the starter when we come back. Wait, what? I got traded. Are you kidding?
My buddy Jeff in Cleveland is a huge Dallas Cowboys fan.
Mm-hmm.
And he says the kid in Dallas, and that's Joe Milton, is the most inaccurate quarterback I've ever seen. His arm is strong, but he doesn't know where he's going to throw it. That means Todd Monkin could coach him up, baby. No.
Is that the job? I mean, at some point, you got to know how to at least have the basics when you get here, right?
Well, yeah. Just what's Todd want? We won't find out at 1 o'clock because he's not going to tell us. But we're going to listen to his press conference anyway, dang it, and we're going to like it.
Todd. Now I hear Lisa Lubner. That's why I'm here yelling Todd right now. Bill Murray is Todd.
Yeah. We will talk Browns a little later on in the show. Todd Monkin's press conference, 1 o'clock. And again, you'll hear it right here on the Fan. How about that Jared Allen, Andy?
Oh, speaking of guys that got put down.
Yeah,
hello.
he can't score, you know.
Oh, he can't?
Oh, no, you don't need him here. Get rid of him.
Really? We should get rid of him?
Oh, he's terrible.
Okay.
Remember all those people who called us for all that time?
They're not calling now.
Cavs were on display last night, folks. If you want to know what it looks like when it's going well and what could maybe do something big for the Cavs this season, it was on display last night against the Knicks. We'll explain all aspects next on Baskin and Phelps.
Are you looking for a great place to work with a fun team and awesome people? Pizza 216 is hiring. We're seeking energetic team members who love great food and love making guests smile. From kitchen crews to front of house and bartenders. Flexible hours, great co-workers, and discounts on amazing pizza. Passionate? Professional? Ready to join a winning team? Apply today at Pizza 216. Stop in, call, or ask your manager how to get started.
Mortgage rates have dropped, and the best news is they're expected to go down even more. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. If you've been thinking about buying a new home, now is the time. And with Third Federal's Buy Now, Refi Later program, you don't have to wait for rates to drop again. You get the guaranteed lowest rate now, and if rates drop later, even after you close, you can refinance to a lower rate for free. That's right, for free. And now with Third Federal's early rate lock, you can lock in the guaranteed lowest rate even before you find a house. So you'll always have the best rate. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today and lock in the guaranteed lowest rate.
Right now at Third Federal, lock in 5.79%, APR 5.81% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage and refinance later if rates go down for free. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3rd-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for buy now, refi later. Lowest rate guarantee and early rate lock at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Winton Manor, senior housing that's income-based and proudly an equal housing opportunity community. Located just steps from downtown Cleveland, Winton Manor offers easy access to mass transit for stress-free rides around town. Inside, you'll find on-site laundry rooms, a fully equipped fitness center, and 24-hour security for your peace of mind. Approval is required, so call Winton Manor today at 216-241-6626 to schedule your tour. Live the downtown lifestyle you deserve at Winton Manor.
Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima, and I'm very excited to tell you about this brand new treatment to restore your hair called Exosomes right here in Northeast Ohio at Vanscoy Hair Clinics. You've heard me talk about Vanscoy and how they've restored.
Tigers 11-3. Slade Ciccone makes his first start of the spring for the Guardians. Meanwhile, Stephen Kwan set to make his first start in center field this spring. Kwan, a four-time Gold Glover, but in left field. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app, or by telling your smart speaker to just play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, that's us, from 10 to 2, and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7. That's live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Bringing James on has given us a renewed confidence, if that makes sense. Like, just we understand we're a better team. That spirit, that confidence, for some strange reason, makes you play harder and compete harder defensively. And I felt like we were kind of missing that edge, that belief. So I feel like we're regaining that. A lot of it has to do who we added.
Well, how's that for a ringing endorsement? That was Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson after the win over the New York Knicks last night.
Mm-hmm.
And, tread lightly. You're saying wonderful things about James Harden.
Yeah.
Try not to point the finger at Darius Garland there. But
he didn't.
But clearly he didn't. That's what I mean. Tread lightly, and he did a nice job. But clearly, and let me be Dan Mennigan real quick. So far, James Harden is paying the huge dividends that I think the Cavaliers were hoping that he would pay, Andy.
Yes, sir. Yes, he is. Are we all over our one-day freak out over losing to Oklahoma City on Sunday night?
No.
Is everybody over it? Just get over it now.
It's not a freak out. It just
no. There were people freaking out.
He didn't play very well. That's honest, isn't it?
You play 82, you're going to have some off nights. And if you're going to have an off night, it's probably going to be against a good team. And the good team took you down. Let's talk about the other team they beat. Let's talk about last night's game.
Cavs
get back on the wagon. Get back on the bandwagon.
Cavs are 6-1 with James Harden. And they've looked good. Clearly, he's made other guys better. We heard, all right, watch what he does with the big guys. And we've seen it throughout his career. Well, one big guy just has returned, and he's still trying to figure it out, and he was out for a while. So we're not making excuses. That's just a fact with Evan Mobley. The other big guy is thriving. But the Cavs last night with a win over the New York Knicks, who they're now tied for third place in the Eastern Conference. Knicks have the tiebreaker because they won 2 of the 3 games against the Cavaliers this year. But last night, it just looked like, yep, there it is. And I say that for this reason. You had all 5 starters scoring in double figures. They were between 11 and 23 points, which, Andy, I love a game like that for a team. I don't, and sometimes you have to have it to win, and sometimes it's fun to watch, and sometimes it's just cool that a guy goes off. I don't need a guy to score 37 to 40 points in a game. It usually isn't good for a team. But when you can get 5 guys in double figures in your starting lineup and another guy in double figures off the bench, Jalen Tyson had 12, that's a good thing. And the balance last night, I liked it a lot. Mitchell had 23. Harden had 20. Jarrett Allen continued to score in double figures. He had another double-double, 19 points, 10 rebounds. Mobley took only 7 shots, played only 24 minutes. He had 12 points. Dean Wade hit some shots. You want Dean to hit shots? He was 3 of 5 on threes. Thank you, Dean. That's the role you're supposed to play. That was outstanding. And then Tyson with the 12 off the bench. That's a nice look. I like it a lot.
Everything seems to be moving. The ball is moving, right? Guys last night was one of those games where, first of all, I was having all kinds of problems with Peacock last night. Were you having any trouble? I don't know. Maybe it was my feed. I was trying to figure it out. Sorry.
I had no trouble.
Okay, well, I was having trouble because it kept locking up in the fourth quarter.
Like you.
Come on, let's keep going. I love the way they're playing. I can get over they had one bad game against OKC, as I said the other day. And you brought it up before. They have just Jarrett Allen's different. I don't want to say he's a different player. They've just found a different way to use him.
And we're going to get into that.
Yeah, I know. And so you watch that. You watch Mobley trying to kind of come back into this thing. But you're right. It's just that it's the ability to move the ball on the floor and find all options.
Mm-hmm.
And when I watch a basketball team go into panic mode and start throwing up threes, I can't watch it anymore. It just drives me crazy, especially when the game's not on a hand.
Yeah. Evan's been back for 3 games, and he was out in a little over 3 weeks. And so give it a little time. And I think it's going to take a little time for he and James Harden to figure it out and how that all works with Jarrett and everything else. There's a little bit of concern, I think. Or tell me there's no concern.
Okay.
Last night's bench rotation I thought was interesting.
The guys that got all the minutes?
Jalen Tyson got 27 minutes off the bench.
Right, and gave you 12 points.
He was very productive. He also had 8 rebounds. Yeah, he needs playing time.
Yeah, he does.
Dennis Schroeder.
His brother needs to play for the Browns, too.
That wouldn't be bad.
Yeah.
Dennis Schroeder had 21 minutes and was not overly productive, but that's okay. Dennis is a veteran. He needs to be on the floor. He will help.
Still had 5 assists.
Sam Merrill didn't score. That's okay. It happens. He missed all 4 of his shots. He played 21 minutes, and Keon Ellis played 16 minutes last night.
Mm-hmm.
So 9 guys really played. What was missing from the bench rotation last night? Size.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
So last night they basically played 7 guards and Mobley and Allen. And Dean Wade. I shouldn't say that. Dean Wade as well. But and I don't know that it's a concern. I wonder if that's a problem moving forward, that the Cavaliers might be lacking a little bit of size. Thomas Bryant is a big guy.
Can I tell you, as I watched last night, I didn't think about that once.
You didn't?
Not once.
Well, but you know why? Because it was really going well.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's good. You want that. But and I don't. It's no alarm for me. There aren't flares going off or anything. But the fact that the guys who played off the bench last night are all guards or forwards and wing players at best. They're not power forwards. I thought, is that anything? And the only thing I think of it is might be something just to keep an eye on a little bit.
Do you know how many rebounds we had last night as a team?
No.
44.
It's right in front of me, but I haven't looked.
You know how many they had?
Oh, 44.
44. We both had 44. Yeah. So does that change your size differential?
No. They rebounded well last night. What happens in a playoff series if a team decides to go down low and try and pound it in the paint? We'll see how the Cavs handle that. And they might handle it beautifully. But I just thought it was interesting last night that the 4 guys who got minutes off the bench were all 6. Well, I think Jordan's 6'6" and smaller. And you didn't really have a big guy, play any minutes off the bench. Tomlin is 6'8". He did play 3 minutes. Thomas Bryant, 6'9", 6'10", played 3 minutes. Maybe it was just matchup. Maybe it was just going the way Kenny wanted it to, so he didn't feel a need to play the bigger guys, which is fine, and that could work beautifully. Isaac is in Cleveland. In Shaker. Hi, Isaac.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right today.
Yeah, I was just watching the game last night, and I noticed that the Cavaliers turned the tables on the Knicks last night as far as size is concerned. I can remember putting their big man on Garland, and Kenny did an excellent job of putting the big man on Brunson, kind of threw him out of their offensive rhythm. And the Cavaliers won despite the bad, even though they didn't shoot too good, but that was bad shooting. They won in spite of doing that because Mitchell was kind of off, Merrill was off. Harden was Harden, and Harden does bring out the best in each one of these players. I think they needed a new change of scenery as far as in the locker room because Jared Allen is changed. You can tell. And as far as Mobley, everybody's talking about Mobley. Mobley's going to come along. Mobley is still young. Mobley still has a lot of potential, and James Harden hasn't practiced with him yet as much. And once he does, and once Mobley starts playing, everybody's going to know their particular role because when you win in basketball, I don't care what championship team you had players that knew their roles. And then when they know their roles, it's a team game. Harden has stepped his game back tremendously to get these guys involved in the offense, especially Jared. Jared's catching the ball now. In the middle of the season, well, even last season, Jared couldn't catch. All of a sudden, he can catch the basketball. That's just not something that you just do.
That didn't just happen, Isaac,
Exactly. That's the word I was looking for. I couldn't think of the word I needed to say, but you know exactly what I mean. It didn't just happen. It's happening because he's getting the ball where he needs to get the ball. He's been talked to as far as, hey, you can do this, building up his confidence. Harden's been there before. He might not play better in the playoffs, but Harden can score 30 points a game if he wanted to. But he's
Agreed.
kind of dialed back his game for these guys to get in. And this bench is great. The bench is great. Don't worry about it. These guys are ready to go once they learn each other and once Mobley gets back in there. Because I seen Mobley last night. He just needs to get the ball, be decisive in your post-up, and go. Stop dribbling so much because it's too methodical, but you need to make your move and go. Kick it out or do whatever you're going to do. 1, 2, 3, dribble, pass, or shoot. Do whatever you're going to do. And as far as the Wade is concerned, shoot the ball, Wade. I've been saying this all year, all last year. You have to shoot the ball. When you don't shoot, you allow the defense to get back in rotation. But when that ball gets to you and you're open, shoot it. Whether you make a miss, you got opportunity for offensive rebound because guys are out of position.
Isaac,
but you need to shoot.
You're getting
And
played off like at the Oscars. You sound like you coached or played,
I'm
Isaac.
sorry.
Did you coach or play, Isaac?
I watch a lot, Jeff, and I listen to you guys. I watch and I listen.
All right,
Very
keep
good,
watching.
Isaac.
I don't know. I was having a moment there when he was talking about the bench.
Now presenting the award for the best audio editing in a documentary series.
Dan Bennigan.
Isaac was rolling, man.
I was waiting for.
I was
waiting
Dan,
for him to say the bench is back from Elton John.
I try to. That's funny. You know, when we're talking to our lovely folks who call us, and we thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
If everybody gets going a little bit and they've been on a while, we look for a nice break where you can go ahead and, politely and smoothly stop the phone call. Isaac was rolling.
What we need is Let's All Go to the Movies.
Isaac was cooking,
the intermission
man.
song from Let's All Go to the Movies.
He was cooking. Cool Ray. It always cooks. Cool Ray bakes.
Cool Ray never gets played off.
Got about a minute, Cool Ray.
Well, I'm gonna take less than that to get somebody else on the line. But my thing is this, man. Why is it so hard for us to just admit that the problem with the right now with the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell? To me, he's falling into the young LeBron stage where he's looking to be more passive than more aggressive. I just been watching him do that since Harden got on the team, and he's looking just to pass the ball and then wait to start scoring in the second quarter and not make his presence felt. And then his game is off later on down the road. And then I think we're trying to start rewarding people like Merrill and Tyson. Let them boys start alongside Harden and Donovan Mitchell, and and let's rotate this thing and let's win the championship, because I think that's your starting rotation. Harden.
Cool Ray, want to know why he's not coming out the bench? I will give you 46.394 million reasons. How's that sound?
Right. It's all about money, and instead of looking at age-wise, but in the NBA, you've been here 5 years.
All right, Cool Ray. It's also about having the defensive player of the year on the floor.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
With a couple of guys who could use a little help on defense.
Yeah.
Folks, I want you, this is going to be like one of those meetings. Hello, my name is Andy, and I'm
not there, though. I was never there.
Andy. I know, but I just use your name as an example.
Okay. Better than Todd, I guess.
Hello, Andy.
No, I'm not talking about Todd Woodward.
All you folks who called, Jared Allen can't play. Jared's offense is terrible. Can't play two bigs. Can't have Jared. I want to hear from you now, because he's on fire, and he's proving everybody it wasn't us, who thought he might not be a guy who you can use. He can play, and he's showing you now. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody.
tonight's night going to be playing host to the Rochester Americans at Rocket Arena. Monsters coming to the contest having won 4 of the last 5 games. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Started even before James came. He's just caught this wave, this momentum. He's playing out of his mind. He's playing great basketball. You know, I think that stretch with Evan out, his usage went way up. I think that gave him confidence. He started taking some risks out there. He's playing great basketball.
It was Kenny Atkinson. I'm the guy that way too many people just gave too much grief to. I thought for way too long. And we heard it here all the time. Welcome back to Basket of Phelps.
He's
Jeff
the
Phelps.
one guy in the core 4 that we all thought might get traded first. Right?
And a lot of folks thought he should get traded.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one thing about the NBA. And, you want good basketball players, regardless of, if they're tall guys, if they're short guys, whatever. If you can play, you can play. But if you're tall and you can play, Andy, it's an advantage in basketball.
It's funny how that 6'9" works sometimes,
It helps. It helps. And we had so many people who called our show over the years and just say, you got to get rid of Jared Allen. He's terrible. And not just our show, but nationally. You actually saw some people. Jared can't do this. He can't do that. His offensive game is lacking, blah, 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 blah. Well, Kenny's right. It started before the James Harden trade. It did.
Although it got accelerated when Harden got here. Because if you look at his season stats, he's averaging, 14.9 points per game. He's averaging, so he's just under 15 points per game. If you go back, if my math is right, since Harden got here.
7 games.
Yeah, he's averaging 20 points, almost 20 points a game.
Over 20.4 points a game.
Oh, okay. Did you do the same math I did? I did that by hand.
But I did it earlier before the show rather than winging it.
Oh, I wasn't winging it. I'm not good at math. I knew I was close. That's why I said around 20 points per game.
And this is why Andy and Jeff are not NASA engineers.
This is true.
I was close.
Are we trying to guide this Apollo mission back down?
I thought it was Mars. We want to see Neptune too, don't we?
Yeah, come on, man.
To quote my freshman year math teacher, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
That's exactly
right. I
right.
heard they got a Buc-ee's on Neptune, so we're going there now. Can you imagine the brisket on Neptune? Oh, man.
Up, baby.
I'll be dang. Didn't know there were 14 moons over here. See
That's
what
crazy.
we found out?
Fill her up. Oh, it ain't about the gas. It's about the experience.
Since James Harden has been here, Jared Allen has averaged 20.4 points and 11.2 rebounds a game. He has had 6 double-doubles in the 7 games since James Harden has been a Cavalier. Everybody who thought he stunk, 216-474-0092. Where are you now?
You're not going to hear from any of them, Jeff.
Where are you now?
No one's calling. No one is calling to say, I thought Jared Allen was horrible.
I can tell you.
I can tell you, I didn't. I thought, I never thought they should have traded him. No one, you're not going to hear from any
I've
of
liked Jarrett since he came into the league. He's just a really active big guy who runs the floor well. No, he's not. He's not built like, he's not Steven Adams. Okay, is he going to get pushed around by a guy like Steven Adams? Yeah, he is. And he's going to bring him out on the floor. He's going to take him. He's going to spin. He's going to score his points. Jarrett has played terrific basketball. James Harden gets him the ball where he can do something with it. Mobley's been out. They've gone to Jared Allen because he's been the big guy. Not one of two, but the big guy. And now, is this going to continue? No. Andy, this won't continue. He's not going to average 20 and 11 for the rest of the season.
Jeff, can I ask you the Jeff Phelps question?
But he doesn't have to. Go ahead, yes.
Based on some of the players that you've talked about throughout the years, would you rather have him or Isaiah Hartenstein?
I would rather have Jared Allen.
Okay, I was just curious.
And I always would have rather had Jarrett. But
Isaiah was always one of your favorites.
Hartenstein can play.
Yeah, he can. And he's in a good spot right now.
And he was here.
Yeah.
And he was here.
And we let him go for nothing, didn't we?
That's the one thing. It's the one thing about the Cavs that, with the roster that they've had under Kobe Altman for an extended period of time. And again, it's not a bad thing. It's a choice. But I've always thought they've been a little bit unappreciative of big guys they've had who are pretty good. and it's a difficult thing to say because they've had good teams, But like I would have kept Isaiah, and he's obviously playing really well for OKC and has played well since he left the Cavs and has done a nice job. And they've taken care of Jarrett Allen. I give them all the credit in the world for that. They made sure Jarrett's contract got extended. That's terrific. They've taken care of Evan Mobley. That's terrific. Big guys can do big things in the NBA. But I'm not the least bit surprised that we haven't had one person call us and say, you know what, I'm a convert. Jarrett can play. Yeah, Jarrett can play when the offense is designed to give him the ball and you're scheming for that and you have a guy who has the ball in his hands who's able to do it on a more regular basis than Darius Garland was. And Darius did a nice job with Jarrett. But James is doing an exceptional job. And Evan Mobley being out, obviously, is a part of this. And now we'll see if they're able to balance things out and they can both be as productive as they would like to be.
All right, so Jeff, you've seen this team now. It's 8 games now, right, with James Harden? 8?
7.
7, sorry. So you've seen him now
6-1.
7 games, okay? At first, you were all in.
The minute they made the trade.
Yeah, you were like, where can I pick him up at the airport? I was like, oh, I wasn't sure. And then it took me 2 games to realize this is what I want to see. This is everything I've wanted to see since he got here. I know they weren't playing the greatest of teams, but I knew what he's doing is what I wanted. Move the ball. Don't panic. Don't rely on the 3 for everything. So where are you right now? Because still folks are like, I heard I don't think after they lost the other day, I think the most preposterous thing I heard was, oh my God, there's no way they're making the NBA Finals now. And I'm like,
it's 1 game.
What? I go, are you serious? If you thought they were going to make the finals before the OKC game, shouldn't you still think that too, especially knowing that OKC is in the West?
Well, but you actually can't go nuts either because they beat the New York Knicks last night.
Correct.
Let's just let this thing grow a little bit.
I'm not, but there's no way you can't walk into this thinking, if I'm watching the Cavaliers this playoff season, by the way, Reggie Miller talking about Miami last night at the end of the game, scary.
Why?
I'm sorry, Toronto. Sorry, Toronto.
Oh, Toronto has some talent, man.
Yeah, when he started talking about Toronto, I was like, oh man, he sounds just like Jeff. Ouch. I believe this team can make it to the Eastern Conference Final. I'm just worried about I got to look at the seedings again because if they're still sitting at 4, Toronto's going to be right there. That's going to be a hard out.
Darn right it is.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm worried about.
Scotty Barnes is one of the best all-around players in the NBA. He's really good.
Anyway, I still have full confidence in this team to make it to at least the Eastern Conference.
Well, here's the thing in the East, Andy. I don't think there's one team, and I know Detroit's in first place, but I don't think Detroit is though they'll be probably the top seed in the Eastern Conference. I don't think they're a top seed where it's one of those top seeds like, man, can you knock off Detroit, for instance, in the West? Can you knock off Oklahoma City?
Yeah,
that's legit.
Yeah, I don't feel that way about Detroit, but Detroit still has the players that can
Detroit has a fine team, and they have a good coach. Boston, without Tatum, has been just a revelation. They can play and they can coach. I think the Knicks are a dangerous team. I think the Knicks can knock out anybody in the East and could get knocked out by anybody in the East. That's where this is right now. If you get the Cavs and the Raptors, who's going to win that series? That could be a tight series right there, Andy. If that ended up being the case. Philadelphia, to me, if they get it together and have a good series, they could beat anybody. Joel Embiid has been injured this year. They've been watching his minutes. They're trying to get him to the playoffs and have him healthy when he gets there. Maxi's just been incredible for them. I think Philly, in the right circumstance, could knock off anybody. I don't think they have enough to make a long playoff run in the East, but I wouldn't want to see him in the first round. And if Joel Embiid gets to the playoffs and he's healthy and good to go, and then would be more motivated, and I don't mean motivated because he's not a motivated player. Joel Embiid's one of my favorite players in the league. I love that guy. But his mindset, I would think, this year, and the mindset of everybody in Philadelphia is, let's get him to the playoffs where he's able to play and be healthy. because then you never know what could happen. And I like the mix in Orlando. So, and Miami's always scary because Spoelstra can flat out coach. I think there are 8 teams in the Eastern Conference, all of whom have a chance to win a playoff series. Honestly, I think any one of those teams could win a playoff series. The top 8 teams.
Yeah, well, if the playoffs,
and maybe win 2.
If the playoffs started today, the Cavs would open up with Toronto. So, and they lost 2 out of 3 this year to them. So, the matchups. I mean, if it ended today, man, it'd be really interesting. I mean, Detroit.
But the Cavs are only 2 games out of second place. You know, will Boston continue to play really, really well? Maybe. They've won 9 of the last 10. Maybe.
You'd be looking at what you'd get the winner of the, if it worked now, it'd be the Orlando-Miami series. If that's who they would match up with. Or, I'm sorry, they would, Orlando-Miami in the play-in tournament. Right? 7-8. If you got the 2, you got to get to the 2. I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm just looking at the way. I'm looking at the current matchups.
Nelson's in Avon Lake. Hey, Nelson.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Man, you know what? I'm one of those guys that love Jared Allen's game. Because I think he plays the game, and I'm more of a traditionalist when it comes to basketball, right? I love the inside game, the mid-range game, which has almost disappeared in a lot of ways. Although, I don't know, I guess you could say, okay, see, there's been a little bit of a resurgence, in the inside game recently. But, if you're not one of those big men that, are shooting it from 3 all the time, which is one of the things that drives me crazy about Evan Mobley. Because I think Evan Mobley should learn to play the game inside and dominate because of his size. And
Nelson,
think his body,
that's not him. You know that, right?
I know.
The Cavs have been trying to get him to become a better outside shooter because they think it will expand his offensive game. So don't blame Evan for that.
But I wish that not to just give up on it, but I wish, I don't know. Like, I feel like his game, I think he would be, and this is probably heresy, right? But like, I think of Tim Duncan, right? Like, that guy had an amazing career, Hall of Fame career, had a wonderful mid-range game. And the one thing I would say about Jared Allen, and I know you guys got to go, he tends to disappear when bigger bodies are on the floor, and that's the part that scares me when we get into the playoffs. Because particularly against New York and the bigger teams in Detroit, rebounding and just getting pushed around a little bit on the inside concerns me. But I love his game, and I think I'm glad that they kept Jared because I really love his game. Thanks, guys.
All right, Nelson, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cavs are in Milwaukee tonight. Giannis is returning at some point. Will it be tonight? I haven't heard one way or the other yet. I think he's still listed as questionable for tonight. So stay tuned. But Cavs in Milwaukee against the Bucks, and the Cavs playing great basketball. It started before the trade, and it certainly has continued ever since. James Harden coming to this team.
A little bit of news, gentlemen, courtesy of Jordan Schultz. Packers free agent quarterback Malik Willis is in demand, and interested teams I've spoken to at the Combine in Indianapolis believe he's going to get at least $30 million.
Woohoo! We'll talk about that later. Maybe Todd Monkin will, too. His press conference, 1 o'clock. We'll hear it here on The Fan. Tyler Keaptainner is going to join us next. Tyler writes baseball for The Athletic. He was in Goodyear, Arizona yesterday. He's going to join us next right here on Basket and Phelps.
be playing host to the Rangers. Not only will Slade Ciccone be making his spring debut on the mound, Stephen Kwan will be out in center field for the first time. No word yet on when Rhys Hoskins will find his way into the lineup. However, Stephen Vogt did say it would be sometime this week. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
The state of the Cavs is penciled into the finals. That's where the state of the Cavs are. I was looking for, there are no pencils in this room. I was going to make like a smug thing and put it on social media. I can't. I want to know, where are they at? Where are the people who said that I was an idiot on Sunday night, said that I'm a homer, a shill for the Cavs, whatever. I caught hell on Monday, and I want to know, is this what we're going to do for the regular season, or are we just waiting to bitch? Or are we going to recognize good play when it happens?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Okay, full confession here. I've been giddy since spring training started. Andy, you're warming up.
Yeah.
Dan's been giddy because we're talking about baseball. And we haven't been out to spring training. We're not going to get out to spring training.
It's been years.
The gentleman who joins us right now on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline was in Goodyear, Arizona, watching our Guardians and writing a story for The Athletic that perfectly sums up what it feels like to be a Guardians follower. He's Tyler Keaptainner from The Athletic. Tyler, thank you for being with us. We appreciate it, and I thank you for your story. The headline, in a system stacked against them, the Guardians doubled down on their identity with no apologies. That sums it up, Tyler.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I do write the headlines in that case. So yeah, I mean that is kind of who they are, man. Like, and the way they look at it, like they usually make the playoffs, and they won more games than any other team except the Dodgers and Yankees since 2013. So there's no need to change their the way they operate.
We are put in a position here doing our fun little show to sum up just like what you said, and it's this. Well, they don't spend any money. They don't spend any money. Yeah, we know. But did you like the playoffs? And they keep doing well. Do they need to spend money? I mean, they don't spend a lot of money, but yet they keep putting out good baseball teams. And it's a conundrum that, to be honest, I think drives Indians and Guardians fans nuts.
Yeah, it's because spending money just to spend it is sort of pointless, right? Like, and I don't know that there are guys in their price range who are good enough to be difference makers, right? Like, if they're going to spend at such a low level, maybe it is just better to plow all your attention into making your own guys better. Because value-wise, if you bring in these veteran dudes for $5 million here, $6 million there, the guys who would take that are not going to be very good. Now, Rhys Hoskins, if you can sign a Rhys Hoskins for $1.5 million, okay. Like if he'll take that, then there's an upside there, and it's a very low risk financially. But most of the guys in that middle tier are just not going to give you value, and might actually hurt your team.
What did you think when they signed Rhys Hoskins?
I thought, man, the story's already written, and now I got to add it. It read better. It read better before they had added nobody. But the fact that they had, the fact that Hoskins came in on such a low contract is sort of proves the point. Like, it wasn't like they went out and signed him for 1 year and $8 million or $10 million. It's $1.5 million if he makes the team, which is, I'd love to say that's nothing for me, but for a player, that's very, very low. So it didn't really change fundamentally, how they look at things.
Tyler, I was stunned when they signed Hoskins to the deal they signed him for, and we had been clamoring to sign Hoskins all winter because they so needed a right-handed bat with some pop, and that's him. Mm-hmm. But How does Scott Boras have a client that signs somewhere for $1.5 million? Are there incentives like crazy or what?
Yeah, I mean, he had like an $18 million option from Milwaukee, and they turned it down. So, clearly he just wants to play. I mean, Reese's career took a turn in spring training after the Phillies World Series year this would have been spring training 23 when, he hurt his knee going for a fly ball and or a pop up and had to miss that whole season. So he signed with Milwaukee and he did okay, but he really lost that big platform free agency year. But he was a big, he's a fundamental part of that big Phillies team. They love him there. There was some thought maybe he'd go back there, but there's really no place for him with Harper at first and, Schwarber at DH kind of thing. So, he probably just wants to play, I mean, in the end, Scott wants to get his guys on the field. And if that's the best thing out there, it's either play or shut it down.
Can you see him getting 450 to 550 at-bats for this team? I sure hope so.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see him putting 20 balls over the fence, and probably a low average and 20 home runs and something like that. And when you look, it's a very young team. Obviously, it always is. But they do have, because they always bring back Hedges, and, Ramirez is the centerpiece. And Hoskins, you got three veterans there who've been around and who've won and can provide some leadership. So it's not like they don't have veteran leaders there or guys you can point to and say, they've done it before. And the group has itself has won, the last couple of years. So I think with teams like this, the hope is that they'll contend enough to get to the trading deadline, and then maybe ownership can say, hey, we can take on a few more million here to get this guy in a trade who can help put us over the top. But certainly not the first 3-4 months are you going to see those guys. But maybe you could afford a difference maker if the team has earned that over the last couple months of the year.
How do they do it? How do you think the Guardians are able to do this every year? And so what happens is, especially in the beginning of the season, fans show up for first game of the season, then things kind of taper off a little bit, and then all of a sudden they get hot at the end, and they're like, "Oh, well, I've been following all season. I just watch them from home."
And packing the place.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the story since the great sellout streak we once had here. That's kind of how it flows. How do they continue to do this when they play teams like they were playing with Dodgers yesterday in spring training? I'm like, their payroll is like 6 times what the payroll is here. Mm-hmm. How do they do this?
Well, I think the things they do well, they do really well. And that's develop guys. Their pitching program tends to be, really strong. Their bullpens tend to be really good. That's an area the teams can usually build without spending a lot of money if they're smart about it. I mean, obviously last year they, Class A, pitched his way out of the league. And
it's pretty amazing to think they survived that last year, too.
And they got better.
Yes.
Right, they got better. I mean, I was at the A's camp yesterday. They traded Mason Miller, and their bullpen got better. And same with Cleveland losing to Class A. His bullpens are just so hard to figure. Obviously, like 24, that was going to be what carried them, and then finally it gave out against the Yankees. But, so they do certain things really well. And they're committed. They don't really change much of their operating philosophy. They've had the same people there leading the way, so they know how it's done, and they make the right choices leadership-wise. I mean, Vogt, I've known Steven a long time. I think he is a great leader, and they treat their people well. I mean, around the league, they have a good reputation for the way they treat players, and both in terms of getting them better and then making them feel comfortable. I mean, they've revamped that whole ballpark there, and it's a comfortable place to play.
Tyler Keaptainner joining us. He's the senior writer for The Athletic, was at Guardians camp, and wrote a great piece, and you should go read it on The Athletic right now. It's about the way the Guardians do business and some fun comparisons with the Yankees. The Stephen Kwan quote that you have early in your article, I laughed when I read it, and I yelled at Dan, our producer who you spoke with moments ago, and I said, this couldn't be more Guardians. Tell us what Stephen Kwan said to you about the way they do business.
Well, he was saying how, they'll see other teams signing big guys, and they'll sort of shake their fist up in the sky and say, "Oh, if only the Guardians could do it too," and then they'll go and they'll win the division or something, and they'll enable that behavior because they'll say like, "Well, we always go out and win, so why would they go out and go bring in big guys?" They say they can't afford it anyway because they don't have they operate on a budget and they've lost a lot of TV revenue and all that stuff. But so in their minds, it's not even an option. But the players are like, yeah, the tendency of the players have a weird. It's a difficult line to walk because you don't want to say that the guy next to you can't do the job, right? You don't believe in your teammates. We need to have someone from outside. But when you get someone from outside, there is that feeling. Oh yeah, the ownership's believes in us, and this guy's done X, Y, Z in his career, therefore he'll do it for us. But then you might never discover who you have in the minors. I mean, Kwan, there was no guarantee Stephen Kwan was going to be an all-star Gold Glove guy, but he had a chance. They didn't sign Eddie Rosario that year, or somebody like that to block him. They had that opening, and he burst right through it, and he's a great player. And maybe that'll be that way with Chase DeLauder or one of these other guys.
Yeah,
maybe they'll break through.
I'm sorry, I chuckled when Quan said it would be nice if we could sign a Kyle Tucker, but maybe Chase DeLauder becomes Kyle Tucker. And I thought, yes, that's Guardians thinking right there.
Yeah, and that's a big ask, but I mean, who knows? I mean, it's not like Kyle. I mean, that's the thing. Kyle Tucker making $60 million. He's never been a real MVP candidate. He's a real good player, but he's not like. He's not. You don't look at him and say, "Oh, there's a Hall of Famer walking down the street." Maybe, but So anyway, could he be a Kyle Tucker? Sure, he's first round pick, left-handed hitter. He looks really good. Who knows? But that's the point is that they want to find out what they have in him, and they don't want anybody to block him. And the same goes for pretty much any of their good young prospects. They need to know what they have, and meanwhile be patient with some of the struggles because the Guardians didn't hit last year, as you guys know. They really
we know.
I mean, it's something of a miracle that they made the playoffs and won the division. But they did have a good rotation, which they always seem to find, and good defense. And maybe they'll hit more this year. They kind of have to, right? It's hard to hit worse than last year.
Yes.
And if you have David Fry, back, and you have if you believe in DeLauder. And maybe Hoskins helps out, and you can see some reasons that they could be treading closer to the middle of the pack. I think.
Did you get any read on Travis Bazzana and what the plan might be for the former number 1 overall pick, which we've never had before? So that's why we all have our
right.
hands.
I know that's pretty cool. I mean, that is one way, and I didn't get to make that point. That is one way that they benefited from the system, because there was a lottery system that was put in to curtail tanking these teams that just would just tank for years on end to get the first pick, and the Guardians never do that. They never like just say, hey, we're going to tank here.
They would never make it in the NBA. They get relegated.
Yeah. So that's how they got Bazzana, because they won the lottery with the one season where they didn't make the playoffs recently. So I think he's definitely. I mean, he's a dude, and I think he'll probably make an impact at some point this year. If he progresses the way he has, there will be no reason to keep him down, very long.
Tyler, there's one thing that I've always had a question about, and I've always wondered, and I don't know the answer. I'd love your thoughts on it. The Guardians, though they haven't won a World Series, have mastered building a team the way that they do it. Without great resources financially, by development, by building bullpens, by having solid starting pitching, and then having solid position players. They've mastered this. Do you think that they could do the same thing if they had a huge budget?
Well, that is the great question because there are a lot of mistakes that they can't make because they can't sign, or they don't sign guys to those crippling deals. They're long term that'll crush you. And you do wonder sometimes, if teams have that option, to get those good players, there's a downside because there's still a risk. They don't have to take those risks. It's a very risk averse kind of organization, somewhat by necessity, but also because it works. I guess the only real answer is to say that if you believe, if you look at what Andrew Friedman did in Tampa Bay, he was, smart enough and innovative enough and whatever to to succeed with Tampa Bay principles of paying attention to details and improving players, but also big market, checkbooks. So if he could do it, I think these guys could probably do it too, because they're proven, they're proven smart baseball people. Antonetti and Chernoff in their front office. I mean, Mark Shapiro nearly won a ring last year with Toronto, and that organization is going strong. So, yeah, I think you give a few more advantages, and they would figure out what to do with them. And I think teams like Cleveland and Milwaukee, who do so much well, it would be nice to see a system that rewarded them a little more for doing that.
Tyler Keaptainner joining us. He covers Major League Baseball, senior writer for The Athletic. Where does this team fit in their division? And it's a division that every year seems like somebody can make a little bit of a move. Guardians have been near the top. White Sox added players. Tigers looking good. Where do you see the Guardians?
Yeah, I think that the Twins are going to be really bad. I think, and I think the White Sox might be better, but they're not going to contend. So you have those two teams where you can really, hopefully get a lot of wins. And I think Kansas City's better, and they're a solid team. The question is just how good can Detroit be? I mean, that was their division all year long until the end of the year, and they've got Framber Valdez. I mean, we've seen what he does over the years. He's a pretty solid, number two kind of pitcher, right? Yeah. A lot of lefty arms thrown at you too. So and Cleveland's got some lefty hitters. So I think it's just a question of whether Detroit can take that next step, because Detroit's rotation is pretty good on paper. But what I would worry about them, and they also have some of those young players who have that upside potential as well. I haven't gone through to see who I would pick, but I think Detroit would probably get the most attention coming out of it. But they'll have a shot for sure. I mean, they always do. They're the Guardians, man. They just figure out a way, right?
Isn't that the truth? Tyler, we thank you for your time. Loved the story. It's really well done, and you should go read it. Tyler Keaptainner from The Athletic. You can follow him on X at Tyler Keaptainner. It's Keapner. We appreciate it, Tyler. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tyler.
All right, thanks a lot, fellas.
Tyler joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. And seriously, Andy, could that be any more typical? Wouldn't you think of the Guardians?
I think the overlying theme, though, is like you sit here and you read all this stuff about the Guardians, like last place, second last place, thanks to the White Sox, but it never turns out that way. In the beginning of the year, you sit here and like, what do they do in the offseason? And then somehow, some way, they're in it and they've got a chance. They'll always have a chance.
Tyler's story again, in a system stacked against them, the Guardians doubled down on their identity with no apologies. He said they kind of messed it up for him because they brought in Rhys Hoskins, but they didn't bring him in for much, so it didn't really change the story too much. Hoskins had some things to say about joining the Indians. We'll share those with you coming up right here on Baskin and Phelps. Don't forget Todd Monkin's press conference, coach of the Browns, NFL Scouting Combine, 1 o'clock. You'll hear it here on The Fan.
crafted brick oven pizzas, amazing sandwiches, cold drinks, and a vibe that gets your night started right. Kick off your night in the heart of Cleveland. Pizza 216, the perfect pre-event spot just steps from all the action at 401 Euclid Avenue.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson right now. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free and get 0% financing for 36 months plus $500 off your project. Restrictions apply. Call 216-243-6648. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 o'clock, what's happening?
Ho, ho, ho. Be here, Monk fans. Todd Monkin's press conference. What would that make everybody? I don't
Hey, we're the Monk fans?
Yeah, right?
People say we monking around.
I don't know. I don't want to go down that road.
We're too busy looking for quarterbacks to put anybody down.
I'm too busy inventing whiteout. I'll see you later.
That wasn't Mike. It was his mom.
I know, but that's why I'm not listening to your song. Like, his mom probably didn't care. Mondo.
So it was really great to have Tyler Keaptainner with us. He's a terrific writer for The Athletic and wrote a great piece about the Guardians. And he said, and then they went and signed Rhys Hoskins and almost screwed things up for me. Really didn't, though, because they bring in a guy who actually has a track record and they're paying him under $2 million, which is just, it's like, really? How'd that happen? But apparently that happened, Andy.
That did, and I wonder if that, like all these predictions of opening day lineups and things that, like ESPN has one out, MLB has one out right now. I was just looking at MLB's too. That I mean, both ESPN and Major League Baseball.com have Rhys Hoskins in the lineup, and everyone's got him hitting fifth. So I don't know. That could be the steal of the century right now.
Don't you think that's a great place?
I do.
To put him.
I also think it's interesting, Jeff, that MLB.com thinks Stephen Kwan is starting the season in center field. And the more, when this was sold to us a couple days ago, like, oh, maybe he's going to play center field. But I don't know. When MLB.com's sitting in there and they're saying, well, Kwan's going to start in center field on opening day, I don't know. I kind of believe it.
Our buddy Paul Hoynes, who covers the Guardians for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com, wrote a really nice story about Hoskins and talked to him in Goodyear. And this posted yesterday, I believe. And I take that back, posted this morning. It's really some nice quotes from Hoskins. And his deal in Milwaukee was this. He tore his ACL in Philly, missed a year, was going to be his free agent year. Ends up signing in Milwaukee and signs a pretty good deal, $34 million, something in that range for 2 years with an option for the third year. So he made some money there, did okay there. And this last year hurt his thumb when he had a collision at first base and then left the lineup. Andrew Vaughn came in and took over at first base and was on fire, and the Brewers kept winning. And when Hoskins was good to go, they decided to keep Andrew Vaughn in the lineup and also Jake Bowers, who we had here for a little while. And Hoskins sat. He wasn't on the playoff roster, but he was in the dugout. He was a good teammate and all that stuff. Hoynesy quotes Hoskins here. He said Vaughn, and that's Andrew Vaughn, was able to do what he was doing, and we were winning a ton. And so I understood. I didn't like it, but I understood where the Brewers are coming from. And then he said this, I still think I can be a productive, everyday player in this league, and that's what I'm set to do. I know it's still in there. I like it.
Guess what? So does everybody else, because I'm looking at him in our opening day lineup on ESPN and MLB.
Well, if he's not on the opening day roster, one of two things happened.
He's not on the team.
He got hurt.
Yeah.
Or he just didn't look good. I mean, I expect him to be in the lineup and get 500 at-bats this year. And if he's healthy, I think he will.
Yeah, I don't see why he wouldn't. I'm just looking at the roster, and it just builds a little bit in that middle of the lineup. Ramirez doesn't. I mean, you got to protect him somehow.
You had Jose and you had Kyle Manzardo, and then you had your fingers crossed, Andy.
Yeah.
And now I think you have another bat that you think, for instance, I want to see Manzardo get 500 at bats this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think he earned them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he hit last year, second on the team in runs batted in, second in home runs. He earned those at bats. I think he gets a position, he plays, and if he and Hoskins basically rotate between first base and DH, fine, do it right now.
Good with it, yeah.
You don't need to get David Fry at bats as a DH at the expense of Rhys Hoskins. Now, can David come back and help you? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how he hits, and we'll see what he's able to do. You don't need to get Daniel Schneemann at bats at the expense of Kyle Manzardo. As a left-handed, you just don't.
I cannot argue with you.
You don't need to do that.
Bit on that. Yes.
You don't need to do that. I think we need to go Mike Hargrove here. Starters are starters for a reason. Start Hoskins, start Manzardo, and let him get set and let him go win some games. Hoskins told Hoynesy this, and I thought this was a. Remember, he went into free agency after the Brewers didn't pick up his option, and his agent is Scott Boras. If you know anything about Scott Boras,
I know
Scott is the hardcore agent as far as getting top dollar for his guys. But as Tyler just told us from The Athletic, he wants his guys on the field as well. So what they're going to do this year is hope Rhys Hoskins has a good year and reestablish his value. And if that means he's here for 1 year, fine. He's here for 1 year. That's fine. But Hoynesy heard this from Hoskins. Free agency didn't look exactly the way that I envisioned it. Which, well, that's...
The fact he's with us means that's true.
Well,
there's no question.
But Andy, that's... To vocalize that, he understands what's going on. He said, but in talking to Voter, so you're already calling him Voter, that's good. And the way he sees this team in the game, I think it matches up with a lot of things that I've been able to do in my career. Long history of winning here, at least in my time in the big leagues. And it's super exciting to me as well. I'm trying to come in here, find a way to make an impact and make this team and help these guys win. And I like it. We'll see. 500 at-bats, please, for Rhys Hoskins. Todd Monkin's press conference, 1 o'clock. Headlines until we get a better name. Coming up next on...
this afternoon, they'll be playing host to the Rangers. Not only will Slade Zaccone be making his spring debut on the mound, Stephen Kwan will be out in center field for the first time. No word yet on when Rhys Hoskins will find his way into the lineup. However, Stephen Vogt did say it would be sometime this week. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
18 minutes away. Can't wait. Todd Monkin. Todd.
Monk.
Oh, you said Monk. I said Todd.
Monk live.
Monk live.
Monk like football. Monk live.
That's terrible.
Monk tell you what you need here. Quarterback.
He and everybody else at the scouting combine in Indianapolis. We will hear Todd Monkin's press conference. 1 o'clock right here on The Fan. So rip the knob off, Andy.
Monk friends with Mongo.
Or punch the little thing and bust it so it won't change.
I can't even crack a smile.
Well, you know why? Dan wants to get right to it. So, Dan, get right to it. Headlines.
Or until we come up with a better name.
Yeah.
Live from the 35-second newsroom, Dan Menningen.
Are you going to do the voice thing every time now?
Yeah, I love it. It was my dream.
I wonder if we need to just record it.
Hey, you want me to just do that?
Well, I mean,
no, I want you to do a different one every time.
Okay.
Oh, okay. We could do that.
Yeah.
Live from the newsroom.
Pick another increment of time.
Yeah, sure.
All right, gentlemen, we will start with the National Football League.
Oh, there's another one.
As announced by the NFL that the Jags will play 2 games in London. Word floating around as those will be back-to-back games in London as well.
They've done that before, haven't they?
Yeah, last year the Vikings did that.
Yeah, that's
they had back-to-back.
Yep.
Wait. Say this again. Back-to-back games at 2 different stadiums in London? Is that what they're doing? Is it? I'm confused.
I just know.
Andy's asking for more info than Dan has.
I'm sorry.
This is more information than I have.
Well, you said back-to-back. I was like, are they going to do like a baseball doubleheader? Or
we will put in more phone calls. We'll put in the work, get 2 sources, and try to confirm that to the best of our ability.
Okay. Even though, you can put this one on me. Our team went out there, did all the work, and you know what? I know we missed that field goal, but this one's on me.
We'll get it fixed.
Yep. We missed that extra point. That one's on me. Missed that block. That one's on me. And then you see, what's the shelf life on? It's on me.
We got that fixed.
That's right.
Commanders will also be going to London, believably, in a different game. Gentlemen, what do you think of having back-to-back games in London? They did it last year with the Vikings. It seems like that's something that they're doing more and more with the Jags as well. We know the NFL likes this. We know the NFL wants this. But is this good for the NFL? Mr. Baskin, we start with you.
All right. So I hate to take this back to the USA Hockey game on Sunday, but it does. I watched that game. It was awesome to watch. And then when it was over, it wasn't even noon. And I said to myself, wow. If the NFL played today, we'd just be getting moving. So I used to not like the 9:30 a.m. game. Couldn't stand it. I think if we were a winning team, I'd like it more. So I don't have a problem with it. I'm good with these 9:30 games by the NFL. And get ready, because you're going to get at least 17 of these in the near future.
I don't necessarily care for them. Although, once you turn on the television, if you're not going or your team's not going, you turn on the TV, it's football. So what the hey? I'm not a huge fan. I know they're trying to expand the game globally. I get that. Why? Dollars. I get it. I'm just not a huge fan.
So your combine update, Arizona State wide receiver Jordan Tyson not doing any on-field workouts or testing at the combine, working his way back from an in-season hamstring injury.
Yeah. He has some injury issues.
So he'll be doing talking. He'll meet with teams.
Which is nice.
We will not see him run the gauntlet or do any of that stuff. But someone we will see do workouts. Andy, you ready?
Yeah.
Drew Aller's throwing at the combine.
All right,
baby.
good.
Come
Good
on,
for him.
Drew.
Mm-hmm. Drew Aller will be throwing at the combine. Don't know how much more he's going to do besides throw at the combine, but he is coming off of ankle surgery, and we'll see where he is in the process.
We won't be seeing catching passes? Tyron Montgomery from John Carroll, who lit it up at the Senior Bowl. Why is he not there? Why is he not there?
Are you his agent?
No, I was absolutely just kind of captured by the whole story. I'm like, guy from John, and all the execs.
You know, he ended up at John Carroll because he kind of just ended up at John Carroll, and it worked out great.
Okay.
He didn't play high school football.
Okay.
He walked on at LSU basketball.
Okay. He's an athlete.
Ended up, I think it was at Nicholls State, and like barely hit the football field.
Good resume. Keep going.
And he ends up at John Carroll, and he lights it up.
Yes.
I mean, the guy didn't play high school football.
So?
And apparently, no, I'm just,
okay.
it's a phenomenal story.
Yes.
That's my point.
Why is he not at the combine?
He was
Good,
out.
we're here to paint the picture as great storytellers.
He was.
Oh, you can't do that at the
Wow.
Olympics anymore.
Painting stories.
Wow.
You know, I really didn't miss that at the Olympics. this year.
Apparently, his brother plays quarterback somewhere. And his brother was throwing in the backyard, and he needed somebody to throw to. So he brought
Cut to footage of kids.
He brought his brother out, who had never played football, and said, "Hey, can you catch passes for me?"
Child comes out with a pair of glasses.
He's
and
running
tape in the
pass
middle.
patterns, and running, and he had played basketball. It was
Go to
his
the-
game.
Go to the fire hydrant, Willie, and make a left.
And he said, "Hey, dude, you can do this. You ought to think about this." So he did. And he ends up
dream
at
was
John
born
Carroll, and
that
somebody's
day.
going to draft him.
And the next thing you know,
when he decided to put down that lead-based paint and really give it a whirl for football.
Forgive
he
me
stood
adding
there.
some context
he stood there.
to the idea of, he's from John Carroll, we got to draft him.
After
Should be
going
at the
through
combine.
After going up the elevator at Don Shula Stadium, he looked out and saw that his future was on the AstroTurf
Oh.
of University Heights, Ohio.
Forgive me for adding some actual information.
And what's it? What's the film called? It's not black and white. It's like a yellow tint.
Oh, shoot. I know
to
what
go
you're
into
talking about.
There's a word for it. I can't remember.
Oh,
I gotta look
goodness.
Do you know
Begins
what,
with a C.
Yeah,
Is
what
that chromatic?
Is,
Is
it
that
like
what
that?
is,
It's
or-
something like that.
Whatever. We'll Google
Yeah.
it later.
Oh, I can't wait till this movie's made.
We'll Google it later. Stephen Kwan in center field for the Guardians today, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Jeff
baby.
gets what he wants.
Yes.
Outstanding.
How did I know this several years ago and the Guardians just figured it out?
I don't know. Let me ask Reese Hoskins. He'll tell us the answer.
All right, we're excited for that
That
one.
bad
Something
thing is I've been rooting for Sandy Koufax to join the rotation. That hasn't happened.
Yeah.
There's a Sandy Koufax wormhole. We'll go down later.
Yeah, I don't.
Anyway, there's a really, really uncomfortable story that has taken place in San Diego Padre camp. Kevin Acey, who covers the Padres for the San Diego Tribune, tweeted this out. Matt Waldron, who is a knuckleballer for the Padres, has been shut down. He then followed it up with this. Had a procedure for an infection in his rear end, according to manager Craig Stamen.
Oh.
Is week to week. Going to be a little more difficult for him in the starting rotation out of camp. Yeah, I think he's got bigger problems right now than that. Turns out infection in his rear end is hemorrhoid surgery.
Well, you know how to fix that.
Ooh, man, that poor guy.
Oh.
Stop taking your phone in the bathroom with you. Don't take the newspaper.
That poor guy. Oof.
So what are you saying? Do your business and get out?
Yes. Quickly. I'm just saying. I mean, this is real life advice from Uncle Andy.
Sounds like somebody who's got some experience in this area, Dan.
No, I'm just saying. You know why? Because at the 1981 All-Star Game at Old Municipal Stadium,
I
do you
was
remember
Also in
this?
that yellow footage,
I
right?
sat in front of Dante Lavelli.
Yeah. Do you remember what Pete Rose said to George Brett as they were looking at each other? At least this is what my dad told me because we were sitting right behind home plate, row double Z upper deck, that we won in a lottery.
Well done.
You know what he said to him?
I can't wait to hear.
How's your
Get
backside?
fired.
But he didn't use the word backside to George Brett. Remember, George Brett had those problems.
Well, Andy, I think there are more than 2 people in baseball who have had those problems. My guess is that happens from time to time.
Oh, I love when you're just so. You know, Dan.
George Brett has had those
You know,
problems.
Dan, more than 2 people
Matt
have had this
Waldron
issue.
has had.
You know, Dan, when a man and a woman.
That's what we don't need that one today.
Check, please.
We don't need that one today. Lord knows we've towed this line enough times.
Some things
Who are you, Eugene
get
Levy?
crazy. Sometimes you just go crazy.
American Pie?
No, this is the speech Al Baskin gave me.
Just
Sometimes
pulled into
when
a
a man and a woman,
Dan, let me
I'm
know
like,
when-
Dad,
let me know when
Dad,
to
what are
talk.
you doing? What are you talking
Don't
about?
get pulled into a meeting.
I'm not going to get pulled in a meeting. I'm like, Dad, what are you talking about? He goes, well, and he was just sweating profusely all over the place. I go, Dad, I'm in 8th grade now. We had sex ed in 5th grade, and we had it again in 8th grade. He goes, well,
He felt he had to, Andy.
No, and then he said, he goes, wait, what? You already know all this stuff? I go, Dad, yes. And he was like, phew, all right, tell your mom you're good. Okay.
On the talk of sex ed from Andy's dad and hemorrhoids, Todd Monkin's press conference coming up about 7-8 minutes away. You'll hear it right here on the Fan. And I bet he doesn't get any questions about sex ed or hemorrhoids.
Oh, man. All right. Hey.
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Yeah,
Keep talking, will you?
I'm just having flashbacks to my mom and dad.
Okay.
Talking to me. Thank you. Speaking of talking, we've been talking about it for 2 years now. And in 2026, it's finally the year to renovate that kitchen. It's time for Choice Cabinets. We're talking about hundreds of local contractors that get it done fast and smarter because they've used a local company like Choice Cabinets. And they haven't forgot about that.
later this afternoon to play host to the Rangers. Slade Ciccone making his spring debut, and Stephen Kwan will be out in center field for the first time. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Minutes away. Todd Monkin's press conference at the NFL Scouting Combine. And tomorrow the players get on the field.
I know, man. I'm so excited. They got their pajamas today. They got their uniforms today. They're going to get out there and they're going to run. It's going to be fun. It's got to be exciting, though, if you're one of the players, right?
Well, it's your opportunity, right? You get to show your stuff. Some guys will lose a lot of money in the next couple of days.
Some guys are going to make money.
And some guys are going to make money in the next couple of days.
It's the press conference itself, though. I mean, Dan doesn't sleep at night because he loves these press conferences so much. And I know that he was like, oh, I wonder what Monk's going to say. I wonder what he's going to say. That doesn't sound like you're losing sleep.
I wonder what Monk is going to say. What are we supposed to call him?
Coach.
Todd? Well, he didn't coach you. Doesn't coach me.
Are you serious?
Did you call Kevin coach?
Wait, you're saying you wouldn't call someone a coach if they were a coach?
I usually don't use the word coach. I prefer their first name.
If you were doing
or Mr.
So when you do a high school football game and you walk up to the coach before a game, do you say Mr. Smith or do you say coach?
I say usually their first name.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I say coach.
Different strokes.
Yeah, I don't
Neither
know.
one's wrong.
No, it's not wrong. I think coach is a respectful term.
What are they supposed to call you?
What do they call me, or what do?
I mean, I think calling a person by their name is respectful.
Well, depends if they're playing for you. So I'm a little lost where we're going. Like the athletes that I have playing for me, they call me coach.
Well, because you coach them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think when I see
other
coaches,
I don't call you coach.
No,
but you're a coach.
Okay, so when you're a coach and you say hi to and you see another person who's a coach,
Dan coaches. I don't call him coach.
Dan, I could call Dan coach, right? If I wanted to. What's up, coach? How are you?
Yeah, but mine's mostly in all sarcastic manners.
Well, that's true.
Nice move, coach.
I have a friend named Coach. I don't call him that.
I don't want to tell you what he calls you behind your back, but I don't think there's anything wrong with calling somebody coach, unless
there's nothing wrong with it.
Unless they're a baseball manager.
Then you call him Skip.
That's right. I can't believe I'm still horrified that the last time we had Mike Hargrove on, I called him coach at the end by mistake. At the end, I was like,
"Are you kidding?
Don't you remember this? It was like the beginning of the entire conversation. Hopefully, he thinks I was just joking because you remember. I remember,
Mike had a sign on his desk or above his desk that said, "Don't call me coach."
Don't call me coach. Yeah, and so I walked in there. I think it was.
Hiya, coach.
It was like one of my first times covering anything, and I walked into that into the manager's office, which was super tiny, and there were 1,000 people in there, and all I did was stare at that sign and go, "All right, make sure you ask a good question. Do not call him coach. Don't call him coach. Don't call him coach," because he had that sign up there, and I was freaking out about it. Do you think anybody else did, or is it just me? Just me?
It might be just you.
It was a little intimidating for a young reporter at the time.
Young.
I was just a young go-getter.
Regardless, Todd Monkin's going to speak. I can't wait to hear what he says because I want to. Dan, don't get mad at me. I want to get a feel for what this guy's going to tell us in press conferences. He's told us a little bit more.
Yeah, the introductory press conference is never the same as everything else. You're right.
I think he tells us a little bit more than previous coaches, than Kevin, some of the other coaches we've had here. At least I get that feel so far, but we'll find out. Dan has to keep his finger on the dump button just in case. So we have that in mind. And it's not that he's saying anything nasty, but just might say a word or two that probably shouldn't go over the air. So that's something to keep in mind, Dan. Remember that. But I'm anxious to hear what he says and contrast it with what Andrew Berry said yesterday about the quarterback stuff.
Yeah, Is he? I think he is going to be on the same page as Andrew Berry when he talks about the quarterback.
I would think so.
He is going to say, and people are going to say, well, what do you think of Shador? Yeah, I think Shador had I saw a lot of really good things. There's some stuff to work on.
How can he improve? Same type of an answer.
What do you think about Deshaun? Oh, well, he had a great career. He's been set back by injury and some other stuff. But you know what? From what I see or what they're telling me about his health, it's good. There's a possibility. He is not giving you anything. He's not going to give you anything. And he's going to leave the door open for a experienced veteran quarterback.
I hope he gets a specific question about such things. Because, I just – and we're not looking for bad things here or things where we can go, oh, well, he said this and Andrew said that.
Yeah.
We're just – I just kind of want to see if we can get a feel for what they're really thinking. Because right now, I think the only thing that we can really get a feel for, based on what Andrew Berry said yesterday, what he said previously since the season ended, what Todd Monkin said when he was hired, they continually mention looking outside the organization for a quarterback without being committal in the least to the guys who are here right now. And I wonder how adamant they're going to be about that moving forward and if that's truly the route they're going to go. I would be surprised if they go outside the organization and bring in a starting quarterback, like the starting quarterback. Wouldn't you?
It depends who it is. There's
who? Kyler Murray gets cut by Arizona. You're bringing in Kyler Murray.
I just saw that somebody had him as our opening day starter. ESPN had us as our opening day starter.
Tua's under contract in Miami, but the thought is that they're going to move on from him. You're gonna trade a fourth for Tua? Is that something that Todd Monkin wants to do? Is that the type of quarterback? Is Kyler Murray the kind of quarterback?
If Kyler Murray comes in, is it necessarily Todd Monkin's call? Do you understand what I'm saying on that?
I would not. I would think that Andrew Berry is not going to saddle Todd Monkin with a quarterback that he wouldn't want to work with, or not his preference at quarterback. I mean, you have three guys right now who you can decide who's your preference of those three. And then is there anybody that you prefer more than those three who we have a legit chance to bring in here? I mean, to me, Jeff, that's the whole thing.
You ready for this? I know you don't want to hear this. What if those saying he's a bridge head coach are right?
I don't buy that, Andy.
I don't either, but what if they're right?
Well, you're bridge until you win 11 games. Then you get another year or 3.
I don't know the notion of bringing in a starting quarterback I think is slim.
Okay, we're on the same page.
Yeah, and I say that because the talent pool doesn't seem very big, and by the way, you've got this financial constraint too.
Every analyst you read, every NFL draft person, every NFL personnel guy you hear things from, you hear two things. Boy, this is not a great draft for quarterbacks. And boy, this is not a great free agent market for quarterbacks. Sorry that we're a team looking for a quarterback, along with about 6 or 7 other teams looking for a quarterback in this crummy offseason. That's why I think some team is going to sign somebody, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, somebody, and you're going to think, oh boy, they're stuck. And that guy just might pop.
Is Murray still under contract?
Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
I believe he is. They have to release him, which is what they're expected to do.
All right, Dan, I'm going to look at you like you know the answer. If you don't, it's not a big deal. What if – you're not going to believe what this is.
Yes,
what if they traded – and I know we're all talking about cap hit stuff. So
Shador for Kyler Murray?
No, Deshaun for Kyler Murray.
Cannot happen.
Okay, because –
dead cap hit would be obscene for the Cleveland Browns.
Okay. There's no relief on the player that you trade.
Nope.
Okay, all right.
Nope. All right. No, you're SOL. It's not happening.
It's a good effort, though, wasn't it?
I like it.
All right. So what is it, 12 seconds of your life for even asking? Just making sure.
No, it never hurts to ask the question.
I'd love to read the schematics on how this Deshaun Watson contract situation is going to end. How long are they going to have to pay him till? Especially if they have to stretch it out this year to try to get money to bring somebody in.
The Dome.
Into the Dome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably 28, 29 is what it's looking like right now. If not, maybe 30.
Wow.
Yeah, this leaves a mark.
Isn't that just a shame how that's worked out? I mean, when they made the deal, but their intentions were right. The intention of, we want to get a big-time quarterback in here who can help us win big. And they overlooked some things they shouldn't have overlooked. They gave up way too much to make it happen, and then gave him way too much compensation. I mean, there were three things that they had to decide, and they blew it on all three. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, the off-the-field issues should have just said, nope, we're staying away. The compensation, when you think about the off-the-field issues, should have made you think, nope, we're good. And he doesn't want to come here, so let's throw more money at him and make him come here. You should have stopped there, too.
Gentlemen, we now go live to the Combine for Browns head coach Todd Monkin.
I mean, how cool is this? I'm with Mike McDonald and Vrabel. It's a hell of a deal. I really don't have an opening statement, so if you guys want to start, you can start. Sure he can. I think what you see is elite playmaking ability. That's in him. You've seen it. We've seen it. You saw it in college. You saw it on tape last year. Sure, there's a ways to go, but what rookie isn't? I mean, what first-year player doesn't have a long way to go? So I'm excited to get started with him and all of our quarterbacks and all of our players.
Do you feel like you have to have QB1 set going into training camp, or is that something you open, Shador, Deshaun, whatever QB?
You would hope that that's the case. You would hope that by the time you get to training camp that the reps that you're giving to a quarterback is for your starter. Whether we get to that place, I don't know. That'll be determined in the off season as part of it. It's just another part of the piece.
I haven't heard you use the phrase open competition yet at that position. Is there an open competition?
Sure. I think it's an open competition. I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be an open competition. And I don't mean that saying it harshly, but I don't think there's enough on film over the last couple of years, one way or the other, to say, boy, we have a starter at quarterback yet, whether internally or externally.
Do you feel it's important to add an external quarterback to that mix?
I wouldn't say it's important to, but we're going to do our due diligence to make sure that our roster, that we put ourselves in the best position we can to score points, which starts with that position.
Todd, you've been busy assembling your staff, but have you been able to familiarize yourself with the entire roster through video review?
No.
When will that happen?
Oh, starting this week. When we get back, we'll have a chance to, I think, have a pretty good idea offensively. That's probably where it started in terms of as we're getting closer to free agency. But I'll get a chance the next few weeks to be able to take a deeper dive into the whole roster.
So many different styles of quarterbacks. I've seen them on most recently. But, you mentioned the one thing you look for is kind of that it factor. But, when you're evaluating guys, especially coming out of college, what are, the traits that you're looking for?
Well, first off, anybody that's coming out in the draft, quarterback or any position, you've got to do a great job, which our scouting department does, of vetting people that have been around them for an extended period of time. Because 20 minutes or an interview doesn't do it justice. I mean, you've got to make sure that the people that they've been around are able to say the words that you're looking for in terms of how they carry themselves, how they are on a day-to-day basis, how they are around their teammates, how are they third downs, 2-minute, critical situations. All of that comes into play.
Andrew yesterday talked about your Ravens offensive line had some power, had some movement. Do you have preferences on your tackles, your guards, your centers, some of them power, more movement-oriented, those kind of things? Or are you just looking for the best players at those positions?
Well, it's like every position, right? big, fast, physical, can move, can pull, can all those things you're going to look for ideally. But ultimately, like I've told them, is take the best players and we'll make it work. Now, it's a little bit different when you're talking about tackle, guard, and center and the differences in terms of their skill set. But I think you can win with power guards. I think you can win with lighter guards that can pull and get on the perimeter. I think you can win with tackles that, can play with power and ones that you'd rather have in a wide zone scheme. To me, what you're looking for most of all is consistency, because you can coach around, if they're tough and they're consistent, and I think you can coach around that and scheme that. But if they're not physically tough consistently, and their day-to-day is inconsistent, very hard game day.
What difficult is it to mesh? Defensive side is almost all returning coaches from last year, except for Mike. And then the offensive side, it seems like it's a lot more guys coming. What's that meshing process like of meshing different personalities, different backgrounds, all of that together?
Well, that's part of it. I mean, I do think when you're putting a staff together, you're talking about developers, and then there's schemers. I mean, and then if you're lucky enough to find guys that are elite at developing and scheming, a lot of times they end up being coordinators or head coaches. So you got to have a great mix of those two that not only develop your roster, but then game day or during the week leading up to game day, you put your best foot forward in terms of tactically getting after opponents. So I think we've got a great mix of this, but this is also the NFL and everybody's paid to do a job. So the mix is real simple, right? I mean, we'll never forget that we have a job for our players and developing our players and coming up with the best plan possible. And that mixing part of it, I've never been around where it doesn't work that way. And if someone doesn't mix, then we pivot and go the other way.
Todd, to follow up on that and just the staff with Mike, what was impressive about him through the interview process and just with him being the first time?
Well, first of all, he came highly recommended by people that I respect in the profession. That was first and foremost. We were looking for somebody that had been a part of the same system or scheme, 4-down attack style defense. And so we started with that, because you're going to start people that were a part of that, coaches that were a part of that scheme, and see if they fit what we're looking for in terms of leading the men in that room on that side of the ball. Or you interview others that aren't really part of that scheme, but you feel like are the right guys in front of the players and our staff, but would learn that style. And we found a number of candidates we thought fit that. And when he interviewed, his energy, his juice, his vision for not only what we had from a player's standpoint, but what they'd done in the past and how he felt like he could take another step forward. And it just popped. What's that? How much time do we have? Oh, he's elite in a lot of areas. I've said this many times. He's got a gift for confronting anything that gets in the way of winning football without being confrontational. He just does. It's unique. He doesn't let it, linger. He'll come right down the hall and say, this isn't good enough. What can we do to change it? Where are we at? And the other thing is the off season's no joke. John, it's football every day, man. It is. How are we going to get better? Every year I was with the Ravens, it was offense 2.0, offense 3.0. What are we going to do to improve? Take advantage of our players' skill set. So he's nonstop. He's about winning football.
Todd, John made clear that when he came to the Giants, he wanted to be his offensive coordinator. I'm sure in your head, thinking about that, come and when you started to look at the Giants and Jackson Dart and all those things?
Of course. Of course. I was hopeful that I would get the Cleveland Browns head coaching job. That'd be silly to say that I wasn't hopeful of that. But I was excited to go to New York with Coach. Man, we get a Chip Lindsey question. From Missouri. Well, first off, Chip Lindsey, we hired him from Spain Park High School. He was Nick Mullins' high school coach who still plays for the Jaguars. And so we hired him at Southern Miss. Philosophically, we were aligned at that time. We were running air raid. I mean, it's 4 wide. You're throwing it around, minimal run schemes, and he fit what we were looking for at that time. But he's an elite football coach, connects with the players, great staff guy, adaptable systematically. He's not aligned to just one scheme. And we would have never done what we did at Southern Miss without him, because I turned the play calling over to him, and it allowed me to be a hell of a lot better head coach.
Yesterday, Andrew Berry said he wants to give Antonio the space and time to make a decision on whether to come back. Have you and Warhol talked to Antonio at all?
He came up to the office a few weeks ago, and we tried to talk him into it right then. I mean, but he was not in that position yet to say he wanted to come back. I'm for really good football players, and I'm for really good football players that are wired like Joel. There's not many wired like Joel. Like what he says, how he carries himself, how he prepares. I mean, it's unbelievable. He's a rare. I mean, how many years has he played? How many years was it that he's played now? 12 years, and the pounding he's taken and continued to play at such a high level.
To have that at least one anchor you can count on the offensive line, does that add to his value?
100%.
Todd, you talked about John Harbaugh's gifts as a coach. What do you think your best gifts are as a coach?
Oh, I don't. I'm not very good at talking about me. I don't know. Maybe a lot of guys are. I don't know. It's coaching football.
Is there anything in
Todd, when you look at Deshaun Watson working out down the board, I don't know if you've seen any of that, but what gives you the confidence, perhaps, that Deshaun Watson, who hasn't really started the full season since 2020, can come in here and make a legitimate run at the starting job?
I think any time that you have a player that at one time has exhibited the skill set at an elite level, I think you're always going to give them the benefit of the doubt that somehow we might be able to get that out of them again. And I think that's how you should look at every player. I've said that. You guys have heard me say it. I'm going to let it play out. I think it'd be completely unfair, just like it would be in any classroom setting, be it a history exam, and all the students walk in, and before they're actually given the exam, you give them a grade. Well, how would you give them a grade? Based on male, female, race, how they look, how they're dressed? I think that's unfair. Now, you're going to have some preconceived notions, obviously, because we have prior evidence, but I don't decide who plays. The players decide who plays. I've never decided who plays. I don't know. You'll have to ask him. I don't know how he'll view that. I know that I'm excited to work with him. I'm excited to work with all of our players on the roster. That's what you're paid to do as a coach. Just like Andrew's going to trust what we call on 4th and 1, I'm going to trust him that we're going to put an elite roster together. It allows us to build a consistent winner.
So we're 4 weeks into, or 4 or so weeks into being a head coach in the NFL. Anything stood out to you, surprised you about the role, things you've had to do, any of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, all the stuff you don't want to do. It's scheduling. It's the off-season schedule. It's everything besides the X's and O's. I say that jokingly, but there is a lot more that comes with it. I talked to a number of guys, said that's exactly what it is. It's your off-season schedule. It's everything within the building that whether it's from the training room, right, to the players' rehab, to the weight room, to you name it, what we're going to do in the off-season, how you're going to find the players. That's so far down the road, I don't even know yet.
With your experience, I know Harbaugh had a pretty strict regimen in his schedule. What's the biggest key that you learned to finding that balance between work ethic and quality of the shows where you can make
Oh, I think we got it pretty good. I don't see it that way. Like I mean, we get to coach football for a living. Like I don't understand how hard that is when people say, "Boy, the season is long." It is, and it's hard. But anybody that said get to do this, it's so cool.
Do you have any other position? When you say you haven't gotten a chance to look at your roster, does that also mean you haven't been able to dig in on any of the college prospects?
Oh, I've dug into that because obviously heading to the to the combine. I had to get a little preview of that, and then some of the free agents.
Have you gotten a chance to look at the tackles and receivers and decide how good a classes they have?
Haven't really got that far into it. I've had a little bit of a taste, and I'm excited about the prospects that are going to be there, when we pick it, whether it be 6 or 24 in the second round.
Do you have any positions on your staff to fill?
Assistant defensive line, and then we'll be done. We're interviewing guys as we speak.
Going back to you adjusting to life as a head coach now. Obviously, Baltimore didn't end the way you guys ultimately wanted. What did you kind of take from that experience in terms of things you might look at doing differently or learn from, or whatever it is?
Well, unfortunately, we didn't play winning football enough. I'm just going to speak to the offensive side because I can't speak to special teams or defense. I can only speak to, unfortunately, injuries, untimely turnovers, certainly things I could have done better as an offensive coordinator. Just didn't play winning football enough, and that's the way it is. It went that way, unfortunately, and I wouldn't say there's really anything that I learned differently other than all those little things matter. There's certain things from a day-to-day basis, from a coaching accountability, from a playing accountability, that when you're trying to find those margins that allow you to win those close games that we did have, and we just didn't find a way to win those. In the years previous, we did.
I feel like I know what you're saying here. Those margins were so tiny. Obviously, there's different words in NFL officiating. I was talking about it since the probably would overturn people being that was actually overturning Aaron Rodgers on his own pass. Do you ever think of any of those moments in this past season? Calls that might have gone either way, plays that might have gone either way. So maybe the difference between you being here or still being with the Ravens?
Not really. I mean, I'm not one to send in a ton of clips to the officials. I think they've got as hard a job as any. They're going to make mistakes like we make mistakes. I've never called a perfect game. A player's never played a perfect game. Officials have never called a perfect game. That's part of what we do. That's the imperfection of life. And so, to me, that had not. How do we know that? I don't have any idea at the end of the game how that would have turned out, that game or any other game.
Todd, going back to kind of the staff, Travis you bring over from Baltimore, George comes over from Baltimore. That core, those important spots, especially on the offensive staff, how important was it to have guys you had worked with previously, in Baltimore or other places?
I said that at the press conference, that it's critically important. And when I talked about what really makes one side of the ball the other go, which is really good players. Okay, you need really good players. Okay, then you need really good staff because you can't do it alone. The way to call a game is to have really good players, have a really good staff that helps put the plan together, and then you can call the game freely. So having George come over, Travis, who is our run game coordinator there, Danny Breyer, Ian Colsty, Mike Bajakian, the quarterback coach I worked with at Tampa, Jeff Blasco I worked with here at 19, allows you to get up to speed quickly. And sure, the playbook for those other guys isn't the same as it was when we worked previously, but philosophically we're still connected.
How do you go about writing a brand new playbook? Or is it proprietary ownership of Baltimore? You bring that over or what?
Well, it's hard to say. All the Ravens are in our division. They've got all our stuff. We're going to have to change some of it, for God's sakes. I mean, we can't keep the same calls. But you are who you are. I mean, what you believe in is what you believe in. You can't just flip. You may flip some terminology. There's some things you're going to have to flip terminology-wise, but what you believe in, how you attack people, how you go about your daily routine, your coaching staff has got to stay the same. That's why you got the job. You completely flip, then you're screwed. I mean, I don't know how you can do that. Anything in life, you have your belief system, and then you go with it.
What do you think Last one. Ty Simpson so far? Have you had a chance to really study him, and what are your thoughts on him?
I liked Ty when he was coming out. When I first got to Georgia, they hadn't offered him, and I went up there and talked to his dad. In fact, his dad, Jason, is a Southern Miss alum, and I was head coach at Southern Miss. So got to know them really well. really fond of Ty. Obviously, really good football player. Fired up for him, because in today's day and age, for him to stay as long as he did at Alabama and then get a chance to be the starting quarterback is pretty cool. I mean, that is really cool for him to live out his dream at the school he chose, whatever it was 3 or 4 years ago. I've lost track how many years it's been. What has it been, 3 years? Ty? 3 years, so that's it.
Thank you.
Well, that's Todd Monkin.
Monk.
He's the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. And he'll tell you more than Andrew Berry, and he'll tell you more than Kevin Stefanski. For instance.
Yes.
I think quarterback is an open competition. Not enough to say there's a number one guy here. Yes, you hope to have a number one quarterback before training camp starts. Thought that was interesting. Shedeur Sanders has elite playmaking ability.
Yes.
Excited to work with him. But then went, and all the quarterbacks and all the other players.
Excited to get started.
There's that one. Deshaun Watson, I thought this comment was really pretty good, Andy. Anytime you have a player who shared elite level skills or showed an elite level skill set throughout his career, you're hopeful that you can get that out of him again. And then his little analogy about the exam.
I thought that was good.
How can you give him a grade until he takes the test? He's going to look at these guys. He's going to look at the tape. As he said, you're going to have preconceived notions, but then you're going to give him your own test. And you're going to see what you think. And
I like that.
You're going to give him a grade.
That was probably my favorite part of the whole.
You know what that means?
Yeah.
There's an open competition at quarterback right now. And there should be. There should be.
He also said he wanted it settled, though, before camp if he could.
Well, he'd prefer that, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen, though.
You hope to have a number one quarterback before camp. Why not?
To decide who QB1 is before they get to camp?
Yeah.
You can't have both.
Yeah, you can.
You can have an open competition and have this decided before you get to camp?
Well,
you're saying you're going to have QB...
No, I'm not saying anything. He said it.
Well,
I'm just telling you what he said.
What I'm... Here, let me...
He said he hopes to have a number one quarterback before camp.
He hopes to have a number one... So where's the competition? Mini camp?
Yes. OTAs, mini camps, classroom.
Really? That's how quick you're going to pick your QB1 between these guys?
Well,
if they
Andy,
don't bring somebody else in?
That's what this man does for a living.
Yeah, but they're not in pads. They're not
man,
hitting. There's no way you can do that.
You tell Todd Monkin that. He just said he hopes to have one.
He also said it's an open competition.
Well, that open competition is underway. It's underway right now.
Okay. Great job at the chalkboard today. Okay, done. I've got my QB1.
Don't tell me. He said it.
Well, but you can't have both.
Well,
here.
tell him that because he said both.
I'm telling you that you can't have both.
Tell him.
Todd's not here. Monk's not here, man. He's not here. He's not in the room. I can't tell him that.
Do I have Monk stand-in on my forehead?
No, but what
I got
I'm
a lot
saying
of space
is
for
that
you
kind
can
of
fit all the letters.
That's kind of a contradiction of terms, isn't it? Like
well,
we
tell
want
him.
We want to have QB1
don't argue
set.
with me. He said it.
You're the one all
You're the one who's saying that Todd Monkin's already lying to us.
I didn't say he was lying.
Dan, he said he's lying, didn't he?
Everyone, calm down. We're all getting a little hot in a biscuit here.
Jeff,
let's
what
take
did
a
you put
deep
in
breath. It's okay.
How much sugar did you put on your cereal?
He
this
likes
morning?
Ty Simpson.
I think this falls under
No,
the realm
he knows Ty Simpson.
of
what,
a
Dan?
boy can dream. A boy can dream about having a quarterback competition solved before we hit training camp. You're allowed to dream at this point in the year. I think it falls under that realm. It's okay. There's no need to yell. Everyone play nicely.
Well, we know how they can have a number one quarterback before camp ever starts. That's sign Malik Willis for a lot of money.
Well, that's one.
That would do it. Would probably mean if you picked up Kyler Murray, you'd have a number one quarterback before training camp.
Unless you're bringing him in for a competition.
If you brought in Tua, if you traded for Mac Jones.
Yes. He left everything open. Nothing's changed. Nothing changed. Other than the fact he said open competition.
Wait a minute now. He said open competition.
We've heard that before. I'm a little more confused than I was before, but I understand what he's saying.
Monk clears things up. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books on Westwood One Sports. The Nuggets host the Celtics tonight, and if Jaylen Brown thinks he should be in the MVP conversation, what better way to prove it than on national TV against the three-time MVP and triple-double king, Nikola Jokic. Brown has 6 double-doubles in his last 13 games, 2 of which were triple-doubles. He's clearly trying to prove his worth any way he can. Jaylen Brown has more than 5.
Keaptainner will be in right, Daniel Schneemann playing left. Rhys Hoskins not in the lineup today. No word yet on exactly when he'll be making his debut, but Stephen Vogt did say it would be sometime this week. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Todd Monkin just had his press conference. That was fun. Andy and I talking about it, even more fun. Hey, Todd was with us shortly, a little while ago. Tyler Keaptainner wrote a great piece in The Athletic about the Guardians. He was with us at noon. If you missed a moment of those interviews or anything in our show, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I'm Jeff Phelps. This would be Andy Baskin.
That's me, man. Still me. Well, we heard from our coach. I feel a little bit smarter, and that's where I'm at. But I also need you to know.
Tell me.
That you can check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and, of course, Darryl Ryder, recapping all of the latest Browns news and moves ahead of this offseason in free agency and the draft. That's right. Yes, you can. You can listen right here on 92.3 The Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
At the end of his press conference, Monkin was asked about Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, who is considered by most the number 2 quarterback in this draft. Said, I like Ty. I talked to him while I was at Georgia. Really fond of him. His dad, Southern Miss guy. I went to Southern, I coached at Southern Miss. Fired up for him. Nothing more than nice things about a nice family that he knows. Don't read anything more into it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think he just, and by the way, he talked about the Southern Miss relationship that the father had been there and that he had coached there. And so
his dad's college coach.
Yeah, I just think he was just kind of like
Tennessee Martin.
Yeah. Just think he was kind of like, okay, yeah, I know him and I like him.
Ty. Great guy. Okay. Said nothing about his best gifts as a coach. It's coaching football.
That's a pretty awkward question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jeff Phelps, what's the best thing about Jeff Phelps? See, exactly. Yeah.
I feel like that's one of those prompts that then begins with like J, and then you put an adjective that starts with J, and then E, and an adjective that starts with E.
That's funny. I do think.
You never had to do that project, Andy?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, my gosh. English classes were notorious for it. They would have you take your first name, and then you'd have to find like 4 adjectives or adverbs
to describe
you. Yes.
Can you help me with the why?
It was the biggest bunch of horse hockey.
Should we be concerned, intrigued?
E is effervescent for Jeff.
And thank you. Anything.
A is audible, too.
That he used the word elite to talk about Shedeur Sanders' playmaking ability. And he used the word elite to talk about Deshaun Watson's skill set.
Do you have a good J word? Yeah, I'm into all that.
You guys get back to me when you're done with your show. I'll wrap this one up.
Forceful would be one of the F's.
You done?
Effervescent for E.
You done?
I like effervescent for E. Yes,
yeah,
that describes him.
Jolly for J. Wait, are we doing Jeffrey or are we doing Jeff?
I don't know if we got enough letters for Jeffrey.
Y's tough, man.
Y's hard. We may have to cheat.
Yeller. No, he's not a
Yes, because he's often known for that.
Yes. All right, Jeff. Welcome back to the show.
You guys done now? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here we
done.
go.
We just take breaks.
Yes.
All right. I need an honest answer. Dan, Monkin press conferences better than Stefanski or Barry press conferences?
Yeah, but that's not a high bar. They're still pretty snoozeworthy.
At least you said yeah. So that's good. I agree with you on that. I thought Todd actually said some things.
They're still snoozers, though.
Do you not think, really, Andy? Let's just say, okay, you're going to have guys on the field coming up.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have OTAs. You're going to have meetings. You're going to be dissecting every bit of video you can get your hands on.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're actually going to see these guys on the field, if you're Todd Monkin, before training camp. You don't think it's possible that one quarterback, and pick whichever one you want, or one that's not even here yet, clearly shows that he is better suited to be the quarterback of a Todd Monkin football team than another guy? I think that's quite
Jeff,
possible.
If it's the three current quarterbacks in the room, you walk in and you say, Deshaun, here's the ball.
I would agree.
I don't think there's any.
Which Andy is how he can have a number one quarterback before training camp.
But you can't keep singing the open competition and expect. How can you already have your number one quarterback? You haven't even. The guys haven't worn pads yet.
Yeah, but
you're trying to tell me that these little 3-day mini camps are going to.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You coach hockey, okay?
Yeah, among other sports, yes.
What a guy. I coach other sports, too.
I'm Jeff Phelps. J is for jolly.
You can't tell me that within 5 minutes of practice with a new group of kids.
Yeah.
I'm giving you credit here.
Yes.
You can't tell me that within 5 minutes you haven't already identified who your three best players are.
I have. I do have one thing, though, that I have to keep in mind. Some players are practice players. Some players are gamers. Some kids don't fare well in practice and do a great job in games.
But you can still tell.
Yes.
There's a gentleman who's a high school baseball coach, and my boys took some lessons from him over the years, and he said something, and I thought, that's funny. And then I thought, yeah, you know what, you're right. And he said, when we open baseball practice, he said, I can tell by watching a kid throw 3 times whether or not he's going to make the team or not. And he didn't even use the number. He said, I can just watch him play catch. I know whether he's going to be on my team or whether he's not.
I don't know if that's fair. I mean, I
might
made
not be
mistakes
fair,
before,
but you
too.
know the truth.
Yeah, but then sometimes you got to come back around.
You watch
You're
a kid skate down the ice and shoot in an open net in first 5 minutes of your first practice.
Yeah, chances are if you miss that open net, I'm not happy.
Well, there it is.
Yeah.
Moment of the show, Meredith Kane. What might we have?
Our moment of the show came from Tyler Keaptainner and his thoughts on Travis Bazzana.
That is one way, and I didn't get to make that point. That is one way that they benefited from the system, because there was a lottery system that was put in to curtail tanking teams that just, would just tank for years on end to get the first pick. And the Guardians never do that. They never like just say, hey, we're going to tank here.
They would never make it in the NBA. They get relegated.
Yeah. So that's how they got Bazzana, because they won the lottery with the one season where they didn't make the playoffs recently. So I think that he's definitely, he's a dude, and I think he'll probably make an impact at some point this year. If he progresses the way he has, there will be no reason to keep him down, very long.
That was Tyler Keaptainner, and Tyler, senior baseball writer for The Athletic, joined us at noon, has a great piece on the Guardians, and I think that's really interesting. I'd love to see Travis Bazzana up here this year. Why? Because it means he's ready.
Yeah.
It would mean he's ready. Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. The number is 216-770-5488. We'll start with the man who keeps everything right on the tracks, just keeps us going, gets us right to Todd Monkin, does the headlines. He's the man. He's Dan Mennigan.
Smarter today because I thought everybody had to do that art project where you had to write your name and then come up with all the adjectives that went with it. I thought everybody did that. Oh, I'm right. I guess I was wrong. I'm smarter.
There you go. MK.
I didn't have to do that, but I think that everyone should have to, especially now as adults. But anyway,
You didn't have to do that either. We're like the same
I don't remember
age.
that. Yeah, no, I don't.
Damn.
Yeah,
So
but
with the wrong
I
schools.
have no idea. But I'm gonna say I am smarter because all of our conversations about the Cavaliers and their win over the Knicks last night. Go Cavs.
Mr. Baskin.
I think
Coach Baskin.
I'm going to get in trouble
Coach.
for the words that I just used for Jeff that I can't say on the air. Just the whole press conference itself, to give us some kind of framework of where he's going. I'll be honest. I mean, did he win the press conference to me? Yeah, he won it, because we heard some things that I wasn't expecting to hear. But I'm still a little confused how he's going to be 100% on QB1 going into training camp compared to saying we're having an open competition.
Well,
I think the open competition stuff is going to come back to bite him.
He didn't say we're going to have one. He said we hope to have a number one.
Yes, I'm with you. We hope to have one by one.
You think open competition comes back to bite him? Huh?
If he's already made up his mind before, Shador Sanders fans aren't going to be happy about that if Shador's not number one.
And our social media reactions are powered by Shipe & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelers.
Always. I'm smarter because he said all they need now is an assistant defensive line coach, and they're done. Todd's put his staff together. That's good. So that works out really well. He also said Joel Bitonio, 12 years in, playing at a really high level. We haven't talked about Joel. We're going to try and get into that tomorrow a little bit because I want him back. We'll see. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Afternoon drive now.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Yesterday at the NFL Combine, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni said, "I can't guarantee how anything will play out next season." When asked about wide receiver A.J. Brown, frustrations with Brown during last offseason have led to speculation this offseason.
that in mind while processing this game tonight?
I like the idea that if Malik Willis does fail, if Monkin likes him and after a year they realize this was just a complete waste of time and it doesn't work out, then you rip off the Band-Aid and you're still there for the 2027 draft. I need Monkin to be awesome and dynamic. This sets the tone for all future Monkin press conferences tomorrow does.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. That opened courtesy of NBC Sports and Peacock and Jax Gregory on the board. Yes, we've got Jake Murrin, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and, of course, producing today. If you are watching along on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, make sure to subscribe, a.k.a. ring that bell on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And don't forget to like our videos. We like to be liked, y'all. We got Matt Corelli. Oh, baby, on the 2020s today. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you today?
Did he set the tone the way you wanted it? We heard it in the open. Did Todd Monkin set the tone for you?
I got to tell you, first few seconds, I got a little scared, if I'm being honest about it, because he comes on up and he does this whole, oh, wow, Mike Vrabel's over there in the corner. And I said to myself, oh, no, are the lights too bright for Monkin? Like, you can't get starstruck because there are coaches that are you're in between right now doing their own press conferences. Get it together, Monkin. But he offset that with the laissez-faire nature of wearing a Jumpman hoodie mixed with a Nike hat. Like, he didn't take it too serious. He didn't make sure he was wearing a suit and got all serious about it all. And so, interesting. Parts of it, he definitely set the tone. Other parts of it, he almost put me to sleep. It's a good balance.
Let me just tell you this right now. No opening statement. That is a football guy move. I have no pre-planned thoughts. Fire away.
Yeah.
Give me your best. And he got some questions.
It's so funny because, like the Guardians, for instance, and how they address the team, that opening statement, Vogt spent so much time on it. But Tito used to always talk about he'd be up all hours of the night thinking about it and would take them weeks to come together and figure out that type of stuff. And sometimes we think these guys just spend so much time thinking about how they're going to present themselves and the opening statement, whether it's to the team or whether it's to us with the media. Monkin did not care at all.
Nope, did not. And let's just say, the man has not coached on the field for 6 weeks, still doesn't have a voice. Another football guy move.
I just don't think he has a voice.
Oh, no.
That is years of football, that is of him yelling, that has cost him his voice.
He sounds like Jimmy Bicker's staff on the second half of a back-to-back where the officials gave the Cavs about 5 calls. We're thinking about 4 years. No, actually, think year 2 of JB.
Yeah, no,
when they weren't getting anything.
Always hoarse voice.
But I got to say, sounded like a football guy. And we do have, he said some things.
He gave us enough, and ultimately, that's kind of what we're looking for. Give us enough, and then you can also kind of put me to sleep at times, but then I'll be up when you give me something, and he gave us enough.
So we also got the intricacies of building a coach staff, which I don't know who thought to answer that question. Please don't again. Let's just say this. Mary Kay, you did
Mary
us
Kay
a
was
solid.
great. That was an A+ performance out of Mary Kay today.
Ashley Bastock, who's going to be joining us at 3:20, did us a solid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to mention Chris Easterling's name, but I got to tell you, Chris, I'm expecting better the next time, and I'm saying this mostly in jest.
Did the beat just get bored with these throughout the years with Stefanski? Did they forget that if you ask a really strong, direct question, you have a chance of getting a really strong, direct answer back?
This was the beginning of the awakening.
I hope so.
Because Mary Kay was throwing about 99 miles an hour, not chin high, but we're talking right down the plate. And Todd Monkin did provide. And I actually want to get to, because he said some interesting things about Ty Simpson, who's obviously going to be a big talking point this week at the Combine. He said some interesting things about Shedeur, maybe the strongest statement we've heard from the Browns to this point on Shedeur. But it's actually his comments on Deshaun Watson. And obviously the conversation becomes how serious of a contender is Deshaun Watson in his quarterback room. And I thought this first answer from Todd Monkin was really interesting.
I think any time that you have a player that at one time has exhibited the skill set at an elite level, I think you're always going to give them the benefit of the doubt that somehow we might be able to get that out of them again. And I think that's how you should look at every player. I've said that. You guys have heard me say it. I'm going to let it play out. I think it'd be completely unfair, just like it would be in any classroom setting, be at a history exam and all the students walk in, and before they're actually given the exam, you give them a grade. Well, how would you give them a grade? Based on male, female, race, how they look, how they're dressed? I think that's unfair. Now, you're going to have some preconceived notions, obviously, because we have prior evidence, but I don't decide who plays. The players decide who plays. I've never decided who plays.
There's a moment in there I started sweating during the press conference when he's like, how they look, their race. And I was like, please, Todd. Todd, you've been on the job for about 4 weeks, buddy.
He also went with this weird school analogy where it's like, all right, fine, brand new season, brand new school year, no teacher should give a kid a D before he gets a D. But if the previous 3 years this student only got D's or F's, I got a pretty good assumption what's going to happen this year.
I think this is going to catch a lot of attention. Of anything that he said, I think this is going to catch a lot of attention. And I guess I took it more, his message is open-minded, which there's no, whether it's Shedeur, Deshaun, anybody that's on this roster, there's literally no reason to not have an open mind with any of them because, one, he even said it, he only knows so much of this roster at this point since taking over the job because you're still familiarizing yourself and building out your offseason and building your coaching staff. And two, it's a 5-win team.
Yeah,
he'll take wins any way he can find it, which is what I need from my head coach.
I think it's the right mentality to have. I love it. But the idea, though, and it's a kind of a little bit of a cop-out of a line, in my opinion, where he's like, well, the players decide who actually ends up playing. It's like, okay, I like that approach. It passes the buck, so the responsibility isn't on you ultimately. But it's an interesting thing to think about because if you really do believe that, then all right, what they did in the past doesn't matter at all. What you see in the next 6-7 months, whatever that is, until we get there, 8-9, that's the only thing that does matter is how they look to Todd Monkin, and it's almost like everybody's been given this fresh slate, which is interesting.
I think that's where we should be, and I really do think and again, Kevin has built his thoughts on players in this roster across 6 years, but my biggest frustration is it felt like this is my guy, this isn't my guy, right? I think we had that with Dylan and Shedeur. And it kind of drove me crazy because it's like, no, screw that. Once they're here, clean slated. I don't care what happened in the pre-draft process. Let's just let guys play.
If we're staying with the school stuff, it's kind of like when you go from 8th grade to high school and you have a brand new situation. You can become the goth kid if you want to. You can become whatever you want. You can change your identity.
I would not become the goth kid.
Some people did.
We like goth kids. It is a tough road to hoe for anybody out there.
I was always a very preppy kid in general.
I would have loved to see goth Jonathan.
8th grade to freshman year, we just kind of maintained the course. It was never going to be goth kid. One of my best friends in life, he ended up becoming very gothy in that moment, and I was like, I guess we're not friends anymore. I guess this isn't how this works for us.
It didn't matter what school I was in. It didn't matter where I was. I couldn't beat the hick allegations.
You moved a ton, though.
Yeah.
And so every time you moved, didn't you think to yourself, I can reinvent myself? They don't know anything about previous Nick Wilson.
I had those delusions of grandeur until they saw me and hick. Yep. Okay.
and then
when you're a hick in Wadsworth, and then a hick at Cloverleaf, and then a hick in Dayton, and then a hick in Woodridge, you're just a hick.
Yeah.
There's just really no way when you change the environment, and I'm still a hick. Well, at some point, there's no beating them.
And that might be true for Deshaun Watson, for instance, right? Like he might try to dress this thing up as if he's got a fresh slate, but ultimately, at the end of the day, if you're an injured quarterback, you're probably going to end up being an injured quarterback as well.
Now, something to watch is there's what Todd Monkin says about benefit of doubt, and again, there's just not enough of anything in this room to come in and say, well, I'm going to go on preconceived notions or whatever. Nope, it's Deshaun Watson, it's Shedeur Sanders, and it's Dylan Gabriel for now. Let's kind of see, let's just let it play out and maybe see what else you add to the room. But there's no reason to discount Deshaun Watson if you're Todd Monkin, even if you're Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry thinking we have many reasons to discount Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, but I think this speaks, though, to the idea that I think there's still a segment of people that think this whole Deshaun Watson being part of the discussion is just a farce and is just kind of lip service, and he's not actually a serious threat to be a starter in week 1, and this read differently than that.
Yeah, it is, but I will say, right now it's a little bit of both, right? Deshaun's going to be in the room, so there's some sort of credible threat. But also, deep down, in places that they won't talk about out in the open, the Browns really are hoping for anyone but Deshaun week 1.
I think you have to be hoping for that. But
I don't think Monkin does, but I think for the rest of the Browns, yes.
That's the thing. I don't think Monkin cares. I think Monkin legitimately looks at I think he looks at every player as if They have no pro football reference page at all. There's no preconceived thoughts, no anything. Who they are is what they present to me in the next upcoming months. And so if you're going to take that, then Deshaun's got just as good of a chance as anybody. So now if you sign like a Malik Willis or someone like that, then the convo's way different.
Not for me. No, Malik Willis hasn't done diddly squat in the NFL. I'm sorry, we just have to keep saying it because there's such a swell of Malik Willis is the truth. What was it? Jordan Schultz saying maybe 2 years, $60 million.
Oh, did you say 2 years on it?
I remember seeing the $30 million annually, guys. Like every quarterback conversation that we're going to have has some intrigue and there's some risk and then there's some probability of it working out. And we can get into all three of those buckets. But when the rest of the NFL is so thirsty for quarterbacks, pardon me if I look at this and go, I'm going to sit out on that one because this has reached the point of stupidity.
Oh, and I'm fine with sitting out Malik Willis as well. But if you trade for Malik Willis and give him a 2 or 3 year deal and it's worth $30 million a year, he becomes your starter day one.
Yeah,
I would say the same thing with Kyler Murray, too.
So I think you're right that that's how it would go. And my response would be, no. I just don't think you have to do that. The money's here to get him here. But that's like the idea that you could just gift Malik Willis a job based off 155 pass attempts for a former third-round pick who's had like 2 good games in his career. I think this is just really problematic to me.
That's what comes with the Malik Willis deal is that you've scouted him, you like him enough based off of what you've seen in order to have that commitment. That's why I don't have the commitment with him because he's instantly your day one starter in my opinion.
Oh, Lord. Roberto Shenanigans has given us Goth Jonathan. Can I tell you, before you look on social media.
Oh, no.
You actually look really good. I think you actually pull off Goth in this really because you still have a smile. So you got a smile.
Okay, that's nice. I think I look bad in every photo, though, so it's not going to go well for me.
But the eyeshadow really, like, pops those eyes of yours.
Yeah.
The hair, I mean, honestly, I think Goth Jonathan works. It works, doesn't it?
It's not horrible. I mean, it's horrible, but it's also not horrible.
Yeah, I don't really know how that's possible. That feels
I think when I described it, I think it's exactly right. It's horrible. If I saw this coming down the street, I'm going, this kid messed up in a lot of ways, but also it doesn't look that bad of me.
216-474-0092. I am retweeting this. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Does Goth Jonathan work? I think it works, buddy.
Legitimately had like a very close friend of mine become Goth, and I'm like, I guess we're just not friends anymore. I guess this is it. We just call it a day.
You got to send him this picture on Facebook and said, I chose poorly.
4 years later, he stopped being Goth, by the way. We'll just let that stay.
Yeah.
How many people stay Goth into their like beyond high school age?
Well, it ages into a more mature Goth, and they end up being some of the coolest people on the planet. I have a few friends who were Goth in high school who then graduated, and they were the coolest people in college because they weren't, saying poser anymore.
I think Cam Justice told me once she used to be like a big emo in like high school, and there was a lot of emo phases there, and they're like, you grow out of it. You grow out of it. Not adult Goth, though. That's weird.
216-474-0092. What does the benefit of the doubt mean that you heard from Todd Monkin for Deshaun Watson? Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com at 3:20. We'll ask her what stood out about what Todd Monkin had to say. Daryl Ryder at 4:20 today. We'll talk a little bit of Cavaliers for that win over the Knicks yesterday. And, of course, Combine Week. And then we got Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports to talk 28 games. That's how much James Harden and the Cavaliers will have played together. Is that enough to figure it out? And the nice Knicks win for the Cavaliers. But we've got plenty of sound coming in from the Combine. We've got plenty of news coming in from the Combine. You're going to hear it all show long. 216-474-0092. What does benefit of the doubt mean for Deshaun Watson? And perhaps the strongest statement on Shedeur Sanders came from Todd Monkin today. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Morgan.
20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Todd Monkin at the NFL Scouting Combine.
I think any time that you have a player that at one time has exhibited the skill set at an elite level, I think you're always going to give them the benefit of the doubt that somehow we might be able to get that out of them again.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
I think what you see is elite playmaking ability. That's in him. You've seen it. We've seen it. You saw it in college. You saw it on tape last year. Sure, there's a ways to go, but what rookie isn't? I mean, what first-year player doesn't have a long way to go? So I'm excited to get started with him and all of our quarterbacks and all of our players.
That is Todd Monkin with maybe the strongest statement we've heard for anyone from the Browns make about Shedeur Sanders in the year Shedor's been here.
That was as good as it gets, Nick.
You feeling good?
Well, no, not necessarily, because then he also kind of hinted towards Deshaun being elite. We heard his comment about Ty Simpson, where basically Ty Simpson can walk on water. Apparently, he's awesome, and according to Monkin. I got a little bit of a fear Monkin might have a little bit of Coach Riz syndrome hanging around there, where he hasn't met a quarterback he doesn't like.
All right, maybe he hasn't met a quarterback that he doesn't like yet because he's seen the state of the quarterback position this offseason, and he realizes no matter where he's going, he's going to have a real open mind
kind of
about
like
where
us
the Browns
in
go.
all of these conversations where we're convincing ourselves of Malik Willis, or at least some people are, or Kyler Murray, and it's like, guys, we don't think this person's winning the Super Bowl. We just think this might be the best option of the bunch. We're in the used DVD bin section. We got to live there.
I do, and listen, I've been guilty of it with Ty Simpson. I've been guilty of it with Malik Willis. I think everybody on the station has been guilty of this to one degree or another. There is no quarterback scenario that we should undeniably be out on this offseason. Now, there's the risk versus the probability of it happening, and those are, again, two of the three buckets we're going to talk about. But like Malik Willis, there are people who think Malik Willis is going to be a Cleveland Brown. And we have to talk about that until he isn't. And the same thing with Kyler Murray, the same thing with Shedeur, the same thing with Deshaun. And I've had at least one person today tweet at me, getting ready for the show, being like, "Can we just take the day off for quarterback?" It's like, no.
That's not how we're in the thick of it. What are you talking about?
And I understand. Listen, the Browns might end up punting on the quarterback class this year. They might. We could just have another year of Deshaun, Shedeur, and Dylan Gabriel. And so you might end up getting your wish. And they also might decide, hey, between Todd Monkin and Andrew Berry, we fell in love with this quarterback, and we're going to bring that guy in and see how it goes. But I do think for the Shedeur crowd, I'm going to say that the Shedeur crowd loves what they're hearing from Todd Monkin when you put it with the fact that he was part of the reason why they wanted to draft him in Baltimore.
Well, at least the head coach felt like saying something nice about the quarterback. That's a refreshing move by the Browns. We didn't get this with Stefanski. At no point did Stefanski call Shedeur an elite playmaker anywhere throughout his entire stretch. And so, from that perspective, I do think it's nice. Now, do you want the breaking Cavs news that may or may not actually matter, or do you want to continue the Browns convo?
I'm ready for the breaking Cavs news.
Okay, Shams reporting moments ago, and then the Cavs actually came out with their own thing on this. So this is just from them. They say James Harden suffered a non-displaced fracture of the. It's in his right thumb. Okay, there was a doctor word there. It's in his right thumb. He's undergoing further evaluations and treatment. He's questionable now for tonight.
Okay,
thumb injury.
Okay,
so we'll monitor that. If he's questionable for tonight, it can't be too bad. But I might just be convincing myself of that. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I said that in a very as if you're not supposed to know that. As if I've actually secretly been a doctor for a very long time. I've just been holding out on you.
I actually think I'm not a doctor is what you say when you just don't want to face potential bad news.
I just don't know what it means.
Because,
I legitimately don't know what this means. I don't know if it means he's out for weeks on end or if he's just questionable for tonight to not play and he'll be back Friday.
This is irresponsible journalism from both Shams and the Cavs. Don't do this to me. No, this is a D move. I'm going to put him on blast.
He got X-rays taken today. It's confirmed a non-displaced fracture. Basically of his right thumb.
Yeah, no, but put time on it. All right, you don't get to just allow us to think here. See, this is the problem. All right, and Shams always gets oddly specific and a little kinky with the names of the injuries, where it's like the metatarsal of the bonius spurious and whatnot, and it's like, just tell me how long the guy is out. You can't say he has a fracture, a non-displaced fracture in his thumb. He's questionable tonight. and we'll see where this goes. I'm going to need more information.
But they didn't even say that. I mean, they said the non-displaced fracture of the distal phalanx.
Phalanx? Phalanges?
You tell me which way to go with that. There's a reason why I said the right thumb. There's a reason why we're not doctors. We're proving we're just not doctors. You seem like you have like inside info over there, Jax.
No, I'm just kind of shocked right now and very upset.
I mean, he's going to undergo treatment, continued evaluation. He's questionable for tonight. If it was that serious, wouldn't they already just rule him out for tonight?
I don't know.
They did that with Darius and Evan all last year in the playoffs.
In fairness, we did that with Darius for about half a year this year.
For a lot of the time.
How ironic would it be if we traded Darius because he just wasn't going to be healthy this year?
And then James Harden gets... Which, by the way, James Harden
has a thumb injury.
James Harden has he's like the poster child for not being injured in the NBA and grinding out seasons and making sure that he could be... He plays so many games. Like he said, like the mark of James Harden for the past 15 years has been he's like one of the few NBA players that is constantly out on the court, constantly playing and not being injured.
I'm incensed. If he misses any time, I'm incensed. Not at James, and certainly not at the Cavs. That's a little tongue in cheek.
If he misses like a week.
No, I'm gonna be furious at the basketball gods.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Like. Okay, I'm buying into, let's see what they got. I'm buying into how could Nick possibly be wrong on James Harden and the guy that never gets hurt gets hurt? I mean, this is just, like, what more? What more? No, I'm not panicking.
He doesn't get fouls now since he came to Cleveland, and now he just gets apparently injured. We got bizarro James Harden.
You know what? This is on the NBA.
How did we get this?
This is on the NBA.
You saw it. He should have taken his usage needs to be higher in this. He's got zero usage relative to what he typically does. He's obviously a great playmaker that always maintains, but like we got bizarro James Harden here.
This is on the NBA. If you had called a couple of those fouls last night, maybe James Harden's left metal wouldn't be displaced right now.
Yeah,
huh?
That was the right
you
way to
bastards.
Say that.
Who is on the call? Scott Parker, is that one you got? Phil, is that a referee? I don't know. I don't know any of their names because they're not important. Because they can't give James Harden calls in Cleveland, you Jags.
How important is a right thumb to a basketball player, Nick? Can't be that important, right?
He's a lefty. He's fine.
He's a lefty.
He's a lefty.
Doesn't impact a shot. It's the behind-the-back passes like we saw last night. Those can still exist.
216-474-0092. James Harden. Got a thumb? It's not great. Could be not great. Could be
worse if
fine.
he didn't have a thumb.
Would be
made it seem like maybe that was an option.
Be more impressive though.
He chops off his thumb to continue playing basketball for this year.
The Jim Abbott of basketball players.
Yeah.
He's like, well, he's got 4 fingers but no thumb on the right hand, and he still scores 25 a night. I'd be impressed.
You know who was on the call for Abbott's no hitter against the Indians so many years ago?
Who was that?
Jeff Phelps.
I want to hear that. I want to hear that bad.
I do actually. I want to hear that as well. But it happened against the Indians, and Jeff was doing a game for the Indians at the time, so I imagine he had to be like, and there's a no-hitter.
Ooh, Corey.
We'll send it to the postgame show.
Corey on Twitter saying, distal phalanx, that's close, is the bone at the end of your thumb, shortest bone of the finger for some. Think about where the tip of your thumb is. Oh, that's smart. Do you ever really bash in the tip of your thumb before, and your whole thumb goes numb? You ever have a numb thumb, Peterlin?
I have. That's not great.
Yeah.
We're in great big toe area with this discussion. By the way. We are deep into this.
Toe, a thumb,
distal phalanx. It's all going to be there,
baby. I can't tonight. My distal phalanx is down for the count.
And she's like, I thought you were doing Blue Chew. What's going on?
Chew it and do it.
It works all over.
And then James Harden drops 50 tonight. So that stinks. We'll figure out what that means.
Yeah, we'll work it out. I don't know my level of panic right now. I feel like it should be very, very little.
I think that's what's upsetting me right now.
I know.
I don't know if I shouldn't be mad at all or if I should be furious, and I don't know whether to cut a promo or move back to Todd Monkin. And then I'm going to put this on the Cavs and I'll put this on Shams. Give me a timetable. All right, you can't just put distal phalanx out there and then just expect everyone to be like, well. Oh.
I love the comment section here. One, yeah, he's out for the season. Another, how long does that take to heal? Another, I hope it's nothing serious because nobody knows. You can't do this to us. We're not doctors. We don't know what's going on. Even doctors would be like, well, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I need to see the specific distal phalanx.
I can't judge on that. I haven't seen it. Where's the football doctor that gets in arguments with all sorts of former quarterbacks, but then believes that he knows everything about everything.
Maybe he's still giving Toradol to Junior.
What is it? Is it Dr. Chow? Is that his name?
Dr. David Chow.
Yeah, we need him. That man shoots. That man doesn't need to see any. I have to look at it first. That man, C.J. Stroud could fall down in the third quarter, and he's like, hey, he's out for the remainder of the game with this, this, and this.
Yep.
And I know based off of my experience working for the Chargers, I love that guy.
Yeah, but he'd send you and me.
Often wrong.
Yeah, no, that's the problem.
Often just very wrong. But at least in the moment, you're like, I think this guy might have a clue.
With James Harden, he'd be like, I have seen some patients have to have their thumb removed. And that would just be...
He turns into WebMD all of a sudden.
This is the beauty of breaking news, by the way. We've already got a caller on this one. Dwayne in Cleveland. Give us your thoughts on the distal phalanx injury for James Harden there, Dwayne.
Well, I don't have a thumb problem, but I have a non-displaced shoulder. And I've been dealing with it for 3 weeks already.
Yeah, that's nowhere close.
And it hurts bad.
I'm sorry that it hurts you.
Yeah.
But
Anything we can do, buddy?
Back in place tonight. God bless him.
Look at that. All right. I mean, that's one potential thing here.
Relating shoulder injuries to thumb injuries? At least with Darius Garland, everyone's like, oh, I have stubbed my toe before. That does sting. At least we were in the same area code.
I've often said the tip of the thumb and the shoulder, basically the same. The tip of the thumb.
Oh, okay. So I have a doctor texting me.
Okay.
You ready for this?
All right, but is it like...
It's a real doctor.
Well, okay, when I said real doctor...
It's a medical doctor.
Okay, no, I understand, but it's not like a gynecologist.
Not one that specializes in thumbs, but one that went through medical school and would have an understanding on this.
Okay, but not like a urologist.
Well, you never know.
Okay.
It's usually splinted for 4 to 6 weeks is what the doctor's telling me.
Look at that.
A distal thumb fracture. Usually splinted for 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay, but can he play tonight?
It doesn't seem likely.
Can you respond?
You
take the splint off.
Unsplint it? Is that the idea? You unsplint it for games, and then we get this thing going?
I mean, if you're not a coward, that's what you do. Or if you play, like, rec basketball, Wadsworth in 6th grade with a broken thumb, and then just act like it didn't happen, and then refracture it. I'm not saying that happened to me in my life, but I'm a gamer.
Yeah, you are. That's what I hear about you.
All right, so that's the latest on James Harden. So Todd Monkin today.
He's not out for the playoffs if it's 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, but it's a disaster.
Well, it's not great.
It's a total disaster.
No part of it is great.
No, you can't. The whole point of James...
It would be really deflating if that's true. It would. It'd be really deflating.
Your doctor, the urologist, is really... He's putting us on the panic track right now.
Yeah.
The whole point is 28 games was just enough time for James Harden to learn his teammates, for his teammates to learn James Harden, for Kenny Atkinson to get all the rotations.
What are we supposed to do with this Knicks convo we want to do at 3 o'clock now? Because it's supposed to be like, hey, everything's moving in the right direction, and now we're just in limbo?
I mean, my answer hasn't changed.
Yeah, I'm happy for you.
But
I'm happy for. Oh, how about all those people penciling the Cavs in for the NBA Finals?
Yeah.
Do they get out the erasers?
Well, no. It's just pencil.
That's exactly right. You can use the erasers. You
don't have to start a new page.
We didn't say it was Sharpie.
Yeah, you keep it there until you find out officially from a doctor's doctor, or like Shams. When somebody officially says 4 to 6 weeks, that's when you start erasing.
Okay, all right. And a good thing Daryl's going to join us. He's one of those that penciled in the NBA Finals as well.
Did he tweet it?
No, it was on the air on Friday. There's a lot of people on the station on Friday that were putting the Cavs in the NBA Finals.
How many of those people then were panicking on Monday and then somehow taking victory laps today?
I would imagine all of those people.
Yeah.
There was 2 people.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Yeah. I think I might know the 2 people you're talking about.
Maybe. I don't know.
James Harden has a distal in his thumb. He's got a thumb. We're not really sure what it means. Could be bad. Could have like a whole...
Jackson's freaking out over there. He's trying to WebMD this whole thing. He's trying.
They traded his boy.
I can
for
tell.
him.
Well, he's nervous. He's sweating back there, and I understand why. I get it.
Gave away his hero.
You're supposed to get payoff right now. We're supposed to impress LeBron all this regular season into the postseason, and now all of your Kobe Altman. You just have to be devastated if this ends up being 4 to 6 weeks. Just absolutely devastated. You got the plan. It all worked out or was working out, and now here you are.
But if you're Darius Garland, you are laughing a little bit today. You're enjoying the nice irony here.
I mean, it's got to be human nature in many ways. Yeah.
A little bit like, I wasn't going to be able to help you the rest of the season, and now James Harden 4 to 6.
Like Darius probably wants a lot of these Cavs players to have success, but not that much success. You know what I mean? Like, not that much success.
All right, James Harden's got a thumb. What does it all mean? We got quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. February's all about the love. Well,
the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Ashley Bastock coming up in just about 40 minutes there. We'll get her thoughts on Todd Monkin and his press conference today. Live in Indy. A lot of folks here. A lot of folks giving us some distal fracture reaction here. Emily saying that her teenage daughter had a distal fracture on her middle finger last summer.
Yeah.
Happened at softball. Was on her pitching hand. She came back to pitching within a month. Corey.
Okay, so early end of the 4 to 6 weeks, guys.
So we got that. So we'll take the shorter
Athletes
ETA.
always recover, quicker than most people.
Corey with a K saying Nick is actually correct, which I find offensive the way he said that, but then saying it depends on how it's fractured and how bad the fracture is and how long they have to splint it. Usually after 6 weeks, they don't even realize it unless it's brutal. So let's hope it's not brutal, I would say.
Yes, that's a good call by you. Let's hope it's not brutal.
Also, in case you didn't hear Corrali's update there, Donovan Mitchell out tonight with a right groin strain, and Evan Mobley calf management. Cool. That's awesome. Well,
yeah, I mean, it's their 5th game in 7 days. It's
Jared
a
Allen,
back-to-back.
let's do this thing, Jared Allen. 40-point night. Keon Ellis, you gonna catch one of those breakaway passes this time tonight, buddy?
We're gonna have Schroeder just get in a fight.
Oh,
just continue to show the toughness that he has.
By the way, what is his 3-point shooting? I don't like it's good. Made a couple really nice shots last night. It feels like he just kind of goes over the back of his head and then just kind of goes, ee!
Yeah.
It just does like one of these.
Yeah.
It's so fun. I have no idea if it's going in ever. Like halfway through 90% of the shots in the NBA, you're like, that's going in, that's not going in.
Yeah, you can usually judge it. Yeah.
Schroeder, I'm like, I don't know the trajectory. It's like the Schulke kid with the Guardians who's got the 69-mile-an-hour slider.
Yeah.
And you're like, could
Different
be a
arm
strike. I don't. What did the ump say? So we got that going for us,
which is nice.
Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, everybody. By the way, yesterday was not just a win for the Cavs in the books. It was also a win because I saw a lot of people giving some love to the Creamsicle City Edition throwback unis.
Oh.
I will ask you, are you sold on the, Orange City Edition remix jerseys?
Yeah, it's supposed to be the sunset. Hate them.
Really?
Hate them. Can't stand them. Yeah, I don't like the court. I don't like the jerseys. And I hope this is a 1 year and done situation.
All right. So
I think they're aesthetically gross.
I can build a bridge to Trust Town with this.
You like them?
No. Oh, yes, I like them, but I don't like the court. And I think them with the court.
I think the court doesn't help.
Visually upsetting.
It doesn't help the whole selling of it all, right?
Yes.
Like it just doesn't. And I know every time they wear these jerseys with that court, I get very bothered.
But the jerseys of themselves across the night, I did find myself liking it. I did. I don't know what changed tonight.
I think when they're a standalone and you see them in like the gift shop, they kind of look like a Suns jersey, like a Suns alternate jersey more than anything, and that's fine.
The orange is duller.
I can.
It's
creamier. It's not an identical. It's not a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
But like from a distance, you're like, all right. It's like a Phoenix Suns type thing, maybe. But the whole collection of it all. No, thank you. I hope this is one and done. I love the light blue, the land ones. I think those are just gorgeous. They've had some really good ones in the past. This one I'm not on board with.
I think I'm on board. I would not look good in it. Good Lord. I would look like the softest sunset in the
That's
history.
what they're going for. That's what they're going for.
But skinny people, rock them. They look really good on you. I thought they looked good last night.
It's just not for me. All right, Vikings are going to explore every opportunity at quarterback this offseason with J.J. McCarthy still in the mix. All the brass in Minnesota was talking today about that very idea. And it sounds like, and we talked yesterday about Kirk Cousins potentially ending up in Minnesota, but it sounds like they're not very committed to J.J. McCarthy in any stretch of this.
Yeah, they're in a weird spot because he's going to be going to year 3. I don't know. I didn't really understand it with Anthony Richardson. Like, if Anthony Richardson couldn't beat out Daniel Jones last year, then why? Like, you had to have known that going into the faux quarterback competition. Listen, if it's Kyler versus J.J. McCarthy, sure, maybe you have a legit quarterback competition. Kirk Cousins versus J.J. McCarthy, just trade J.J. McCarthy and see if you can get something. Because teams are thirsty for former first-round picks this offseason.
Oh, always. And if J.J. McCarthy became available, there'd be a bunch of Browns fans that are like, is there still something there? I'm not one of them, by the way. I need to make that abundantly clear. I'm not
I'd
one
rather
of them.
J.J. McCarthy for a third or fourth-round pick than Malik Willis or any of these other guys.
The idea that Kevin O'Connell seems so turned off by J.J. McCarthy, it gives me a lot of red flags in this whole discussion.
Yeah, I understand, but I think...
I mean, is he passing the buck, or is what he's really seeing is just no talent anywhere?
So, I don't think J.J. McCarthy was as bad as the numbers say last year. He had some moments, and I thought late in games he did make plays. I just look at it, to me, it's a probability thing. You take flyers on first-rounders all the time. I mean, that's how Devin Bush turned into the Reclamation Project. Andrew Berry's actually had some success here, but... I think this is a very similar situation to what Kevin Stefanski and Shedeur went through, where I think Shedeur was forced on Kevin Stefanski, and it was never going to be a yes for Kevin until he was forced to play him. I kind of feel like that's the situation for Kevin.
Well,
Kevin O'Connell.
He's just had a lot of injuries, and he's been wildly inconsistent when he's played in the 2 years in just 10 games. And so, like, it's a bad combo, those two.
My bigger problem is that he wants everyone to think of his alter ego 9.
Yeah, that was tough. That meme, though, is really funny.
Not funny enough.
I think about it once a day. Once a day, it pops in my life.
All right, add another name to the quarterback hopper as Bears head coach Ben Johnson says backup quarterback Tyson Bagent might have played his last game in Chicago.
I love Tyson, and that's one that kind of pulls at your heartstrings a little bit because he's someone that you care about so deeply, and he's a hell of a football player that at some point you want to see him have a chance to do it himself. You know, we'll always do what's best for our team and our organization. I do think there's a lot of merit to having a strong number 2 quarterback, which he certainly fits that bill. I'm of the mind that he's probably one of the best 32 in the NFL. His preseason tape over the last few years has probably confirmed that, in my opinion. You know, if I took myself out of the equation, you know, I want what's best for him. If he would like an opportunity to start, I certainly hope he can get that somewhere.
Is this one of the greatest fights you've ever heard sold in your life?
I mean, okay, you're tired of Tyson being on your team anymore. That's what that is. That's all that can be. Like, we're not doing... I'll humor people with Malik Willis, even though I don't want to. We're not doing somebody that's thrown 6 passes in 2 years.
Finkel is Einhorn.
Einhorn is Finkel.
Tyson Bagent has thrown like 140 passes in his career. 140 passing attempts in his career. Malik Willis has 15 more. If Tyson Bagent is ridiculous, so is Malik Willis.
No, because he's thrown 6 passes in the last 2 years, and in the year that he actually threw a significant amount of passes that you're talking about, his numbers were nowhere close to Malik Willis. They were awful. He completed I think it's 47% of his passes. Top of my head, I think it's a 3 touchdown to 6 interception ratio.
You got the TD to INT ratio right, though.
It's a negative number that part is astounding to me. It's at least with Malik Willis, you can be like, all right, the only time we've seen him play, it's only 155 snaps, but they've all been pretty productive. You can't even do that with Tyson Bagent. You can't. It's not good.
The sample size is too small to make a decision on either player, which likely means neither are good. We're 3-4 years into both their careers. This is the point. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel.
His dad is a wild card in the stands. Have you ever seen that?
Kind of why I want him here. I miss Brad McCoy, for being honest.
His dad is just like this big, jacked human that looks, because Tyson's not that big of a guy, but his dad, it looks like he should be doing world strongman comps and just loses his mind in the nosebleed sections always. It's always one of those scenarios where they pan up and it's like, why is he in section 537? Why is he way up there? He's nowhere close to good seats. But I appreciate it.
Someone's got to check the milkman. He might have been an average size fellow. It doesn't sound like this is a real father and son thing here.
All right, Sean Payton is giving up play calling to Davis Webb.
Payton?
Yeah, it is the first time that Sean Payton is giving up play calling in his NFL career. Is this a big deal, little deal, or no deal?
It's a big deal because I think Sean Payton's setting Davis Webb up to fail.
Hold on.
The first time.
The call is coming from inside the house?
The
Why?
first time in 20 years rather, he's giving up play calling.
Outside of Bountygate. He obviously had to give it up for Bountygate,
Yeah, it's because he knows the Broncos aren't going to be in the AFC title game next year. He was wildly sensitive at the end of the loss in the AFC title game as well. I think he's feeling the pressure in Denver, and he realizes, it's old Kevin Stefanski. Oh, I'm going to give it to this guy over here to distance myself. I like it. I see what you're doing there.
I think the sabotaging of his own team is a ridiculous thought.
No, he's sabotaging the OC so that
what's the long play here? So Davis Webb stinks, and then everyone's like, no, Sean Payton, you need to take this back.
I think it's not that they stink, but maybe they go 9-8, 10-7, either first round exit or maybe miss the playoffs, and then he goes, I should have never given it up. We love Davis. I'm going to take this back over and give him an opportunity to go elsewhere.
Something weird is happening in Denver, and it's not being talked about enough. Bo Nix and Sean Payton seem like they don't even like each other. Sean Payton is talking about injuries about Bo Nix, and Bo Nix is coming out refuting said injuries and how they went down and how Sean Payton is trying to label it publicly.
You're getting on my side with this.
I'm not, but I am acknowledging that something weird is happening in Denver.
I think subterfuge. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, it just doesn't make any sense. I just don't know why you wouldn't just try to win as many games as you can.
This is going to age very well for me. Sean Payton's a snake in the grass. He just sets people up.
It might end up with a 9-8 record because Bo Nix isn't that good, and the defense will take a step back from what they were last year, and the best offensive line in the game, same thing. But Sean Payton's not going to sabotage his own team so that people come around being like, yes, Sean Payton,
no.
You're doing a great job. We need you to save this.
You're thinking it from the wrong side of things. He sees the team is headed for a setback, and he's protecting himself from the impetuous owners who are paying him $25 million a year to win a Super Bowl, and he knows he's not any closer to it. He might know that this was his year. I think that's what he might understand. With no Mahomes, with no Allen, with no everything, and next year's going to be tougher. And what also makes sense, you had one of the 3 best defenses in the NFL. That's probably going to take a step back to earth, too.
It sounds like a 3-card Monty where everybody loses.
But not Sean Payton, because that's how he likes it. Cavs got a big win amidst, the losses today. We'll talk about that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking
Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
All right, I'll say it. Formula One, one of the worst sports movies I've ever seen.
I don't know if it's that bad, but we'll tell you the athletes that I would not talk to when I had to work with them. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on the free Odyssey app.
It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Ashley Bastock talking Todd Monkin's press conference today in about 20 minutes. If you guys missed a moment on our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I'd like to point out that if you thought the James Harden has a fracture in his right thumb, but we don't really know what it means, was a little wonky from us, we're now watching the live cut-in on ESPN as they try to break down what a non-displaced fracture in your right thumb, so your non-dominant hand, means for James Harden on national TV. I think we're winning.
Maybe they have actual visuals in a basketball, which is really funny because you could tell they're trying to like showcase how this impacts it. And I'm like, I just want to know which finger wouldn't impact this. Which one can you get away with not being important? They're all kind of important with basketball.
So the speculation, and that's exactly all anyone's heard, is all over the place. From he could miss a couple games to this could be a 4 to 6 week injury. I do think erring on the side of good things is that it's its non-shooting hand, and the idea that obviously might help you a little bit here. It's interesting because there was just so many good vibes coming off last night's game. And then this happened, and, obviously tonight being the back-to-back against Milwaukee on the road, and then obviously it makes sense, but Donovan and Evan also being out tonight kind of stinks.
I mean, this is about as deflating as it gets, is it not? We're riding the Harden honeymoon. Everything seems to be going right. Not just a win against the Knicks, like a convincing win against the Knicks. You made Cat look stupid. Jalen Brunson, Dean Wade, the job he did on Jalen Brunson. Like, there's so many things that were awesome about that game, and then it's just all just popped like a balloon.
So, or like the tip of your thumb, apparently. I don't know. I mean, I still think so the one thing I will tell you, I thought it was really funny that Jarrett was just being abused last night by Mitchell Robinson. And the second he went out, Jared just went about abusing Karl Anthony Towns. It was like, okay, I can't beat your big brother up, but I can beat you up. That's what the vibes were last night. Because outside of that stretch from Jared against Mitchell Robinson, and really it was on the Knicks' offensive glass where Jared just couldn't hang. I thought Jared had one of his better games and just really looked really nice last night.
Yeah, I mean, and part of what this was showing you in many ways, I thought Mobley did not have a good game, all things considered. The defense is obviously there. We have to give him credit for that. I thought defensively the Cavs in general were awesome. That was a great defensive game. But you wanted to see if Jared could do it with Evan in the lineup the way that he didn't do it on Sunday. And that was a big-time Jared Allen game. There's no other way to look at it.
I actually thought, and this is something I do think is going to be interesting to watch, I thought the Cavs were pretty relentless and physical on the perimeter, even if I still thought they were a little bit soft on the inside. I thought that was really interesting because, the problem with the Cavs is on the perimeter, they've been soft defensively. And then interior, they've been soft. You can't be soft at all three levels of defense. I don't think they were last night between Ellis and Schroeder. And I thought James Harden had a single set where I was like, wait, he can guard somebody. That must have been where the fracture happened.
Maybe. That's why he doesn't want to play defense moving forward, right? Let's stop that. Harden's ability, by the way, and in timing out when he was going to take shots and not take shots, and when you needed some infusion of scoring, I thought was about as good as you're going to see it last night.
But I thought it was funny because one of the conversations we're going to have today is who is that game most important for? And I thought it was Cavs fan psyche. I think the OKC game got into everybody's head. And so I think last night was just the opportunity Knicks fans are melting down today. I listened to FAN on the first segment, and it's turn on Mike Brown. You look soft. You look this. You look that. Where's Tom Thibodeau? And then, and conversely, I think there were a lot of Cavs fans that took a sigh of relief. I don't know if that's still the case after the injury news with James Harden, but I could tell palpably that was something that Cavs fans needed, even if I, as a Cavs fan, didn't need it myself.
I mean, it's more evidence, though, in the NBA. Losses just, they have a way of highlighting the problems that you have more so than wins do. So, like, if you lose a game, you can obviously, like Knicks fans last night, what are they all talking about today? They're talking about the idea that Cat only got 5 shots. What is this coming off of? This is coming off of a game over the weekend where after the game, Mike Brown, and I don't know why he did this, was like, yeah, Jalen gets to eat first. Mm-hmm. Jalen eats first, you eat second. And Cat was very disgruntled about those comments. Obviously, it's like, I've never been on a team where that's happened. And then you watched last night where they got in trouble. Jalen could not hit a shot to save his life. And then Cat was just kind of being passive about the whole thing. And it's like that you can't, if you're a Knicks team and you're trying to do something serious, you can't have that be your outlook.
216-474-0092. Who was that game most important for last night? I've said I thought it was Cavs fan psyche. And again, it was for a lot of people who I think flipped back after the OKC loss with a kind of a moment of panic.
Yeah, we were so back last night, Nick. The psyche was so back last night.
But I think when you're I don't say a new team because you're not a new team, but when you have new pieces and there are new expectations and maybe new anxieties and you just want to keep the Harden honeymoon going, I thought last night was good for that, although today was not good for that.
No, today it just popped. It popped like a balloon, and I just you can't be happy. I thought Jared Allen, by the way, was my answer. I thought that was a massive Jared Allen game, and I thought it's the type of game that you can build on in so many different ways. Obviously, we know the history between the Knicks and Jared Allen, and the idea that he just didn't get punked the way that we all kind of thought he was going to get punked, and it's just that was so huge. And again, Mobley was not great offensively in any sort of way, but it didn't matter. Jared Allen just took that and ran with it.
All right. I'll give you the Jared Allen side of this because it also has been part of his really good play over like the last 10 games or so. Can we agree, though, maybe the Mitchell Robinson thing just isn't a good matchup for him?
Yeah, there's weird parts of that game. In particular, I think what you're referencing is that like 5-minute stretch before they then ended the half with like that 3-minute stretch where it was just Allen out there by himself. And so Atkinson's had a problem with this. On Sunday, we all noticed there was a couple different moments in that game where both Allen and Mobley were not on the court at all. Mm-hmm. That can't happen, okay? But in those instances where it's just Allen out there, I think it's so fascinating to see how he does and doesn't do. But Atkinson has to put him in the right spots as well, and I thought he failed him in a couple different areas last night.
216-474-0092. When it comes to Kenny, the only thing I'll say about I'm not doing the rotations thing yet with Kenny Atkinson because it's still so early into this iteration of the Cavs. He's trying to play catch-up. Again, he's trying to fit 82 games of figuring out rotations now with a new team in 28 games. So that's the one thing I will caution. Whether it's Jarrett, whether it's Evan, whether it's how you use the bigs together or not, and I would err more on the side of using them together than not over these final 28 games.
I think he's very confused, Nick. The way that we're kind of confused in some ways. Like, is Jared Allen going to be this guy that's gone 22-12 in the month of February, or is he going to be the guy that we saw a few months ago that seemed like the lights were too bright and wasn't trending in any sort of direction? And I think that's what he's trying to balance out. Also, within Mobley in the same respect as well.
Well, but even like to the Jalen Tyson thing, I need Jalen Tyson playing more. Jalen Tyson. Honestly, you love Keon Ellis, you love Schroeder. Jalen Tyson has the size to hang on the perimeter defensively.
He got 27 minutes last night.
Yeah, but I think you're going to see that ping pong back and forth over the next couple weeks. You've got a lot of wings, and especially when Strus comes back, it's going to be a numbers crunch. People are going to panic about this. My thing is, let's talk in the final 15 games when it comes to rotation. If we're still Kenny looks lost for rotation, it's a real concern.
No, I don't think he looks lost. I just think there's a couple moments in not only the Thunder game and then even last night that you can nitpick, but that's all right. He's got to figure this whole thing out.
I don't think. I just think. I think we're barking up the wrong tree with the Atkinson stuff.
No, but I do think one of those is Mobley and Allen. They can't both be off the court at the same time.
I think we're going to have to get back to them getting comfortable with each other on the court at the same time, which seems to be, to me, the biggest problem. AP in Strongsville giving us a little distal phalanx displaced something or other. What's up, buddy?
Yes. I don't pretend that I'm a doctor, but I'll play one on the radio. I do coach at basketball, and earlier this season, right before the start of our season, we had a kid who dislocated a finger, and I'm talking like this thing was pointing in the opposite direction. And we're like, oh God, we here he goes, kid. We're going to have to send the kid in for surgery. They popped it back in, and the nurse said, okay, we're going to take some images. Oh, it's a non-displaced fracture. He should be good to go, like in a week. The kid was practicing the next day with a couple pieces of tape on him. We are panicking about essentially a bad bruise. James will be fine. He'll be good. And if it needs to be a week, 2 weeks, so be it. I think we'll be okay. And it leads to your point of being able to play guys like Jalen Tyson and Keon Ellis and Schroeder a little bit more. So that's my APMD status.
By the way, APMD is strong. That's a strong brand right there. I do like that.
I'd watch that TV show.
It is. Oh, man, that'd be sick. But the big thing I thought last night, I've been the president of the Jared Allen is a soft as tissue fan club president. I've really been impressed with him, though, over the last few weeks. I got to give the guy credit. He just looks – I don't know if you can look tougher, but, man, he looks more physical. He looks almost like, hey, I made it here past the trade deadline. They didn't use me as the scapegoat. And maybe now he's starting to get into a rhythm. I don't think he's the most important. I don't think he's obviously one of the best players. I could argue, though, that Jared Allen is one of the most important players if this thing goes into late April or late June.
AP, we appreciate you, buddy. APMD there on the giving us a call. Man, I think it's an overcorrection on Jarrett right now in the same way that I think it's just hip to think ill of Evan Mobley right now. And I just listen, I think Jarrett's playing great basketball. I don't think there's any but I don't think he's changed. I think his role has changed, and I think that's the difference.
Well, so what it was interesting to me was Donovan's comments in the post game. They did this whole joking thing about Jared Allen playing hard in Black History Month or something like that. It was a whole clip that was going viral. And then how Donovan ended that little bit I thought was interesting. He's like, yeah, let's see if he can keep it up for March. It's like, well, hold on. Even Donovan's like, is this just a thing that's going to last for a month and then going to go away? It's almost like challenging Jared Allen, but a disbelief that he can maintain this level of play. Because in the month of February, he's 22-12. He's been unreal.
Yeah, and I'll continue to go back to when it comes to Jarrett and Evan, because there is some overlap, and because I think the Cavs kind of not sidetracked, but they kind of put Jared in the back seat to make more of a room for Evan Mobley. I think it's hurt both bigs. And I think now Evan's on the other side of that. And again, it was all well-intended. Let's see in the first half of the season what happens with Evan. How much can we get him to take over? Can we get him to be the full-time center? The problem is Evan got hurt, and Evan has been inconsistent. And it just feels like with the big men – I don't know by the end of the regular season we're going to see both guys playing at the best of their capabilities. It just feels so far off track. But I think the same people right now, volleying up Jared Allen are the same people kicking down at Evan Mobley. And it's like, well, you were doing the same thing 6 weeks ago about Jared.
I think we're just acknowledging what we're currently seeing, though. I think that's the difference there. Like in the past month and a half, Jared Allen has been awesome, and Mobley's been injured, and then the time he's been back, it's just been less than impressive.
No, fair, but I think we're not acknowledging the why of why it's happening, which has less to do with the players and the situation they're in, which continues to harken back to, man, Kobe Altman's really let this get to a point where it feels like on any given night you're just choosing a big instead of being able to elevate both big men.
Yeah, I mean, ideal scenario, we both get them to where they need to be, but it's going to be interesting. This is where this is where you get paid your money, though. You got to figure this stuff out.
But why it matters to me is they worked for 3 years together, actually longer than that. They were 4 or 5 years together really, really well, and then the Cavs broke the mold trying to recreate it. And it doesn't feel like we're that close to it. So even celebrate, man, Jared's playing really well. It's like, and that feels like we're leaving Evan behind. It's a wonky situation that is mostly circumstantial, but created a little bit by Kobe Altman. Kind of similar to the Darius stuff that we argued about, just not doing his damn job for 3 years.
Do you buy into Jarrett's logic last night, saying that he's just been a good soldier and he's had a mindset change, and now he just understands what his role is better, and so that's why he's achieving more?
No, I think Evan hasn't been on the court, and Jared just got to play a lot more.
I mean, because he's earned it. He's earned everything that he's gotten, and then even in the case of last night, I don't know. I do see a different Jared Allen. The idea, I don't know that the light bulb's going on, but the idea that he understands his role within this offense, and then when he's given opportunities, he takes advantage of it. I think it's a positive thing.
We'll ask Ashley Bastock in about 5 minutes here what stood out from Todd Monkin's presser today. And she will get the Sophie's Choice of Ty Simpson versus Malik Willis in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Daryl Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time. Little Cavs talk, little non-displaced tip of the thumb injury talk. A little bit of Browns Combine talk as well. And, of course, we heard from Todd Monkin. You guys heard that on 92.3 The Fan live at 1 with Baskin and Phelps, about 1:10 today. We do have the sidecar conversation with Todd Monkin that we're going to play a snippet of later in the show as well. But it was Monkin Mania today. What did he say? What stood out? Well, we're going to head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com as we do every Wednesday at 3:20. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys. It's been a long week, and it's only been 3 days at the NFL Combine. Technically only 2 days at the Combine itself, but 3 days since I got to Indy.
Now, the Cleveland.com crew has not posted pictures of trying spicy shrimp cocktail.
Oh, yeah.
And I just wonder, we're just pro content here. Everybody else has. When are we going to get the shrimp cocktail video that literally everybody does at the Combine that's totally original and everybody loves it?
Where are your fancy dinners, Ashley?
Well, that's the thing. You've been to the Combine enough times. I think all I did was post a picture of a shrimp cocktail on my Instagram story last night. And I typically, and I think this is also not really a hot take, I enjoy Harry and Izzy's, which is next door, as much as St. Elmo's. So I actually haven't even been to St. Elmo's the last handful of years because it's obviously so difficult to get into this week. But, this is my sixth Combine, I want to say. I think I'm past the deadline for posting a video of me trying the shrimp cocktail.
I will say, Harry and Izzy's, it's the same steak you're going to get at St. Elmo's, but it's about 15% cheaper.
Yeah, and it's a more wide variety of a menu, I would say. I feel like we're just plugging Harry and Izzy's now.
I really do miss it. What stood out about Todd Monkin today?
A lot of quarterback talk, which is what we would expect, right? He talked about Shedeur Sanders a lot. He talked about Deshaun Watson. I thought both of those discussions around those guys were really interesting today. And we've talked about the possibility of Deshaun Watson obviously playing for this football team again. And Todd Monkin really kind of reiterated something I brought up on this show, which is that with Deshaun Watson at some point, before he got here, he was a Pro Bowler. He was a top quarterback in the league from a football standpoint. And Todd Monkin basically said, whenever you see a guy with that kind of talent at one point, you as a coach want to think you can get that out of him again. So I'm not surprised that Todd Monkin feels that way, just given his confidence and his abilities as an offensive coach who's gotten a lot out of his pass catchers and quarterbacks in recent years. And then on Shedeur, the comments I thought that especially stuck out to me were the fact that his mobility, because I think I brought this up before too. I think I was pleasantly surprised with how mobile he is. And Todd Monkin said for him, he surprised him with just his feel for those certain things. And there is an X factor, I think, with quarterbacks when it comes to that mobility and when to use your legs and all of those things. And I do think you saw glimpses of that with Shedeur Sanders and his development. But overall with the quarterback discussion this week between Todd Monkin, between Andrew Berry, I think I'm going to leave Indy feeling just a bit more wide open about everything. And I think how the room is constructed now, if you ask me, I would think Shedeur Sanders is the most likely person to start for this football team in week one. But it just sounds like they're open to a bunch of different possibilities. So it still makes that question really hard to guess and what possible moves they might make.
Yeah, actually, he sounded really positive on Shedeur, the elite playmaking ability. He kept bringing that up. Is this the most positive we've heard the Browns speak about Shedeur in your eyes? That's
an interesting question. I want to say maybe yes. look, I think the Kevin Stefanski, when he was here, got such this unfair, almost negative reputation. And obviously there's all these conspiracy theories when we know that behind the scenes, Kevin was working with Shedeur Sanders so much. But I mean, it does just feel like Todd Monkin in general is very different from Kevin Stefanski in that he's a bit more loose in these press conference settings. Kevin Stefanski would go up there and purposely try to not give us anything. And I don't think that's the same with Todd Monkin. So I think that's part of it, where maybe more of that is coming through just because he's more willing to speak positively about individual players, where Kevin would try to paint these broad strokes and speak about the team or position groups as a whole. So that to me is where the difference lies.
Ashley, is momentum building for Malik Willis and the Browns?
I think the question to me is still about the money, and that is where I think it's hard for momentum to truly build. I think it would be great if they got him in a Todd Monkin offense. He's obviously shown that he has some of that mobility that I think Todd really, really values, and he talked about a lot again today. And it would be interesting, but with so many things with this football team right now in their cap situation, it's going to come down to money and the contract and what is his going rate going to be around the league. And it seems like it's going to be pretty high. But if there's a way to sort of finagle the numbers and get yourself in that conversation, then I certainly think the Browns should be exploring that, even though it is a small sample size with him. But look, I think Malik Willis was a guy who was interesting coming out in the draft back in 2022. And it depends, I guess, really on how much did they like him back then before they made this Deshaun Watson trade. I think that's going to be a part of it on top of, hey, how much is this actually going to cost? What can it feasibly be?
Convo we got into a lot yesterday was if you had to choose one, Browns sign Malik Willis or Browns draft Ty Simpson, which one would you choose?
I mean, I think I would personally be more in favor of Malik Willis just from an experience standpoint. He's been around the league now a handful of years, and I do think that's really valuable. If you draft another rookie, then you're talking about 3 quarterbacks in your room with 2 years of experience or less. Andrew Berry did not really balk at that possibility yesterday. Ty Simpson, it's interesting because we heard from Todd Monkin today that they do have this connection. Todd Monkin was at Georgia when Ty was going through the recruiting process. So that is also an interesting element to this, because maybe Todd Monkin is really going to go to bat for him and really like him and say, hey, I think I can win with this guy. How can we make this happen? So from my perspective, Malik Willis would still be the more favorable option because of his experience, because of what we saw him do in big-time games with the Packers. But that is sort of the alternate reality in which I could see the argument for Ty Simpson.
Ashley, yesterday, Andrew Berry saying, well, we're going to be more aggressive than last offseason, but we're not going to be hyper aggressive like maybe we will be next offseason. So as we try and figure out what the next 3 to 4 weeks look like for the Browns in free agency and trade, what work do you expect to actually get done with this roster in the next 3 to 4 weeks?
It's a good question because, it's them kind of straddling 2 worlds. Like Andrew Berry said a few weeks ago, and I asked him about this again yesterday, this idea that this football team right now is not in a place to be trying to add a bunch of 30-year-old veterans and find these short stopgap solutions. So what I would expect is some free agent activity on the O-line. I think that is going to be the most key thing. Look, I think in the free agency market, the trade market, they should be looking at all possibilities at quarterback, but we know those guys don't become available often. So that's where it gets tricky. That's where the Malik Willis conversation comes in. But I would expect some activity on the O-line. I'm curious about the pass catchers to see if they'll add that way. But we know that they've talked about devoting significant resources to helping overhaul this offense. So those would really be the 3 areas, but I would think the O-line is going to be paramount, especially because on Tuesday, Andrew Berry talked about how Chicago rebuilt theirs, and it was this combination of drafting, developing a couple of second-year players, trading, and free agency. So I really think they want to kind of cobble that O-line together in as many ways as they can to get some breadth of experience across it.
What combo of convos? Excuse me, that's a weird way to put that. I was like, what convos are dominating when you talk to people and you're at Harry and Izzy's and you're getting info and you're talking to all the different NFL people? Which one is seemingly come up over and over and over again?
You know, JP, this is why I like you. You make me sound so important, Karen. Like I'm doing such vital work. You guys are so nice. I mean, I think it's what is going to happen at quarterback and Shedeur Sanders. And look, I think Shedeur Sanders just dominates so many of these conversations still. And I think it's going to stay that way for a while, quite honestly. And I think what the reality is from a national standpoint, the touch point that so many people have for this football team right now is Shedeur Sanders. Like, it's not the coaching search. It's not Todd Monkin, although there were a lot of people at that Todd Monkin scrum today. I think there's certainly interest in him. But quarterback is just the paramount question that the Browns have failed to answer since 99. And I think it's just kind of always where the most interest lies. But I think Shedeur Sanders on this roster just really, really ups that, and everything that's said about Shedeur gets clicked and all those sorts of things get shared on social media. So I think that's most of kind of what you hear behind the scenes, off the record, on the record, people just wanting to talk to you about the Browns. That really, for me, is what it all comes back to right now.
Ashley, probably my favorite answer of Todd Monkin's was just him calling this an open competition, because I think that's where it should be. I thought he was honest without being insulting to anyone. So with that in mind, is there anything that can happen between now and the end of the draft where the open competition becomes closed?
Well, that's where it gets interesting. Like, I think in theory, if you would take a quarterback with the number 6 overall pick, you would almost have to say, okay, it's closed. Like, because you devoted a very, very, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a very, very valuable resource to acquiring that person. So that, to me, would be part of it. I mean, I don't know if Malik Willis, if they would get him, if that would be enough to close the competition. Like, maybe those two things, but I don't know if there's a world where Malik Willis, they would want to make him work for it and earn it a little bit too. But I think those would probably be the two possibilities. Are you taking a guy really high, like within the top 10, that you strongly believe in, which we know with the quarterback class this year, that just doesn't seem to be very likely, but never say never. Or are you bringing in Malik Willis and you for sure know you want him to start? I think those would be the top two scenarios for me in which that would happen.
Ashley, why do you think it feels like Andrew Berry just operates with no sense of urgency? Again, maybe this is misdirection, but like he really feels like he's got forever to figure this whole thing out.
Yeah, it is interesting to me, right? Because, look, there's a reality where if you don't figure some of this stuff out soon, like, are you going to be the one still making the decision a year from now? It's kind of like not a given at this point, I would say, after the Browns made the decision to fire Kevin Stefanski just over or almost 2 months ago. So that part of it to me is interesting, but I will also say I think Andrew is very much like Kevin was here in the sense that he's fairly unflappable and is going to go about his process. And this is kind of what they've always done. Like, they've always talked about the offseason as like an expansion team. They've always talked about not wanting to get backed into these corners in the draft. And it has like served them. I think it served them somewhat well last year, obviously, where they didn't allow that to happen. But you also have to be really effective in free agency. And they weren't loud in free agency last year. They made some effective moves, though, and like number one, bringing in Malik Collins. They made some good trades last year, obviously number one being Tyson Campbell. So I think that's where that lack of a sense of urgency comes in, because he's looking at all these different avenues. This front office is looking at all these different ways they can add to the roster. So I think overall this week at the Combine, for the last 6 or whatever years, it's just felt like there's been less of a sense of urgency with the Browns.
All right, Ashley, you're at the Combine. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Give us your 3-round Browns mock draft. Go.
Oh, my gosh. I'm not prepared for this. I literally can't do it.
What is that, a 3-round mock draft? Go?
Yeah. But just for the Browns, only 4 picks.
Okay.
What? You have no idea who anyone else took.
I can't even do 4
She's also
picks.
probably at like a Starbucks picks right now and like not in front of a computer or doing anything like that. Where can you can do 2 picks?
I'm not in front of the computer. I am outside of the media workroom at the convention center right now. But yeah, I don't have my computer. So I think Spencer Fano, the Utah tackle, is the name that keeps getting thrown out. I think, we won't hear from the tackles until Saturday, but people seem to really like him, and especially his mobility and things like that. Like, they've talked about him as a guy who the way he moves sort of makes up for some size disparity. For me, like, that maybe makes me a little bit more nervous when you're talking about a tackle, just because we've kind of seen this play out before. And I think if you're taking a guy in the top 10, there should be fewer questions around him. But that, to me, is the most popular name. I'm going to go with that. And then Denzel Boston, I think it is, that receiver, that would be my other choice right now, because that's a guy who's going to be available later in the first round. Again, we'll hear from the receivers on Friday. We'll hear from the tackles on Saturday. So I would say that makes it a little more difficult as well. Position groups today that went, we're not really position groups are thinking about the Browns taking high. It was D linemen, linebackers, and kickers. So that's what I would say for right now, and that's my compromise on 2 picks.
All right, now
C-.
I was going to say we need a grade. A C minus.
A C minus.
A C minus.
I mean, you're forcing a tackle at 6. Denzel, do you just big, slow football players? Come on, Ashley.
I'm sorry, but he does have the size. That is intriguing to me.
All right, JP, you got a grade.
Well, I look at you like Evel Knievel. You get paid for the attempt, okay? It's not whether the execution was there.
What a cop-out, Ashley.
I think the attempt was fantastic. You had reasoning there. You went offensive lineman, then wide receiver, which is all I really care about. B+, Ashley. B+.
Can I add another scenario, though, that I would be in favor of?
Trying to get the A. I like this.
What do you guys think? Yeah. I think, this is what I should have said initially. I'm totally in favor of them trading down again. Trade down somewhere around 10, 12, pick up Jordan Tyson and reunite him with his brother in Cleveland. Why not? Let's do it. Add the receiver first, and then get free wings.
Ashley, now you're playing. Now you're playing Nick's game. What you need to do is just make it incredibly unrealistic.
Yep.
So we trade down to 15. We get next year's first, and then Tyson is also there at 15
because the
in
injuries.
An unreal way. And then at 24, big fall with one of the tackles, and then there we are.
The one scenario I've seen play out is you trade down to 12 with the Cowboys, and he could still be sitting there. So I'd be in favor of that one.
A+. This is where we part as friends.
How you win him over.
All right, Ashley, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Enjoy Indy.
All right, thanks, guys.
She's the PFF. I always say trade down to the 12 to the 13 spot, pick up that future for Jordan Tyson, breadbasket.
Yeah,
right
it's all right there.
Right there.
Yeah. Because in these mocks, it's like it just happens. Everything breaks always correctly.
I had Mason Graham at 5 last year when I traded down. So I'm just saying, 2 years in a row. Great stuff with Ashley there on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. The first mock draft stinks. The second one, she really got me there. We'll react to what she had to say in Todd Monkin's big words and a quarterback you won't want in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, Nick.
anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps go from 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Todd Monkin really kind of reiterated something I brought up, which is that with Deshaun Watson at some point, before he got here, he was a Pro Bowler. He was a top quarterback in the league from a football standpoint. And Todd Monkin basically said whenever you see a guy with that kind of talent at one point, you as a coach want to think you can get that out of him again. And then on Shedeur, the comments I thought that especially stuck out to me were the fact that his mobility, I think I'm going to leave Indy feeling just like a bit more wide open about everything. And I think like how the room is constructed now, if you ask me, like I would think Shedeur Sanders is the most likely person to start for this football team in week 1, but it just sounds like they're open to a bunch of different possibilities. So it still makes that question really hard to guess and like what possible moves they might make.
That is Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com giving us her take on what Todd Monkin said on the podium earlier today in Indianapolis. We are going to play his sidebar in just about 15 minutes here. Mm-hmm. So we've edited that. Apparently there was some naughty language there that we had to clean up as well.
Yeah, so you swore multiple times.
That's my coach right there.
Is that what that is?
Had no voice, had no opening, like prepared thoughts.
Was starstruck by seeing Mike Vrabel in his distance. It was weird.
And then cursed like a sailor off mic. That's my guy right there. I think it's fair that I think the Browns are presenting this idea of we're open to where this goes. And I really don't see any quarterback out here that closes it before the end of the draft. If you draft Ty Simpson, I think it's going to be open, and you got to figure it out in OTAs ahead of training camp. If you sign Malik Willis, I know people are going to say the money says, well, Malik's the starter. To hell with that. Malik Willis hasn't done enough to become the unquestioned starter just by signing here. The only guy they can see maybe gets that is Kyler. And again, I just what's the real worst case scenario in letting them work it out in the summer and then having a pretty decent org chart built heading into training camp?
No, I guess there's not much to look at from that perspective. I think we see it differently from whether it's Malik Willis or whether it's Kyler Murray. I think if you make those moves, you're telling that quarterback they're QB1, and then it's not nearly as open as what they're trying to suggest it is right now. That's just how I see it.
Now, I do think it's interesting that Todd Monkin went as hard in the paint as he did for Ty Simpson. Because I think Ty Simpson has become the ultimate no. Like if we did the concentric circles of the different quarterbacks with all Browns fans and who has the most no shared, I think it's going to be Ty Simpson.
Okay, so I mock Coach Riz as much as I love him. I mock him every now and again because there's a quarterback I've never found a quarterback that he doesn't like
until this time.
Yeah, he hates Ty Simpson. Did he send you the same text today?
Did he say day 3 prospect?
Because he sent that yesterday. He goes, I'm as high on Ty Simpson as you are on Dylan Gabriel. So I think we all know what that means, all right? And so, it's weird because if you watch, the first 6 games of Alabama last year, I think you think one thing about Ty Simpson, and then they have an injury to the top wide receiver, and a couple different things happen. And then if you watch the remaining part of the season, I think you think it's something a little bit different when it comes to Ty Simpson. But I don't think Monken's really diagnosing that. Monken is going back to when he was trying to get him to play for him in Georgia.
I think, in fairness, I think it's impossible for any of us to have an even measured conversation about Malik Willis because the conversation is inflated. I just want to remind Browns fans, you want Ty Simpson to have a good week this week. You need him to have a good week. I think
it's almost impossible for him not to have a good week this week.
Well, I mean, I think he's listen, let me just get to this. I think it's in the Browns' best interest and Browns fans' best interest that Ty Simpson looks really good as a pure passer and keeps his name in the mix with the first round and certainly maybe in the top 20. Even if you have no inclination of drafting him, to have the 6th pick becomes more valuable if somebody thinks to themselves, whether I'm going to sit him for a year or 2 years behind a veteran quarterback or I want to get him right now. Ty Simpson being a bona fide top 15 pick and that not being laughed out of the building is really good if you're thinking about flexibility for the Browns. It just is.
No question about it. But that's why I think they're in a good spot from that perspective because when everyone describes Ty Simpson as, this is the combine events are set up for him to succeed.
Yeah.
Like this is it. And I know it's pretty easy in shorts and a t-shirt anyway, but in general, like from what Ty Simpson does well, this should be about as easy as it gets for him.
Now, the first part of the Ty Simpson conversation is a lack of experience. And here are the quarterbacks from 2015 to 2024 that were taken with 17 or less career starts in college.
Yeah.
It's Kyler Murray, it's Trey Lance, it's Mac Jones, it's Dwayne Haskins, it's Anthony Richardson, and Mitchell Trubisky. So Kyler Murray and Mac Jones are the high part of this. Mm-hmm. And I do think with an organization that is heavily, heavily into analytics, I would be and really sought out Dylan Gabriel last year because he started 152 games in college.
Yeah.
That in and of itself is enough to make me think, yeah, he's not coming to Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, you can get away with it a little bit more when it's like a 2-year sample size, and then you fall into that bucket of where C.J. Stroud was, of where Drake May was even, where you're in that 25 to 30 game range, which still makes some people queasy, for being honest about it. But we have enough success stories from that group. We don't have nearly enough from the 17 game and under group.
That, I think, is the most valid conversation. For how he actually played last year, I think it's really tough just because I think when people have said that he weighed 190 pounds for a kid that played at about 205, 210, 215 last year because the gastritis, which is a very serious stomach issue, I think it's really tough for me to disqualify his tape last year when he was losing anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20 pounds throughout the actual football season. Like, I think that's like...
Wait, are people disqualifying the tape because of that?
No. People are just not applying it to what actually happened to him. Like, okay. I think it's just he looked bad in a vacuum instead of, well, he had a very serious injury and the Ryan Williams stuff and all the noise around the program, and Grubbs, I think he got fired at the end of the season, the OC. Like, there was just so much there that I feel like I'm not trying to disqualify it, but I do think you have to put it in a proper context and maybe say, all right, what's more likely to be real? The first 6 games where he wasn't battling a serious injury that dropped 20 pounds off of him, or the second half where clearly just everything went, hell went to a handcart.
I mean, I just think it's interesting to point out that there's a clear distinction between like Mendoza and Simpson. And Mendoza right now, it's not as if he's being comped to the highest of players in general. So it'll be interesting to see where he ends up. Is he going to end up with like a Jackson Dart type scenario? That's what makes the most sense for me, if I'm being honest about it. Like 24th, 23rd, 22nd overall.
I need the Rams to trade up for him. It's a perfect scenario for him. It's a perfect scenario for the Rams. It's a perfect scenario for me.
Keith is saying Grubb is still there, by the way.
He is. Well, I got 2 out of 3 things right, Keith.
There you go.
66%. I'm Kirby Puckett.
Why does that make you Kirby Puckett?
Because he was a 660. He wasn't a 660. I was talking about a high batting average. 216-474-0092.
Stick it, move. Stick it, move. Stick it, move.
Like the audience cares about Grubbs not being there. For the love of God, Keith. Are you rooting for Ty Simpson to look good this week? I think it's in all our best interest that he does. The sidecar conversation with Todd Monkin for the Combine in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
3 seasons, and they were at the top of the league in many, many key categories. And, of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. We've got the lead coming up in just about 1 hour's time. Daryl Ryder coming up at 4:20. The big news of the day, James Harden on his right thumb has an injury. He's questionable for tonight. We're pretty questionable with what it means for the Cavs and how long he could or could not be out.
Shams, by the way, there was just an update there saying that after the hand special evaluation, like just happened, he plans to play through his fractured right thumb.
There we go. That's a gamer.
So
you know what?
He's going to try to play through it.
You know, James Harden?
Is he earning
He's
some points
growing
here?
on me.
He's earning some points?
Do we know the thumb's injured or not? I don't care. He plays through it, even an imaginary thumb injury. You're my guy.
I mean, everyone said, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever it ended up being. He's just going to play through it. I guess he just doesn't care.
All right, unless we get through, like, a game. And then he's like, it's too much.
This doesn't work.
Yeah, because we're going to give him the premature credit of playing for the entirety of the stretch.
Tough guy, James Harden. Who knew?
Many people are saying that. I even saw him play defense on one possession last night.
They say, NBA stars. They don't, they never play through injury. They're just a bunch of softies. Exhibit A, James Harden.
The old How I Met Your Mother hot crazy scale, NBA diva versus not NBA diva, James Harden's all over it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Plays every game, but he's going to be asked to be traded every 9 months.
Definitely,
I don't know where we've fallen here. I don't even know how to do it.
Hot crazy scale. We definitely use that a lot in college. We just isolated it out, and it's wildly accurate.
Those were the days.
Yeah.
Simpler days.
Yeah, we don't even think about those now.
Yeah.
How about that? Different lifetime ago.
Thank God. Different guy. Never happened. Don't even remember it. That being said, Todd Monkin, he had obviously his main media availability. He also had his kind of aside with the Cleveland media. We're going to play that for you right now and react to the back end.
Hey, Todd, is there any concern that the 3 coordinators are all going to be first-time guys in that role?
No. I mean, I'm going to run the offense, so let's eliminate that part of it. Byron, who we hired from Green Bay, trained under Rich Bisaccia. I mean, one of the all-time greats, and he's ready. He's ready, and then I don't feel defensively because we were able to retain the staff and the players. I mean, to me, there's not a better situation that you could have for a first-time play caller than to have the players that we have and the staff that help put that all together. Because I'm not the same without our offensive staff. But we're kidding ourselves if we think we do it all alone. There's no chance.
Is there any sense, what would it be like to give up plays like even now? I mean, I know you're just now in this job, but just the whole thought of you not actually calling the plays, how difficult would that be at this point?
It's not difficult today. We haven't even started. But, I mean, I'm joking. I mean, every year's different. Every week's different. I don't see it, at this point. But you never say never. I mean, you never get the point. I mean, I think we've had this year already, this last week, where Sean Payton says he's given up play calling and Dave Canales has given up play calling. But you got to get things going in the direction you want. Work with somebody long enough to where you feel comfortable handing that over. We're not at that point yet.
Have you had a chance to talk to Miles yet?
I have not had a chance to talk. We've texted back and forth, but between all of his travels and being overseas for the Olympics, I haven't had a chance to talk to him, but I'm excited to.
Todd, do you have a gut feeling yet on whether or not you really think that you have what you need in your quarterback room to get the job done, in 2026, or do you sort of feel like you might need to bring somebody in from the outside too?
I think that's a little bit of a baited question on that one, but I will say that we're always trying to upgrade every position. That's not the only position. I know it's the position everybody wants to talk about, and I get it. I get it. I'm excited about Shador. I'm excited about Deshaun and Dylan. I'm excited about the prospects, not only in free agency, but also in the draft. And we'll see where it all falls. I mean, ultimately, you've got to do whatever you need to do, especially at that position, to put yourself in position to score points.
Todd, are you opposed to having multiple rookies on your starting offensive line?
No.
Doesn't phase you as more of a challenge at all?
No, I mean, if they're the best players, I mean, that's where we're at right now. I mean, we understand that. And so now would it multiple depends on how many multiple.
Two would be.
Two, okay, well, there we go. Yeah, let's not go to 5. I mean, multiple's a pretty broad stroke there.
More than one.
Again, if they're really talented rookies, then no. I mean, we started a year ago, Roger Rosengarten at the Ravens, and he did fantastic. And so I've been around rookies that can play at a high level, and you've got to do things schematically to help them out. You certainly, especially a tackle.
Todd, I'm sure that the nuts and bolts of your offense are the same wherever you go, but do you have an idea of what this offense is going to look like here, or do you need to get a feel for the players you have, the quarterback, all of that stuff?
First off, I mean, not really. I mean, but how much are you really going to change? I mean, let's be real honest about it. I mean, Mike McDonald went from the Ravens to the Seahawks, and I'm sure they tweaked some things. And each year you're tweaking it. It's going to change. You're going to evolve. You're going to adapt. And we're the same way, but what we do is what we do. How we call it and how we scheme it up can't change. Or you're not committed to anything. I mean, you have to be what you believe in and how you attack people and how you prepare every week. So that can't change.
Todd, you guys are in rebuilding mode, sort of, I guess, but how important is it for you? This is your first time to be a head coach. How important is it for you to hit the ground running and try to get to winning as soon as possible in Cleveland?
First off, I think every year every team has to rebuild, either with the current players they have or through free agency or the draft. So I don't really see it as that. I see it as what pieces are available on our current roster, what pieces are out there in free agency, what pieces are out there in the draft, and how do we put together, starting with the offensive line, because that's where it starts, and then every other position group that gives us the best chance to compete every Sunday. So rebuild is probably a little strong. Retool maybe, add pieces to that, and then how quickly do we get them up to speed?
Todd, you mentioned free agency a couple times. Yesterday, Andrew Berry said that he'd expect to be a little more aggressive than last year, but probably more aggressive next offseason. But when you guys are looking in free agency, what's the pitch to players that this is a good place to be as you're going to be in those conversations? Like, how do you make this a good fit for players who maybe are considering other teams, weighing other options?
Well, usually free agents take the most money. So that's what you have to do, is have money to spend. Let's be real honest there. I mean, then the rest comes into play. It's just like NIL anymore. Everything else is important, just not as important, right? When money's involved, relationships are important. Ability to win is important. You name it. Like in college, it's your academics, right? Your degree, close to home, and that's still all part of it. Your family, but ultimately, it's how much money they're going to get paid, and where do they fit, and then the relationship piece of it. So, and then ultimately, you want to get players that are still playing at a high level. I mean, certainly you want to be certainly smart in terms of where you spend the money, but we all know in free agency, if you want a good player, they've proven it on NFL tape, you're going to have to spend. And that's just the way it is, and at times overspend.
To go back to the defense really quick with Rutenberg, and it seems like everyone in Atlanta was talking about his knowledge of the secondary and the way they disguise things. Like, how intriguing was that with him? And especially, like you said, knowing you have all these guys essentially coming back, your defensive starters, to maybe switch some things up in the back end.
Very exciting. And no matter who was going to be the defensive coordinator, there was going to have to be some changes. I mean, there just wasn't just some adaptation. Every year you're changing, you're evolving. So it didn't matter who was good, just like we will offensively. From last year to this year, the personnel we have, every team's different. Next year, every year after that, you're going to evolve. So that's exciting. He obviously came very highly recommended, certainly respected within the profession, and it was his time. And it was obvious when he came and interviewed to all of us that that's the direction we were going to head.
What's your favorite piece of advice you've received about taking over an NFL team for the first time?
Best bit of advice. I don't know if I've asked enough people yet for that. I haven't really gotten to that point yet of asked the advice part, because you're in a whirlwind trying to hire staff. You're getting ready for the combine and free agency and all of the things that come with that you really haven't even had a chance to reach out and say. I think I did talk to Liam Cohen, and Liam said a lot of the football stuff was the easiest part of it, that the scheduling part of it was the hardest part the first year, because you're responsible for it all. I'll compare it. When I got to Southern Miss, 2013, we were 2 weeks away from spring ball. True story. Dave Duggan comes in, our defensive coordinator, and says, hey, you got the faces for spring ball? And I said, oh, I got to do that. Like, you have to set that. Like, someone usually used to bring you the schedule. What is that? When you start, right? All of those things, the days you're going to work, right? Whatever's the fine schedule, whatever those things are that you have to do that are more organizational than it is what you're used to on a day-to-day basis. It's like all of us. Where is your comfort zone? It's what you've done over the course of time. Anything that's different is going to take time to just get into a routine. Not hard. None of that's hard. It's just getting into a routine of your time management. It's probably the biggest thing. Where do you put your time?
Todd, it's been 4 years since you've been at Georgia and in the SEC, but do you see your value in this draft process being your contacts?
So,
college, particularly at Georgia, when you're looking at offensive linemen, maybe?
I think being in college, like any personal relationships, I don't think it ever hurts if you want to get real information, right? Right? Like, if someone off the street, or you guys ask my wife how cool it is to be married to me, and she doesn't know you, what is she going to say? Oh, he's the best ever. I mean, holy cow, I can't believe my life being any better without him. Someone that really knows her, right? Who knows what she'll say? I don't know yet, but they'll get the real, you know what I'm saying? So the bottom line is the same thing, right? If you know guys specifically, and you're able to drill down a little bit, okay, tell me really how this player ticks. Compare that player to player X, someone else. He's just like this. And it's the same way when you're in college going to high school and you want to know about a certain player. Tell me about how this player is wired, that they love football, the day-to-day. And I think any of those relationships that are stronger, you're going to cut to the core of what they're really like.
Todd, we're going to go two more. Always a help. Todd, you got asked what you think your strengths are as head coach, and you say you don't like to talk about yourself. I'm just like, is that maybe the answer, that you just it's not about you?
Well, I don't really understand that question. I'm not trying to be it. I don't understand that. Like I said, I coach.
Like you don't make it about yourself.
I coach football for a living. I don't understand the strength of it. To be the same thing. Like, what do you think your strengths are as a husband? I don't know. Go ask my wife. I mean, what are your strengths as a father? Well, go ask my son. I don't know that. Hopefully they say the right. But it's the same thing. Like, ask the guys that I've coached, or the coaches that I've coached with. To me, that's a better. I could say whatever it is. You know, whatever you'd want to hear, you can spin it. That what really matters is the people you work with and the people you're around that you've been able to touch, and hopefully you've had some sort of an impact that's helped them live out their dreams. And I'm excited here just because I love the challenge, and there'll be no better place to do it than being with the Cleveland Browns. I can promise you that.
Todd, you have mentioned that you like to have a dual threat quarterback or a mobile quarterback. Does Shedeur Sanders have the kind of mobility that you're looking for to do the job the way that you like to see it done?
I think all three of the quarterbacks have mobility. I think you see that on tape. Shedeur surprised me a little bit in terms of it's mobile might be, but he's got a knack. He's got a feel like he does in playmaking. He has a real sense in the pocket when it starts to collapse and moving around the pocket. And he made more plays or got himself out of trouble than I would have guessed, than I would have thought even coming out, which was nice to see. As has Deshaun has throughout his career, and Dylan has.
That was Todd Monkin, sidebar with the Cleveland media at the Combine. We'll have more reaction on that in the lead. But Darryl Ryder coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
A meal. He called it a twister and never called that friend again. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. The Twister. Now back at KFC, classic or with bacon. Also try it spicy. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary.
The very latest reactions from the Combine on our talk shows, 2020 updates, or anytime at 923thefan.com.
The lead coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. A lot of Monkin today. Hope you've enjoyed all the Monkin that you can possibly get. We've had some Cavs news here. And with James Harden's the thumb, looks like he's going to try and play through it. So we'll see with that. But to talk all the latest things here in Cleveland sports, but certainly what stood out from Todd Monkin's presser today, we welcome in Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, welcome to the show.
Hello, boys.
I guess we'll start the obvious. What stood out from Todd Monkin's many press comments today?
I'd probably say the quarterback stuff. The fact that we're going to have yet another quarterback competition. Can't wait. And also, too, the fact that he really seems to be open to the idea of Deshaun Watson winning said quarterback competition. Right now, it's looking like it's a three-man race. I think it's a two-man race, Deshaun and Shedeur, and then whoever they decide to bring in here this offseason, whether that's through free agency, a trade, or another quarterback project in the draft, which Andrew Berry hinted at yesterday is a distinct possibility. He likes taking guys every year if he can. So, yay, another offseason of having no idea who the quarterback is. So I'm sure the results this year will be much different.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention he thought Deshaun deserved the benefit of the doubt. Do you feel like Deshaun deserves the benefit of the doubt?
No. He hasn't played worthy of the benefit of the doubt for like 6 years. So, no. I have no interest in seeing Deshaun Watson on the field this year whatsoever. But the Browns are paying him $46 million in the final year of his contract, so certainly can understand why they're going to try and squeeze a little blood from that rock.
Seems like you're open to the idea, though, and I think that's, keeping an open mind, I think, is a big part of staying young.
Yeah, no. The Browns can't get away from Deshaun Watson fast enough as far as I'm concerned, along with that awful contract.
We heard Andrew Berry say yesterday, hey, we're going to be more aggressive than last year, but, we're probably not going to be hyper-aggressive until next year. That certainly seems to be kind of trying to kind of thread the needle there. In the next 3 to 4 weeks, what do you actually expect to be upgraded with this roster?
Well, I think that the focus is going to be on offensive line and the wide receiver room. If an opportunity presents itself at quarterback, then yes, I would expect him to pounce. I think the Kyler Murray situation in Arizona is certainly one to keep an eye on, just because of, you've got the GM saying he's talked with Kyler Murray this offseason. You've got other reporting saying they've not spoken since exit interviews. It reminds me a little bit of the Browns Baker situation back during the 2022 offseason there. Malik Willis obviously still out there. Jordan Schultz reporting it's looking like it's going to be $30 million at least per year for him. The Browns certainly can afford to do that financially. We'll see if they actually want to go that route again with a big quarterback contract coming off of Deshaun's contract there. But I do think that Andrew Berry is going to spend the next couple of weeks really trying to explore all quarterback options right now. Because, it's clear they're not sold on Shedeur Sanders. It's clear that they, and understandably so, really can't count on Deshaun Watson at all. So, and you really can't win in this league without a quarterback, and they've been searching for one since 1999. So Barry is going to be, I think, busy trying to figure out what his options at that position will ultimately be.
All right, you bring Kyler Murray into the discussion. Which would you be happier with, Kyler Murray or Malik Willis being the Week 1 starter?
Kyler Murray. I'm not a fan of his size, but he's at least produced consistently at this level, and you can certainly sell me on that move, whereas Malik Willis has played in as many games, it feels like, as Shedeur Sanders has.
All right, we're going to keep this Sophie's Choice train rolling here. Again, if these were the only two options this offseason, taking Ty Simpson at 24 or giving Malik Simpson $30 million a year.
Malik Willis.
Him too. Yeah. But Malik Willis, $30 million a year, which way are you going there?
I would probably go Simpson because he's cheaper.
Oh, so you're comfortable giving up the draft pick?
Well, listen, I'm not comfortable giving Malik Willis $30 million a year. So, and I realize it ain't my money. I shouldn't really care. But, I'm not sold on that kind of a commitment to Malik Willis. And, look, if they go the Ty Simpson route, he's still another project even at 24. So I think folks need to understand that, even though he probably immediately jumps to the front of the line as far as whatever quarterback competition they plan on conducting this offseason.
Is MJ Emerson on the way out?
I think that there's certainly a chance for it. Hopefully not, because I think when he's healthy, he's a really good player. But, when you're listening to Andrew Berry yesterday talk about the situation, he didn't really want to say a whole lot about it. But I do think that and get the sense that there's a chance he might not be back this year.
So let's move to Devin Bush. Initially in the offseason, we were getting astronomical numbers, and then you start seeing some of the free agent ranking lists. And I think The Athletic had him like 71st. No, it was Greg Rosenthal, I think. Another didn't have him in the top 25. I'm just curious about how fluid that situation is, as they've obviously got a lot of guys on defense, but Devin was one of the better players they had this last year.
Yeah, I would prioritize bringing him back this offseason if it's possible. Unfortunately, free agency, he's coming off a really good year, which means his free agency value increases there. But if I were Andrew Berry, I would definitely make bringing Devin Bush back a priority.
How much do you think they're going to spend on the defensive side of the ball that way? Like, we just brought up two guys, MJ Emerson, Devin Bush. Yeah. Like, if they just neglect to do anything with either, is that them trying to move the shift to the offense quicker than maybe some suspect they would, or we're really just putting more resources towards that side of the ball?
Well, the offense has so many holes right now that need to be filled, including 5 spots on the offensive line. Potentially a tight end, so now that's 6. 2 wide receivers, now you're up to 7. Maybe another running back, that's 8. Quarterback, that's 9 that you have to bring in. You look on the defensive side of the ball, your biggest concerns for me are bringing Emerson and Bush back, a little more depth there in the secondary. But on that side of the ball, there aren't nearly as many needs. So I think a lot of it has to do with the volume of contract restructures they're able to do in the next couple of weeks here, because they do have to clear the decks by March 10 to get under that cap for the new league year, and also give themselves the opportunity to get out there in free agency and be as aggressive as they can be, fill in a lot of those offensive holes that they need to fill. But we also have to keep in mind they also have 10 draft picks, and they have been advertising extensively how young they're going to be this season, which tells me they're going to be looking to fill a lot of these holes with those draft picks.
All right, Daryl, let's get to the Cavs' big win over the Knicks last night. Who was last night's Cavs win most important for?
Well, I think it was just collectively important for them because New York had won.
I
the
need
previous
something
2
more
games.
specific.
Well, no, I mean they needed that win collectively. Unfortunately, James Harden got hurt, broke his thumb, didn't get to the free throw line. I don't really understand how that happens, but that's the way she goes sometimes. But that was a game I felt like you hate saying must win about a regular season game, but just from like a psychological standpoint. And the history between the Cavs and the Knicks, like they really needed to have that one last night. And the fact that they were able to win comfortably against New York, I think just collectively as a group, it was pretty big for them all. The box score was pretty balanced. You had 6 guys in double figures, and then obviously led by James Harden and Donovan Mitchell combining for 43 points and a bunch of assists.
Is it wise that it seems like James Harden is going to try to play through this thumb injury?
Well, they're saying it's a non-displaced fracture on the tip of his thumb, and it's the non-shooting hand. So I guess you can kind of give it a go. Typically, bone breaks are a 4 to 6, maybe 8-week type of injury. I think the playoffs begin in 7 or 8 weeks from now. So I can understand why he would try maybe to play through this here early. I just worry if playing through it could complicate the situation and affect his readiness for the playoffs. But that really is some tough luck that news came out today that he's got that break in his thumb.
Daryl, great stuff as always. Great stuff filling in for Jake yesterday on Overtime, and we appreciate you, buddy. Have a good night.
Thank you, Daryl.
You too, guys.
Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. As always, Daryl joins us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We will get some Cavs talk in here and what is owed to Jarrett Allen after this long stretch, this recent stretch, rather, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Car Wash. The best deals for Northeast Ohio winters. Stay fresh inside and out with unlimited washes from $24. Go to BlueFallsCarWash.com. Blue Falls
Car Wash.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Are we supposed to be debating whether James Harden should be playing through the thumb injury or not? Because I am seeing like our guy Brett on Twitter, who's like, he said Harden should definitely not play through this. We heard Daryl being a little concerned about this as well. Is this?
I mean, I asked Daryl the question because it just was a genuine thing that popped up in my head of like, wait, should he be doing this? If it's that, I just don't think it's that serious. One and two, I think James Harden. I think he's trying to manage the risk-reward of this. And I think him being on the court matters more to him than him just being off the court and trying to get this thing 100%.
This damn thumb injury has given me more consternation in the ambiguity alone.
Yeah, I know. I wish I had more answers about all of this.
I think that's what's kind of frustrating me is every time I've calmed down, somebody goes, he shouldn't play. I'm like, are they going to lop it off if he gets it re-injured? Like, is this like Darius's toe? Am I going to have to worry about his other thumb out of nowhere?
Or like 7 weeks from now, if he has a bad game, is it going to be like, no, that's not the playoffs, James Harden. He's got a thumb injury on his right hand, his non-shooting hand.
He has to be carried out with his thumb in a sling.
Is he just gonna
like Paul Pierce in the old poop pants moment?
Is that he makes it very obvious to everyone. He brings a little cast for his thumb and has it on display in the press conference.
Teammates just carry his hand out while they're walking. You have to lift that by yourself, big dog. I got you.
I mean, this is why he's gotten that reputation of over the years of being somebody that doesn't get injured often and plays a bunch of games. Like this is part of his deal, and so I'd expect nothing less from James Harden. I'm interested to see if it impacts him. Why is he playing tonight, though? If he ends up playing tonight, why is he playing tonight?
Because somebody has to play tonight.
Like Mitchell's out,
Evans out. This is a Jarrett Allen, James Harden, the double J's. Let's take it over.
You're playing back-to-back nights. It's 5 games in 7 days. You want to get ready for Friday against the Pistons. You have this thumb injury. If he plays tonight, it just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I think it's all on board. Come on now.
It just doesn't add up to me. I can't figure it out.
I need half of the sore 4 playing tonight.
The sore 4.
They are. You've got Evan and Donovan are out. Jarrett's like the healthiest beast on the table as long as Mitchell Robinson's not in the.
Well, I mean, if this was the game that mattered, they would both be out there playing, and we know that
it matters.
This game doesn't.
The Bucks. Oh, you are. The Bucks.
It's the second night of a back-to-back. Yesterday mattered. Today doesn't matter as much.
Yes, it does. It matters. Let's get this W, and then let's go take one from Detroit.
No, Detroit matters.
Yeah, of course. Well, Detroit matters because they're the number 1 seed, and a win takes you 1 full game in there already. But you win tonight. I can't remember if Detroit plays tonight. That's 6 games. You're out of Detroit.
Detroit does play tonight.
Then you could be 5.5 going into Friday playing for 4.5. Come on now.
I think, don't we have an important Detroit game tonight? I was telling myself that earlier. It's a Detroit Thunder tonight. And so I already had that one locked in on my calendar for this evening, Nick.
You know why I don't? Because I don't think Detroit's real. I think they're a paper tiger, and I get annoyed when people are like, "Oh, this could be we could be really seeing an NBA Finals matchup." No, we're not. Detroit's a joke of a team. Comparative to a top 2 seed.
I don't know about a joke of a team, but I'm with you in the idea that I'm not buying them. Like, it's funny when we talk about the brackets, and I think Fanta had this yesterday, and he's dead on. It's better for the Cavs to take on the Pistons in round 2 than it probably is just about anyone else that they take on in round 2.
No, that's fair. And again, when I say joke of the team, I'm talking about. Like, if I'm like, I think the Cavs can go to the finals, but they're going to be a 5-man sweep, a gentleman sweep in there. It would be a 3-game sweep with Detroit. They would just, after 3 games, Detroit would be like, we don't even need a 4th game. You've won the NBA Finals.
They'd be so gracious about that.
They would just be like, we don't need to play game 4.
What's the point of even doing this?
I don't want Cade Cunningham going all Tyrese Halliburton in the final game here trying to lose.
I mean, what they've really displayed is so I like Duren. I think he's good, but like he's a true center is what he is, and it's Cade Cunningham, then a true center, and then it just kind of dwindles pretty quickly there.
I don't think they shoot well enough, and
they don't. Not from the perimeter. They don't. No.
Duren is a nice player, and maybe one day he can grow into this.
I mean, his offensive averages are better than what Evan Mobley's are. Yep. He's an 18-10 guy. Mobley's 18-8.
If you put Evan Mobley in that situation, Evan Mobley would be 30 points a night. They just don't. They have really. I don't want to say no scoring. I'm trying not to speak too hyperbolic here, but he's not. Duran right now is not a. I don't think he's going to be a difference maker in the playoffs. I think Cade is going to have to be otherworldly in the playoffs, because who else is the guy that, like, who screams to you can make plays and play the kind of basketball you need to at a high level in the playoffs? They don't have another guy.
That's what makes Cade so impressive right now, is that it's not a one-man band. We just talked about Duran, but it's very close to being a one-man band.
And that's to me, I don't even want to compare it to the LeBron Cavs of like, we'll just shut down Cade and you're going to be fine, because Cade's nowhere near LeBron. It's a really, really nice player. Might end up being the MVP by default, but like, I don't know. I want that win on Friday. Now I think we are talking about something, because I just do not respect Detroit at all. I just do not respect them as a serious NBA Finals contender, and I would like to take their number 1 seed from them.
Yeah, we get them twice in 4 days. We're going to have a lot of opportunities to go ahead and be proven right there if they go ahead and just take them to the woodshed.
Now, I blacked out because we talked about the Pistons, and I really just don't respect them as NBA Finals contenders. So I'm not even going to ask the question. I think last night and these last 10 games proves that to some degree Cavs fans and Cavs media do owe Jarrett Allen a bit of an apology.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I think there's an apology to be had, and there's a recognition that Jarrett Allen has been awesome. Again, 22-11 in the month of February. Like the past month and a half, really since that 40-point game, it's just been a different Jarrett Allen. But I can't escape Donovan in that locker room situation last night, where he's like, well, he's got to do it in March now. Like there's a part of me that wants to just see this continue before I give all the flowers to Jarrett Allen. I'm lined up, ready to deliver him, but I just need to keep this thing going. It almost reminds me of when you watch baseball and you just have a hitter just go for a 30-game stretch where they slug 550 and tear the cover off the ball. Like, is Jarrett Allen just riding the hot hand right now, or is this something that's going to stay?
No, I mean, Jarrett Allen's finally been put in a proper role for Jarrett Allen, regardless of the rest of the Cavaliers, and he's playing the kind of basketball we should expect. Like, when I say, all right, Jarrett Allen deserves a bit of an apology from all of us, it's that we haven't been able to see the forest from the trees on why Jarrett has struggled specifically this year. Now, the playoffs are a different thing. He's a rim-running big and a not the most polished offensive player or well-rounded offensive player. Those guys do tend to struggle in the postseason. But the kind of the rumors of Jarrett Allen's demise, Jarrett and to some degree Evan are victims of circumstance with the Cavs this year. And this idea that Jarrett is just not important, or that he's washed, or that he's something.
He's very important.
Well, but I do think like it's almost like he became an afterthought, and you continue to come back to. I understand what the Cavs are doing. I'm not blaming the Cavs, but we have to see why Jarrett was struggling early in the season. This is a all-star big. This is a legitimate starting center in the NBA. And in the fourth quarter, when it matters most, he wasn't part of your final five to try and make Evan Mobley a bigger part of this thing. It's no wonder the guy's confidence got sapped. It's no wonder he disappeared.
And that is part of Atkinson in general, with his idea of not wanting to play them both at the same time early on in the year. And so, like, he's got to evolve on that. I think he's starting to show that, even though we saw last night that long stretch before the second half where that was Allen on an island out there. That's what that was.
But, like, Jarrett, it is fair. Like, there are things that I think are fair to say about Jarrett, which is how does he fit with this team in the postseason? Totally fair. There is how much in a team where he's just the true center, and maybe you've got a couple shooters around him, but they don't have a team stacked of shooters. How does he put up in the postseason? How much do you play him? Is he a 24-minute-a-night guy or 30-minute-a-night? Totally fair. But washed, soft, all these different things that have been attributed to him, I just think have been pushed to the highest degree this year because of circumstances that go beyond his and Evan's control, and in fairness, Kenny Atkinson's too.
Yeah, but they haven't for like 6 weeks now. Like the light has gone on for Cavs fans and appreciating, and I feel like respecting what Jarrett Allen brings to this ball club.
Yeah, but you should have been respecting him the last 4 years. Listen, actually, longer than the last 4 years. But 6 years he's been.
You're the one that wanted to kick him out of the core 4 last year, and I was maintaining that he should be in it.
I was trying to bring DeAndre Hunter to a different level, and it didn't work. Much like Kenny Atkinson with Evan Mobley at the beginning of this year.
And it didn't work. There's been a part of it sounds like, oh, you're just hopping on this now, but if you paid attention to me long enough, like I've always been in Jarrett Allen's corner, and the idea that he's just a walking double-double on any given night has always been enticing. But there's something about his game that, like, when he plays good basketball, it feels like the Cavs are at the best version of themselves. But it has been for years.
But, like, listen, I think listen, I think it makes a lot of sense that Jarrett's going to have a stretch where he takes a regression. I don't expect this Jarrett to kind of stick up, but this is the reminder. This is who Jarrett Allen is. And that the Cavs circumstance, playing two bigs that overlap and how do you play them and all this other kind of stuff, like that's hurt Jarrett more than it's hurt anybody. Right? In the same way that it eventually cost Darius Garland his spot in Cleveland, it's not just the injuries. There was overlap with Donovan, and at some point you were making that decision. You just waited too long, and you ended up having to salvage it with this attempt with James Harden. Like, every time we talk about, he has no trade value, he's this, he's that. It's
he's created some for himself, I'll tell you that.
He's but that can go away with, if there's
I think that's why it's important that we just kind of keep Jarrett Allen where he is right now because, again, like we got to see this in March. We got to see this in April. We got to see this when the moments are the brightest, which is something that he publicly has spoke on, him not maybe being the best in those spots.
But I don't know he can do that while getting Evan Mobley back. And again, Harden seems to be the miracle salve for bigs that I think people just expect that it not only is it going to help Evan, but it's going to help Jarrett. And at the same time, they're going to be better than they ever were.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I mean, Mobley did not have a particularly good game last night, and there are often spots there where Atkinson, he's got to choose in certain respects. Like that's a reality. And I'll be interested to see as the season moves on if they keep prioritizing Jarrett Allen or if they go to Mobley because they think there's a bigger picture there with him.
And I think the Cavs are best when you don't have to prioritize one of those two, when they can figure it out. I think you've got enough time to do that, but I don't know. I can't help but escape that some of the criticisms that Jarrett was getting 4 or 5 weeks ago are now the criticisms Evan's getting. And it does feel like we're in this perpetual cycle of whether winning or losing, all right, somebody's playing bad. That guy's the bad guy. It almost feels like we're setting ourselves up to have fall guys if this doesn't work out. And I think we'd be looking in the wrong direction because the guy that put it together would still be the guy that has had some of this circumstance maybe hurt the perception of Jarrett at points and the perception of Evan at points.
I don't know. Last night I thought it was more, at least to me, it was more of an indicator that Donovan doesn't have to be the superstar on any given night, and he can have a bad shooting night like he had last night, and guys like Jarrett Allen can pick up the slack for him. And when you have guys like Jarrett that can score the way that he's been scoring, and even James Harden scoring the way that he's been scoring, like it just makes life so much easier. And you got some wiggle room there. You had some room for Mobley to not have a great game or Donovan not to have a great night shooting.
Do we owe Jarrett Allen an apology with his last 10, 15 games or so? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got Kurt Helin coming up in 1 hour's time. James Harden's thumb. Get to that. We're going to get to Evan Mobley, Jared Allen. I'm just naming Cavaliers now. Jaden Tyson, all the Tysons. Mike Tyson, any of the Tysons that could be in Cleveland in the near future, we'll get to with Kurt Helin of NBC Sports in 1 hour's time. But let's go ahead and get to the lead as I pull the right script up. The Cavs announced that James Harden suffered a non-displaced fracture in his right thumb last night. Shams Charania on ESPN breaking down how this will impact Harden's availability moving forward.
James Harden has been evaluated by a hand specialist, and I'm told he plans to play through that fracture in his right thumb moving forward. No surgery is required, so he will be playing on. There's going to be a lot of managing of the pain through treatment over the next few days. He might sit tonight in Milwaukee to let that thumb calm down. He wants to play through this injury. He will be playing through this injury. Expect him to wear a wrap or a splint. He's played through an assortment of injuries throughout his NBA career, and now this fracture in his right thumb will be just another. But James Harden avoiding surgery. Okay. He will be playing on with this fracture.
I'd advise him to sit tonight, get yourself ready for Friday, and then we can get going. But it does show a toughness by James Harden to play through this.
I mean, I think it's funny. I think more people are having a debate about whether he should be playing or not than we are. Because what's the 3 weeks from now it gets re-aggravated, and then he keeps playing through it. Like, I just
if it's something you can play through as is, you might as well then just keep playing through. Like, I also think people undersell how good drugs are at making it non-painful in the moment.
We're gonna have a pro-drug advertisement now, right?
Maybe pro-Toradol advertisement. I'm not sure, but I think the
okay.
It's wild.
Bold play, Cotton.
It's wild how numb they can make your body in professional sports. And I think NBA people aren't used to it because it's not they don't live in the NFL world that we live in. But you can really make your body feel basically nothing if you wanted to.
Numb it up, James.
Just numb it up. That's all he's gonna. You heard Shams. Shams is like he's gonna do all sorts of pain treatments, and they're gonna get him some medicine. Spoiler alert: they're just gonna drug him like crazy, and he's gonna be fine.
He's not a racehorse.
Everything will be. He basically is. He's secretariat for the next 4 weeks. He'll be all right. Drug him up.
What's up
fine.
with James? Oh, they got real doped up over that thumb.
Putting himself on the stud too.
I would well, he's been doing that for a while now.
There we go.
Half the NBA does.
Closer to secretariat than we thought, right?
All right, but here's the thing. When it comes to this injury and playing through, do we have to keep it in the back of our minds for 6 weeks? There's so much ambiguity to this. What happens if he re-injures it? All this kind of stuff that
No, here's my rule on it. If you can play through it, then I'm not gonna go ahead and count it against you. I will count it against you if you all of a sudden suck. If you're playing through it and then you're not good, then you need to find a way off the court. Then obviously you can't actually play through it.
All right.
No Peterlin passes involved in this one.
But what if he has a big game-winning shot, and then we see him do the icky thumb thing, that smarted, even though it's on my non-shooting hand.
Well, you get to have pain, but again,
does he get to sell the pain? Is what I'm asking.
He'll be so drugged up, he won't feel that pain for hours. He's gonna be so Toradoled up. He'll be fine. You're not gonna have him wince and the ball hit me in the thumb. No. We have the best drugs.
This
Nick.
is turning into Rocky's
the best of drugs.
This is turning into Rocky's cut me Mick moment.
Yeah, he won't
and it's a thumb injury
on
his non-shooting hand.
He won't feel that for hours. He'll be more than satisfied.
Cut me, Kenny. We can't cut you. It's a thumb injury. It's the tip of your thumb, James. No, cut me, Kenny.
All right. Browns head coach Todd Monkin spoke with the media at the NFL Combine today. He explained why he's keeping an open mind to Deshaun Watson.
I think any time that you have a player that at one time has exhibited the skill set at an elite level, I think you're always going to give them the benefit of the doubt that somehow we might be able to get that out of them again. And I think that's how you should look at every player. I've said that. You guys have heard me say it. I'm going to let it play out. I think it'd be completely unfair, just like it would be in any classroom setting, be at a history exam and all the students walk in, and before they're actually given the exam, you give them a grade. Well, how would you give them a grade? Based on male, female, race, how they look, how they're dressed? I think that's unfair. Now, you're going to have some preconceived notions, obviously, because we have prior evidence, but that's up. I don't decide who plays. The players decide who plays. I've never decided who plays.
There's a lot there. Listen, he's under contract. He's going to be under contract till at least March of next year. You don't have an obvious upgrade right now. Like Shedor's body of work isn't that you have to just give him the job. Free agency has a plethora of options, some good and some just objectively stupid, but those are all on the table, it seems. So, it really doesn't make any sense to count anything out because, you kind of got to let this one play out to the extreme that I mean, even the 4-quarterback room didn't feel quite as open as where we are with the Browns right now heading into the offseason.
No, this genuinely feels like anyone's got a chance, and anyone the Browns sign is going to have a chance for the most part. We talked about some of the people that might roadblock that earlier, but with Deshaun, yeah, I don't know. I hope he's back from Italy already, getting ready to at least attempt to make a run at this quarterback job.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he's got another stop to make in Saudi Arabia. That's always good for him. I know he likes to do that once or twice a year.
He does like that. He's a citizen of the globe, Nick.
That's true.
World traveler.
I wish he could just travel from the 50-yard line to the end zone. I'll take a couple of those. Those would have been. I would have just liked to see more of that.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
I would too.
But when you can't do that, Italy's nice.
Yeah, but Monken's open. He's got an open chance here.
Todd Monkin also said he's excited to work with Shedeur Sanders as he expects to have an open competition in the quarterback room.
I think what you see is elite playmaking ability. That's in him. You've seen it. We've seen it. You saw it in college. You saw it on tape last year. Sure, there's a ways to go, but what rookie isn't? I mean, what first-year player doesn't have a long way to go? So I'm excited to get started with him and all of our quarterbacks and all of our players.
I do think this is the nicest I've heard the Browns talk about Shedeur Sanders. And I, if anything, at first you think oh, that's encouraging. He's talking about the playmaking. He's doing all that. Monkin went so hard in appreciating Deshaun Watson and everything that Deshaun Watson can possibly give, and then went so hard in appreciating everything that Ty Simpson can give. I'm just of the belief that the man can find good in all these quarterbacks, and it kind of, if anything, it reversed course my initial excitement over Monken's excitement for Shedeur, and now I just think Monkin likes quarterbacks.
I mean, listen.
Has the man found a quarterback he doesn't like? I don't know.
So the thing that I like about it is he's addressing the obvious. Shedeur made a lot of plays. Some of them were bad, but he was making plays. And the one thing, I've seen countless quarterbacks in the NFL come in, run an offense, and throw the ball to the sticks or throw the ball to the line of scrimmage. And it annoys the hell out of me. That's not why you're in there. I know it looks good in the statistical columns. I know it looks good in analytics if you just go ahead and complete a bunch of those short-ass passes. Now, your job as a quarterback is to make plays.
When you're kind of talking about Dylan Gabriel right there, a guy that Monkin also spoke relatively high on today when he was asked about running quarterbacks, etc. He threw Dylan in that group.
I was also thinking a lot about Colt McCoy, who honestly couldn't throw that far, but it really vexed me about 15 years ago. But the reason why I point that out is, the reason I'm most interested in Shedeur for a second year, it's not about really anything other than I saw him make plays. And quite frankly, that's more than I've seen from most quarterbacks who have been kind of check down Charlies or, the operationally gifted quarterbacks who then can't do the playmaking thing. How much does that actually matter in the play or in the quarterback competition? It depends who the other quarterbacks in the room are.
I can't get a great read on whether or not they're saying all these things because they think Shedeur is QB1 and that's how they're going at it this year, or they're saying all these things with the idea that they're really going to try to bring somebody else in there.
Well, I think everyone's trying to manipulate the quarterback. This is as frenzied as it's been. Obviously, everyone's trying to pump up Malik Willis to anyone that will listen and inflate his value. Because I think it also, if I'm San Francisco, I'm telling everyone, man, Malik Willis, he's going to get all this money. You know why? Because I want you to suddenly look at Mac Jones and think a second-round pick for him is more reasonable. And if I'm Chicago, I'm talking up Tyson Bagent because why the hell not?
Because why not?
What quarterback is better than Tyson Bagent? By the way, 90% of them. But the point is, everyone's selling either selling a quarterback that isn't worth what they're trying to get people to pay for it, or prop up the market or prop up the quarterback hysteria. All I need the Browns to do is not give into that hysteria. Be reasonable, be sensible, and then if this doesn't work out however it's presented, next year we can do the great sense of urgency and maybe a better quarterback environment.
NFL draft analyst Todd McShay joined the morning show today. He talked about Ty Simpson's draft stock and if he believes that he can be a quality starter in the NFL.
I love him, but the inexperience you can't overlook. The durability concerns have to be there, and the size doesn't match up with some of the guys that are actually lasting for an entire season and making deep runs into the playoffs. So there's some definite knocks against him, but I'm definitely on the high side with Ty Simpson. I don't want to say die on that mountain, but I'm certainly going to lead a charge that I think he can be a really good starter in the league if in the right system. Quite frankly, I'd love to see him with the Rams and McVay with the year behind Stafford.
Multiple kudos to the morning boys. I thought they did a fantastic job with Todd McShay today.
That was great.
I thought there was a lot of nuance to the Mendoza conversation that I liked that we'll probably get to. I liked a lot of the nuance that I think Todd gave to the Ty Simpson conversation. Listen, Ty Simpson is just one of those dudes who right now, good luck trying to have a reasonable conversation about him. Even breaking down his play last year. There were 6 games, and then he had multiple health issues. And it wasn't just, by the way, the biggest thing was the gastritis, which caused him to drop roughly 20 pounds in season, which is an incredible amount if you're starting at about 210. Oh, and then, by the way, let's list off the quarterbacks that have been drafted in the first round in the last decade that have less than 20 starts, and it's not pretty. I am of the mind that I think if he goes somewhere where he can sit behind a veteran quarterback for a year to 2 years, I think it'll give him time. I think the system is going to matter immensely, and I think the head coach is going to matter immensely. I just don't know it's Cleveland, and that's what kills me because I think I see more value than some people, but there's just too many questions for the Browns for me to really get behind this right now.
I don't know that we're capable of having somebody and just stashing them away and saying, you don't get to play with them right now. You get to play with them a couple years down the line. I just don't know. I don't know that we're capable of that. I don't think Jimmy Haslam is capable of that.
I mean, we just proved it with
They just tried to do it, and it failed miserably from that perspective. And that's exactly what Ty Simpson needs.
216-474-0092. Ty Simpson, yay or nay? Final one here. I started to go to break early. Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com joined us today at 3:20, and she broke down the Browns' interest in signing Malik Willis in free agency.
The question to me is still about the money, and that is where I think it's hard for momentum to truly build. Like, I think it would be great if they got him in a Todd Monkin offense. Like, he's obviously shown that he has some of that mobility that I think Todd really, really values, and he talked about a lot again today. It's going to come down to money and the contract and what is his going rate going to be around the league, and it seems like it's going to be pretty high. But if there's a way to sort of finagle the numbers and get yourself in that conversation, then I certainly think the Browns should be exploring that, even though it is a small sample size with him. But look, I think Malik Willis was a guy who was interesting coming out of the draft. It depends, I guess, really on how much did they like him back then before they made this Deshaun Watson trade. Like, I think that's going to be a part of it on top of, hey, how much is this actually going to cost? What can it feasibly be?
The part that just people lose me on with the Malik Willis convo is the people that think it's going to be a 4 or 5 year deal. And if it's a 4 or 5 year deal, I just think it's a monumentally stupid thing to do, to give that much money, that many years to a guy that threw the ball 35 times last year.
Man, it just comes back to, one of the conversations we were talking about the money with Malik Willis. Somebody said, well, it's not your money. That doesn't mean they should spend it in a way that just doesn't make sense. Right? Like, again,
the
Rashid.
not your money thing never made sense to me when you were talking about football, because football is a capped league.
Yeah.
Like, you only have so much of it to spend. So yes, it's not us spending the money, but you do have to respect what the league gives you as far as the amount you can spend.
Also, in the it's not your money kind of thing, well then pay Tyler Linderbaum $30 million a year. Who cares?
Yeah, like, again, there's a cap for a reason, right? Like, this is the part of that like, baseball, you can make that case a million times all over again, right? Like, yeah, it's not your money. Who cares if they give a $700 million deal to Ohtani? Yeah, great point. You're right. Doesn't matter. but it's a capped league. We have to care about these things.
Todd McShay paints a complicated picture for the Browns at 6. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Kurt Heelan. Coming up in about 40 minutes, NBC Sports NBA analyst. We'll get his take on the hardened thumb. Go from a great toe to a thumb and what that could mean for the Cavaliers. I am curious. Obviously, I had a take running down the Pistons earlier today. And so curious his kind of take on the Pistons is true playoff difference makers. We did hear from our guy, R. Clark, who said we're basically jinxing the Cavs with by saying we just don't have any playoff respect for the Pistons. And
so be it. You want to give me? I'll give you the list of teams I don't respect as of right now. I don't respect the Knicks because I don't think Jalen Brunson and Cat are a thing that work. I don't respect the Pistons. Never been the case. I do respect the Celtics, and I think that might be the only one out of the East that I'm going to right now. And by the way, added to this list, I don't respect what's going on with Denver. I think the Cavs would score. They might score 150 a night against Denver. It's that their defense is that bad, and their defense is. I think they're like 24th overall in defense in the NBA. But the way they're playing right now, it legitimately would be the worst defense to win an NBA title in 25 years.
Yeah, counter Nikola Jokic is still an impossibility.
Doesn't matter. It's the Spurs or the Thunder for me out of the West, and Denver's lack of a defense at all is going to wreck that team.
I can't believe I'm going to say this.
I do not respect them.
The Rockets I respect, and I hate that I respect the Rockets because it's just ew. As I'm done with Durant. The way I think a lot of people feel about LeBron, that's where I am with Kevin Durant. Like,
yeah,
let's go to bye-bye town now. All right?
Bye-bye town?
I can't wait to remember how much I used to hate you. That's where we are with Kevin Durant. I'm bored with you at 39.
Just get back on Twitter. He'll give you a good reminder shortly, I'm sure.
There's one other team I can't
By the way,
think
though,
of.
my respect for the Spurs have never been higher. I hate how much I like this Spurs team.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, they're really good.
They're really good.
And by the
they're
way,
really fun to watch.
By the way,
and they have so many different ways they can beat you in attack.
It's so funny because they've got a lot of wings. Obviously, they've got a ridiculous amount of size. But just wait till Dylan Harper continues to get better. That kid's only 19. Castle is another very, very nice player.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny. Fox is basically an afterthought, and he's playing pretty good basketball, too.
He's playing incredible.
Yeah.
It's the whole team. I'm very impressed with them. We got to see what happens in the postseason, obviously, but I'm very impressed with them.
So we gave the Morning Boys flowers today, which is fair because I took way too many shots at them yesterday. But they did a great interview.
The balance here?
Well, no, I mean, if all I did was take shots and I didn't give compliment where compliments well done.
I thought No Shot Thursday just kind of alleviated all of this.
Oh, no, I've got so many more shots than I do compliments. Not just for them, but for pretty much everybody.
I thought it was like you take one day off a month, and then it just kind of resets the balance. And it's still like a 10-1 balance, but you got something cooking.
I would have to take a no-shot year to even start scratching the surface. But not just with the Morning Boys, with kind of everybody. That being said, again, did a great job with Todd McShay today. And he did. Like, I'm confident you can fix the O-line, fix the wide receiver room, and fix most of whatever little things you have over the next couple of years, like the defensive tackle spot long-term needs addressed. The safety room long-term needs addressed. Todd McShay, in the parlance of pick 6 and picks 24, did end up kind of turning my brain into a little bit of a pretzel here with this complicated picture that he's kind of painting.
Does the league even look at it as bona fide number one? You know, and yes, you'd love to have a Calvin Johnson. You'd love to have, you know, a Jamar Chase and one of those guys. I don't know that there's necessarily one of those guys in this class. The strength of this receiver class is the depth of it. Now, would I rather have Carnell Tate over Denzel Boston? Yeah, I rank him for 3 spots higher, and I have a higher grade on him. So, but again, for me, it's that combination pick. Like, what can I do if I can't protect? How good are my receivers to me if I can't protect the quarterback?
So he went on to then say, and we might end up getting to this now, we might not, but he went on to talking about how this is a strategic draft because of the depth of the wide receivers versus if you need a starting tackle day one, you might only be able to get them at 6. Where it kind of turned my brain to a pretzel here is, well, I think there's like 1 or 2 guys who might be number 1 wide receivers, and I just guess I just really am struggling with taking any of these tackles with a number 6 pick without it being a little bit of a force.
I thought the other part of it that made it juicy, though, is him saying that the way that he sees this right now, he thinks the defensive ends are going to get just a massive come up in the next couple weeks. And so you'd be left not just with any offensive lineman, but your choice. Like there's a legitimate way and an avenue where the Browns get the first offensive lineman off the board, and so you really get to choose. I know the guys at the top are all kind of being just shoehorned into this. Well, they're going to be a right tackle at the next level box, but like having your choice of any of them and really getting your favorite is a luxury.
Yeah, but I feel like taking a tackle with a 6 pick, taking an offensive lineman with a 6 pick is an overdraft, and it is the Will Campbell with the number 4 pick last year. Even though Will Campbell was thought to be worthy of a top 5 pick,
little alligator arms.
Will Campbell might end up being a left guard as the 4th pick. Doesn't matter who you are. That is a huge, huge reach if he ends up kicking inside.
I mean, position does matter in this. This is part of my Caleb Downs discussion. What you play does matter in this spot.
Well, but like, there's not. I mean, okay. I think Monroe Freeling is a left tackle if he pans out. I think Caleb Lamu is a left tackle if he pans out. Mauignoa, right guard, right tackle, I don't know. Spencer Fano, is he a true right tackle or is he going to have to kick elsewhere? I know I've seen some people say he's a left tackle, which is funny because he hasn't played that since his freshman year at Utah. So Caden Proctor, I've had enough of morbidly obese right tackles. And I'm morbidly obese. I'm not against people with glandular issues, but come on now.
The Fano stuff is interesting because they use that as he played 11 games his first year there, and then the last 2 years he's played on the right side. And the comment that always comes after that is, so he's displayed a lot of versatility. And there's one thing I find interesting about that is Andrew Berry doesn't really care about left tackle or right tackle to begin with. I wonder if he cares about that part of it because I would venture to think that's not really a highlight for him.
Like we're getting to a point, and people have started to push Monroe Freeling, the kid out of Georgia, up the board.
Yeah, he gets brought up a lot these days, I feel like.
I think I might feel better about him.
I thought he was always for number 24 more than number 6, though.
Well, but I think people are starting to look at it and go, and I actually think Coach Reisland has been kind of on this push a little bit of being like he has prototypical left tackle size. The sample size is incredibly small. I think he's got like 14, 15 starts in college. But all of the measurables are going to be there, and the tape is good. And so I look at it, and like that, again, I think any tackle you take at 6 is a projection or a risk. I guess I'll bank on the upside of Monroe Freeling rather than again, Blake Miller's a right tackle, or Caleb, the Tiernan kid out of Northwestern. Those are right tackles I can find in the 2nd or 3rd round who I think will be fine players.
Yeah, I saw Greg Cosell talking about this earlier today, the idea that in this draft class there is not – the wide receivers aren't necessarily the greatest relative to what it typically is. The running backs aren't necessarily the greatest relative to what it typically is. And same thing with the quarterbacks. It's a weird draft from that perspective. But are the wide receivers at a spot, Nick, where you would be turned off enough to then force yourself to take one of these tackles?
No. And I think that's why the Jordan Tyson injury conversation is so important. Like, guys, I know Cedric Tillman has injury issues. That's not going to stop me from taking Jordan Tyson. If you look at the medicals and you can convince yourself that's okay. Carnell Tate, I struggle. Is he a true number 1, or is he like when it was the Emeka Ibuka?
And that's the combo we're all going to go to.
Where you thought Carnell Tate was going to be the 20th pick in this draft, I felt more comfortable than if he's going to be the 6th pick. Denzel Boston.
And by the way, Ibuka had an awesome season.
Yeah, no, he did, but we're almost having the reverse Ibuka, where Ibuka surprised everyone.
Talk about moves in the bedroom.
You got to pay a little bit extra for that one. But because Ibuka made most of the NFL look a little silly, now people are like, well, all right, maybe they are going to be great receivers across from Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah, you just don't get discounted for being Jeremiah Smith's number 2 anymore. And that's kind of a nice thing and a nice come up.
You know who I actually think could be this year's Ibuka? I think it's Max Clare.
Okay.
I think it's either him or Kesmerick, the other tight end. I think people are sleeping on the Ohio State tight ends. I think they're both going to be nice NFL players.
Yeah, I could see that.
And so, just because, well, we got Carnell Tate and we got Jeremiah Smith. Who the hell else is going to be getting the football here?
Yeah. I don't know how much I trust this front office with drafting offensive linemen. But what I do know is I'm locked into offensive linemen or wide receivers, and I'm leaving it up to them to figure it out. But I'm leaning more towards wide receiver than I'm offensive lineman.
Well, so this is, again, I'd rather go for a bona fide number one receiver at 6. And I don't think there's going to be there. And listen, I like the kid out of Indiana. I'm going to call him Omar Jacobs. That's Omar Cooper. I don't know he's a number one. So maybe, but I actually think of all the other guys, I think he might have the best chance to be it, more so than Casey Concepcion or, oh my God, who's the other guy that's mocked there? I'm not going to waste time on it, but I'll get to it eventually. But no, I mean, it's a sticky wicket that the Browns are in. And, Todd McShay today talked about you have to be kind of crafty and strategic about how you do this. And it feels like a position that Andrew Berry's going to be put in to get cute with this, on top of having to draft for need with multiple top picks, and that just feels like you're getting boxed in before the draft actually happens.
Oh, what do you mean by get cute? Do you mean from the positional, or you mean in if you narrow it down and go offensive lineman or wide receiver?
Why don't we just play the second Todd McShay, where Todd gets into the draft not being as good as previous years and how nimble a team's going to have to be.
And you got this class that maybe doesn't have as many really good players as some other years, and so you've got to choose wisely when you choose those positions. That's kind of the truth. We've sat down with, I think, 4 GMs already this week and talked to several other guys in the league. I think this is a strategy draft about when you pick a position, is more so than it normally has been in years past.
That scares me when you're already honed in on a need so much, where the groupthink is just take, for the first 4 picks, just take a tackle or a wide receiver or a guard or a wide receiver in every other pick.
Okay.
So when he says it's a strategy, meaning, it makes sense to take a lower graded or I don't want to say a lesser, but to take that tackle early, even if you've got a better grade on Jordan Tyson, because who knows what's going to be there at 24. I don't know. That's the scenario I feel great about Andrew Berry in.
I mean, is the concern there that you end up with wide receiver at 6 and then you end up with wide receiver at 24 and then you didn't do anything with the line? Is that the concern?
No. You're talking about from Todd?
Yeah, from what he's saying.
Yeah, or that you could just be at 24 and there's no – I don't want to say you take a guard because that would be the Ione kid. But, where there wouldn't be a tackle worthy of being taken there, so you have to go not even other wide receiver, just other than tackle.
Yeah, which is interesting because then with wide receivers, everyone talks about how second, third round, there's still a lot of really good players that are there.
Yeah, and by the way, I wouldn't hate if you double dipped in wide receiver in this one. I think if you said, hey, a really nice starting right tackle who might end up being a right guard, or a guy who might give you a chance to be the number one wide receiver on your roster or best wide receiver in the division, I'm probably just going to go ahead and err on the side of get you the best damn player. No matter, and again, but this does push back on my theory. You got to fix the line. If you don't fix the line, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, you're a big line guy. This take honestly feels like it should be coming from me more than it should be coming from you.
Well, I just want to respond.
Because I've always prioritized wide receivers in a way.
I just want to respond to the way that he put it up that felt like a trap. I got to take Mauignoa here because I don't have the equivalent back at 24. Well, does that mean Mauignoa's the best player on your board, or are you shoehorning this even above your needs? You know what I mean? Are you super prioritizing needs? Because I think that's how you get caught with your pants down in the draft often.
I think Todd's doing a lot of projecting here, and I think he's doing a lot of thinking that you're just going to have the best lineman on the board, and this is going to be there. And that, as of right now, that's not really the reality. It might change. He knows this stuff way better than 99.9% of people, but as of right now, that's not the reality.
Eddie in Westlake, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, man, listen, I agree with you 100%. So this is my dilemma. We did this before. When has the time come when these right tackles are just moved up? And don't get me wrong, Browns could potentially need 5 new starters, but I just have a hard time taking a right tackle when they in a top 10 pick. And even the other kid from Miami, at least he's physical. So, but whenever they start talking about you can move him inside and all of that, I mean, guards aren't, unless you're like that kid from like Indianapolis that was like, like a once in a 15, 20-year span, you don't take guards typically this high in the draft. And, I mean, when you look at the breakdown of the NFL, you take guards in the third, fourth, fifth, round, sixth round. You get guys that are starters. If I'm the Browns, because I'm so scared of this situation, I'm definitely 100% taking best available player. That means if the Ohio State safety is there, if one of them DNs is at me, I'm taking them. And what that does mean is that means instead of talking about Malik Willis, you need to come out of here with either the Green Bay left tackle or the Ravens center. You need to come out of free agency with one of those. You need to pay what you need to pay for Joe Bitonio to come back one more year. And then you're going to have one of them young kids, either the Ohio State kid, Whippler, or that Michigan kid is going to have to start. And that's how you're going. And then maybe you take one of these linemen that you like the best later on. You know what I mean? In the second or third round, or you know what I mean. But I feel a certain kind of way about not taking best available player because I need something. I mean, it's almost it's not a way to to operate your team. And I know we need offensive linemen. But that's why we have to just go heavy in free agency.
All right, Eddie.
To come away with one of them top two players.
Eddie, we got to run, buddy, but we appreciate you there. Thanks for giving us a call there, 216-474-0092. It just feels – I don't want Andrew Berry feeling shoehorned going into this draft. Mm-hmm. I don't trust Andrew Berry in complicated drafts. And I think that's where my concern is. I do think there's enough talent here to find a lot of what you need on top of free agency and trade.
Yeah.
This just feels a little bit more of a complicated draft. And I think it's really interesting that the time that Andrew Berry could just fire in any direction, regardless of positional importance and what the team needs were, he actually had a good draft. This feels like the reverse of that draft last year.
Well, and when we talked to Albert yesterday, what did Albert say? Like, even though Andrew thinks he's got all day to figure this out, but part of what Andrew's job security is in is what he did last year with the draft. I would imagine he's got to feel like he's got to go another 5 for 5 or 4 for 4 in this year's draft. So you've got to hit, and you got to make it very obvious early on that like drafting is what you do best, because I think it's part of the reason why he kept his job.
Are the Browns backed into a corner with a number 6 pick and a name we might have to re-examine for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. 20.
TODSEEK.com.
Todd Monkin at the NFL Scouting Combine.
I'm excited to work with all of our players on the roster. That's what you're paid to do as a coach. Just like Andrew's going to trust what we call on 4th and 1, I'm going to trust him that we're going to put an elite roster together. It allows us to build a consistent winner.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Off-Season Special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason and free agency and the draft. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube as well. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on the Fan.
Kurt Heelan coming up in about 15 minutes here. We'll talk some Cavs basketball. Another name we might have slept on a little too much here with the Browns, but I definitely learned a lot this weekend in the holler with Vanessa.
Oh yeah, what'd you in the holler?
So we got a cabin, just me and her.
What constitutes the holler?
Well, this is a great question. The cabin that we went to, the way they had us drive up this mountain, the last 10 minutes were on a 2-way, 1 lane on the edge of the mountain kind of deal, where if I didn't have my 4-wheel drive, I would not have made it up this hill because it was almost pure mud. And then you get there and like about quarter mile down the road, there's just a big junkyard that's somebody's house with the not the roof, but the awning falling off.
Yeah.
It's the kind of squalor that I haven't seen since I had to go off-road in Tennessee because there was a rock slide when I went to Naples freshman year for spring break.
Okay.
Like it's a third world country. That's where the cabin was.
Which is wild that like places like that in America exist, but they do.
They do. And by the way, the cabin was actually really nice. So it was a nice place amongst the squalor. But we learned what no frills really means to Vanessa and I. Because my definition of no frills is 1 or 2 frills. And
that's not what no frills means.
And then nothing else. But like the guy didn't have.
Okay, so your definition is wrong.
Well, no, hers is the worst because she was offended that they didn't have pot scrubbers. They didn't have like the.
Oh well, that's not a frill. That's just that should just come with a house, right?
I disagree. I don't need it. I'll wash it with my hands. They had a hot tub and Wi-Fi. I had every frill I needed.
That's a frill.
It was a frill, right?
They're already lying to you then, because that's not only a frill, that's a feature frill.
But they didn't have toilet paper.
Well, that's not nice. I mean, that's not. I don't know.
You understand? We're all over the.
Is this like an Airbnb or what is this?
It was an Airbnb. Yeah.
I don't really do Airbnbs often, but I assume toilet paper came with the Airbnb.
I also would have assumed it.
I figure like that's something that you probably should have if you're renting out Airbnbs.
So on the bottom line, the guy wrote. And again, I remember reading this when I booked the thing like 3 months ago, but I didn't remember it the day of. And so I was like scrolling down when Vanessa was in the store, and at the bottom it's like, this is a no frills place. And again, very inconsistent jargon here.
Yeah, unless the hot tub sucks. Is the hot tub just a bad hot tub?
It was not a big hot tub. It was not a Nick Wilson-sized hot tub.
What are we talking? We're talking like when you get a hotel room upgrade and then all of a sudden the jacuzzi hot tub thing that's in there can only fit one person?
It's a little bit bigger than that, but it was one of the ones where it's like it came to right about here on me.
Okay, like above your chest area.
Yeah, a little bit of my upper chest area, but I couldn't put my entire self down in it. So that's, again, not small, but not big.
How many Jax Gregory's, though? I don't know. Maybe I was going to guess his height and weight for people listening on this, but not a very large human. How many Jax Gregory's are fitting in this?
Probably still only about 2. Okay. In the space of me.
I didn't want the hot tub to be demoted because you're a large human.
Yeah, no. And then my legs were hanging off the edge while I was sitting in one spot.
That's
like I had to have them
That's not even
up.
comfortable.
Yeah. So.
All right, that's not a frill anymore.
Okay.
We're removing that thing of frills. Yeah.
But so I'm reading the list of things that they didn't have.
They were accurate in their assessment of no frills.
That was after the asterisk of it's a no frills, and it was everything you would just assume they would have. And I think it was beyond the pale for Vanessa.
You got to give me some examples here outside of toilet paper.
Toilet paper. We needed paper towels.
I think what they're trying to tell you is basically you're on your own.
Oh, we needed actual towels.
Yeah, like if you rent this place.
Bath towels. We're talking about bath towels.
If you rent this place, we got nothing. We have the house. Like, you have the house. We have, like, the deck or whatever that is, and, like, we're supplying that. Everything else is on you. Don't assume we've stocked anything, I think is what they're going for.
We bought new pans for our house while we were down there so we could have proper pans to cook in.
Yeah, that's tough.
Now, they had a pan. The problem is it was about the size of a flapjack pancake.
Hey,
we were not cooking a lot in there.
Probably needed some anyway, right? It's not a bad thing.
I mean, I did get a massive pan.
There you go.
So I can just cook a lot of food in that son of a gun.
Did you get that from the gas station 25 minutes away?
So no, it's actually we had to go into Athens, which was 30 minutes away.
I think if we saw an Airbnb place and it said no frills, I think we might just check ourselves out to begin with. That might not be something we sign up for.
I think what we learned going forward is I think I'm not allowed to pick the no frills place because while I saw what really mattered was it was $350 for 2 nights, and that felt like a real steal.
Yeah.
Turns out the amount of Japanese ladybugs that were there, the Japanese beetles that were there, was actually
good thing you said ladybugs after that. I was like, what kind of place are we talking about? Call that one the old Robert Kraft.
That's actually, by the way, that was the one. That was the third frill.
They just kept popping out of closets. I don't know how we got here.
Actually, now everyone's going to ask for that.
It's a special.
They don't, but they got the one frill, but they don't have the other frills. Yeah, where can we get that frill again?
You go on the middle of nowhere. I just assume anything can happen. Laws stop existing in these roads that you're talking about going down.
Yeah, but I also remember watching the movie Deliverance, and that was also in the back of my mind as my feet were hanging over the hot tub.
Oh, yeah. That's why I don't think I could ever do a place like that. I'd be like, I could get lost and no one would care. Someone could come out here and murder me and no one would find out.
I could fit in a little bit. You'd be the first guy murdered. Oh, my God, you would be.
Deep in the holler?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what kind of response I have back in that. I can't defend my hollerness.
It's basically prison and then some.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might have a better chance in prison.
I think you'd have a better chance in prison than the holler.
Oh, bad moment for me the other day on this respect of being like a manly man in any sort of way. My daughter, she got excited and she just knocked me in the nose really, really hard yesterday. And I'm on the couch and she flat out just boom, straight in. But she just hit me in the right spot.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, like I think she. I'm like, I think she gave me a concussion. Like I was really out of it. And usually I just get hit and I move on and it is what it is. But I was like, for some reason I couldn't let it go. Mm-hmm. I'm like, she really hit me hard. And like the more and more I'm talking about it and selling it to it, I can see Elise's face and I can see it and I gotta like, no, this isn't good. No, we gotta. No, it's a 3-year-old hit me. I can't get knocked out here. Okay, I gotta. At some point, I gotta go ahead and stand up for the idea that I can take a punch.
Either that, or you gotta get a doctor to say you have a grade 3 concussion.
It's
one of those two things.
It was just a bad like 5 minutes for myself there.
What does no frills mean to you on an Airbnb or a Vrbo? Turns out it doesn't mean the same thing to me and my wife. Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports NBA analyst, on the final 28 games with James Harden for the Cavaliers in the regular season in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Nick Wilson here again for my friends at Victor's Home Solutions.
11-3 to the Rangers. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We're going to get Kurt Heelan here of NBC Sports. Decided to talk a little bit of Cavaliers. Decided to talk a little. That was my subtle hint.
No, I know, to tell Jax, hey, we got Kurt Heelan here. Because he just was not going to do anything about that.
So, by the way, good job out of you for seeing that my subtle hint went all the way over Jax's head.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes you just have to call it out for what it is.
That's true. That's true. You know what, though? There used to be days, and I can't just blame this on Ken, where we just throw things at the producer bay. I did that once or twice, too.
What kind of, I mean, he's thrown staplers. What have you thrown?
Oh, just a pencil or like a, but that was more if it's somebody I know and trusted, and I just needed to get their kind of attention.
The difference in this was that throwing a stapler or a pen or a pencil wouldn't have made a difference. Like, he was watching you.
It's true.
He just had no idea 6 o'clock was when this was happening.
In fairness,
for whatever reason, it's not like we haven't been telling him for like an hour and a half now that Kurt Heelan was coming up, but that's fine.
In fairness, it was a good bed. He was lost in that music bed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Royalties free, all of that, and he just really enjoyed it.
Well, nothing jams like a royalty-free bed.
That's true.
Is what I always like to tell people.
That's how I get down. In case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes here, Cavs Bucks tonight. James Harden's still questionable?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, no, because I'm like, all right.
So I've had
we had an
change.
excitement game last night, now here.
So this game still really isn't the most important thing in the world or whatever, and we've debated whether or not James Harden should or shouldn't be playing in this. There's a part of me that wants him to play just so we can find out how comfortable or uncomfortable he is being completely drugged up and then trying to play through this right thumb thing. Like get yourself
one of
ready.
your more wild takes that they're just going to go ahead and for a thumb thing that they're going to be like, give that man all the Toradol on the planet.
You heard Shams. They're going through all sorts of pain medication and treatment. They're just going to have him drugged up. And so I am curious to see, because I want to see how this goes Friday against the Pistons in a big way. I want to know if they use this as kind of a game to kind of see how this works and how he looks.
All right, to go ahead and get this conversation rolling, we head out to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Kurt Heelan of NBC Sports. Kurt, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me on. And by the way, just for the record, my guess is James Harden may have in the past played games where he was not necessarily mentally or physically in the best place, and I think he'll be fine. I'm trying to phrase this delicately.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. James enjoys a night out occasionally, and so I don't think the drugs are going to be the problem.
Okay. They rarely are, in my opinion. But big picture, looking at that, I actually want to go kind of all the way back. If 28 games is how long James and the rest of this rebuilt Cavs team, Keon Ellis, Dennis Schroeder, will have had together, assuming they're mostly healthy for that stretch, is that enough? Is 28 games enough to figure things out before the playoffs for the Cavaliers?
I think so, because it's not – look, he definitely changes the offense in some ways. You're going to run more pick and roll. You're going to try to do specific things with him. But I don't think it's such a radical change of offensive philosophy that you can't get it done. Like, it's different, but it's not – it's not the Knicks going from Thibodeau to Mike Brown, which they're still kind of struggling with, right? Like, it's not this complete overhaul of the system. He plays slower, but you're talking about pick and roll, man. Like, every guy in every guy in the NBA, frankly, but certainly every guy in the Cavaliers just knows how to run this. Like, they know where to be. They're smart enough to have figured this out, and obviously, Jarrett Allen is quickly joining the long list of centers who have thrived playing next to James Harden. So I think I think this is enough time to kind of figure out what the rotations are and figure out how you want to make this work.
But what is your early impressions of Harden in this little stretch here? I would imagine you're positive on it. It feels like everybody is. But last night against the Knicks, I mean, it feels like this team was able to go to another level even.
Yeah, exactly. Well, A, they're starting to figure it out. But B, they're in the advantage spot here of they've got some time to figure it out in an East where the Knicks are a flawed team, especially if you know how to run pick and roll, because you can drag Brunson and Towns into it and force them to defend. And every other team at the top of the East is flawed. Boston is without Tatum, but even if they get him back, you're using Keita and Vucevic now as centers. Like, there's just every team has its flaws. I think the advantage here is that they've got 28 games to figure out exactly who they are and who they want to be. And while they aren't a perfect team, this makes them a distinctly better team that, if they can carry this over into the playoffs, has a real chance to make a run in this East.
Kurt, I do not respect the Pistons in the playoffs. Some have said this is blasphemy. I just feel like I get it. I understand why they're a good regular season team. So if we put this and the Cavs were the 4 seed, the Pistons were the 1 seed, they meet up in round 2, how would you see a 7-game series between those two teams going?
I think you can stymie their offense in the playoffs, and we saw it over the weekend. Now, granted, it really helps to have Victor Wembanyama on your team. Like, that's a slight advantage that the Spurs had. But the fact that you can look, if you can slow Cade, if you can throw 2 guys at Cade and make his life difficult, they don't really have a second shot creator. And it's more like the Bucks were for a lot of years, where we're going to form a wall in front of Giannis. And the only year they win a championship is when Chris Middleton's healthy and playing like an all-star. And they had Drew Holiday in the mix, right? Like, they had other guys who could take the load and shot creation off of him. They don't have that now, and they don't have that going into the playoffs. It's Cade Cunningham against the world, and second round and on, they don't have enough shooting to space the floor, so you can drop, Jared Allen in or Evan Mobley into the paint to really clog things up. I just don't think they're there yet. I don't want to see them in a couple of years, guys. They're going to be really good, but they don't have the roster around Cade enough to make it work at the highest levels yet. I'm with you. I wouldn't rule them totally out of making the the finals out of the East, but I just don't see how they pull it off.
How fearful of Boston should we be? What's happening without Tatum is very, very interesting to me.
That's the team I'd worry about most, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I saw them out here in L.A. Dismantle the Lakers, and they're just professional, right? Like, they're just a team who knows who they are. They know what the system is. They know how they want to play. They have guys who can execute that system, even if it's not the names we always know. And I think as long as Tatum's willing to come back and accept that he's the number 2, right? Accept that he is not – look, you got to keep – Jaylen Brown's having this all-NBA crazy, MVP ballot kind of season. Donovan Mitchell's in that mix. There's other guys. But, like, if he comes back and Tatum is just 85, 90% of himself and willing to be the number 2 on that team, you still got to fear him. You still got to deal with him. And that makes them really difficult to deal with. And they've got – look, I don't love their center play right now. Man, they got guys who can defend up and down that roster. And again, they just know who they are, and they know what they want to do.
Kurt, what is the key within the Cavaliers to getting beyond the second round this year and maybe getting to the NBA Finals for the first time in franchise history without some guy named LeBron James?
Whatever happened to him?
Space Jam 2.
I think there's a legitimate chance. Like, I just think the East is kind of wide open, and right now, if you made me pick the 2 best teams right now, I think it would be Cleveland and Boston. But I think where Cleveland is and where Boston are in 28 games will be different. Like, those are 2 teams that are going to evolve a little over the end of the season more than the Knicks. Well, I mean, in theory, the Knicks could finally get comfortable with Mike Brown's offense, but we'll see what happens. I just think I think they have a legitimate chance, but it's really tough to predict right now. I just think the margins are so thin in the East that I want to see where everybody is and how healthy everybody is at the end of the season, because that's going to be critical.
Kurt, it might be unfair with Mobley coming off this injury, but is Mobley's stock across the NBA, is it taking a little bit of a hit with how the season has gone so far?
Yes. And the thing is, he's still really good, right? But I think there was an expectation that his offensive game would take a step forward this year that it just hasn't. He's still a very good defender, especially next to another big, so he can be more of a roamer. He's still an elite defender. He's still a good offensive player. But I think that there was an expectation that he could move into that all-NBA category regularly, and he just hasn't quite he hasn't quite been that good this year. He hasn't quite been that guy, and so there's a little bit of a knock. He's still a very good player, but he's not I think the expectations he hasn't lived up to the expectations of a lot of people around the league.
Kurt, we've got 3 of our 5 potential top odds for NBA MVP that aren't going to meet the 65-game threshold. The fourth guy is kind of flirting with not meeting the 65-game threshold. Do you think this is enough for the NBA to kind of roll back these standards and just kind of admit this just doesn't seem to have really worked out and curbed people taking nights off the way they hoped it had?
Your lips to God's ears. It's not, obviously it's not happening this season. We're kind of stuck with it, but I think that if it shakes out that way, and look, those guys, it's not a coincidence that Wemby and Jokic and these guys came back when they did to try to make, to try to have enough games to play, and get to, in 20 minutes a night too. So you're going to have to roll Jokic and Wemby and Shea out there for 20 minutes a night against the Wizards at the end of the season, even though you should be able to give them the night off. You're just not going to be able to. I would hope that they do that, because I'll just say as a voter, I already took that into account. If you played 65, if Jokic played, I don't know, let's say play 65 games, and he's going up against SGA or whoever, and they played 75 games, that's a huge factor in my decision making. I don't think you're the most valuable player, the most valuable defender, or whatever, if you're not on the floor. So I'm already taking that into account. It's not like any of us were like, yeah, Kawhi only played 50 games this year, but I think he's the MVP. No, nobody was doing that. I'm just not sure that this was necessary.
Last night we saw Luka, game winding down, Lakers down 1 to the Magic, and then he dishes the ball off to LeBron with the final seconds so LeBron could have the final shot. Is the criticism of Luka today, is it going overboard or does it feel right?
I was just shocked he didn't complain to the ref about not getting the call on that.
Yeah, he whines big time. Way too much for my taste, if I'm being honest.
Look, again,
we watched
I'm
LeBron
LA-based.
James for a million years.
Yeah, exactly. I'm LA-based, and they have some pretty home, the home broadcast team, and they're calling it out on the broadcast now. They're like, and it's a 5-on-4 for the Magic, and because Luka's down complaining with they're calling him out. It's not a good look. I think the criticism is valid. He had the open look and passed it up for whatever reason. Yes, there was some seconds left on the clock. Maybe it looked like LeBron was open, but if you're Luka Doncic, you have to take that shot. And it is concerning a little bit that he didn't, and that this team that he is leading is not as good as it should be. And that's not all on him. There's a very specific model for how Dallas did it. There's a model for how you win with Luka Doncic as your primary player, and the Lakers have not built that kind of roster. And we'll see if they start to really actually do it this summer when LeBron goes wherever he goes. But that was criticism worthy. If you're the best player on that team and you've got a clean look, man, if they get 2 seconds left or 2.5 seconds left to take a final shot, then so be it. You've got to knock down that shot.
Kurt, great stuff, man. Appreciate you, and we'll catch up you closer to the playoffs.
I look forward to it, guys. Take care.
Thank you so much. Kurt Heelan there, NBC Sports, and the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. We got plenty to get to here, including another quarterback that's been tough to have even conversation with. We might just be there after a big appearance on the station today. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be at the top of your list, because right now the auto show deals at every Northeast Ohio Ram dealer are phenomenal. And I've seen the Ram side-by-side with the so-called competition. I I own a Ram, I drive a Ram, right? For power, there's really no competition because you can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my truck. And besides, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Towing, durability, emerging into traffic on a 4-cylinder in a full-size pickup.
Keaptainner.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
In case we missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here, great stuff with Kurt Helin. I feel like after last night, after the Knicks game, which was a lot of fun, that's a team we want to beat, I will tell you, Bucks, their current situation, just feel like tonight's a bit of a letdown, and this is the kind of thing that really gets me frustrated about the NBA in general.
Because you ride a high to then just kind of have a whatever moment?
Yeah, like last night had some fun intensity to it.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And to me, the most fun thing was just the perimeter defense we talked about earlier, because you could tell like that was kind of feeding the team. And then you go to the next night, and it's like, well, nobody's really playing for the Bucks and not really playing for anything, but go get them.
Yeah, it's funny how in the NBA, and I mean, this is every sport, obviously, like one game is only worth one game. But when you lay out the prospect of it all, it's like, well, yeah, I wanted them to try their ass off against the Knicks. And like the Knicks game was really important that they got that win. But then you go to a Bucks game, and you can just be so cavalier about it. Like, I guess it doesn't really matter win or lose or anything in between for a game like tonight. But like that might be more scheduling than anything else. Because it is a back-to-back.
Yeah, back-to-backs in general. Because no team on the planet takes them seriously. We just got to get them out of the game completely. This is just stupid.
Oh, yeah, it's miserable for the game. It's miserable for the fan. It's miserable for gamblers, too, which is kind of part of the reason why I've been curious that it's been able to go on for as long as it is. Because you can't gamble on a game that is a back-to-back game.
Yeah.
You just can't. It doesn't matter what team is playing. The expectations are just so drastically changed, and it's exhausting to keep up with, especially as a casual gambler, of like who's on their back-to-back, what am I looking at, why is this line so funky? You'll look at a line and be like, this doesn't make any sense, and then you're like, oh yeah, they played last night. Of course it makes sense.
So while that's where we are with the Cavaliers, Bucks tonight. Also tonight, by the way, Jake Volnick continues to be out. Anthony Allant will be in his place today, so that'll be a fun show. Make sure to tune into our guy, Anthony. It's interesting how little talk there actually is about the number one pick in Fernando Mendoza because, one, it does feel like it's fait accompli. Mendoza will be the number one pick, and the only way this becomes interesting is if the Raiders signal at any point they're interested in opening up the number one pick, and yet I think it's totally more interesting of a scenario than I think people are giving credit for. Just Fernando Mendoza, what he projects as, and maybe where the Raiders are, and just what anybody needs in this draft class, considering this is as thirsty as we've seen a quarterback market with just a complete dearth of great options.
I mean, yesterday I comped him out to discount Brock Purdy, and Joe DeLeon was like, that might be right. Like, that's a good one right there. That's not good for Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
And the sad part about Mendoza, and this is something that just stays in my head the entire time we've had these conversations, and yes, he's as accomplished as a college quarterback as you can get for the one season at Indiana. No one is knocking what he did, but when you ask people what he does that he should really hang his hat on and be like, this is going to impress people, it's all stuff that we can't really quantify, but not in like the intangibles where you're like, oh, he's got moxie, he's got this, he's got that. It's more the idea of like, well, he's got a Tom Brady level processing of things.
Yeah.
And you have to treat him like he's Tom Brady. To hell, I have to treat him like he's Tom Brady. He's not Tom Brady. I'm sorry. Doesn't work that way.
Well, and I just think I think Mendoza is the most interesting balance of what is his ceiling, what does he really do well, and what's the environment that allows him to be the best version of himself. And so Todd McShay was on with the Morning Boys today. And again, like the Mendoza stuff, which is just not being talked about a lot. Is this the right spot for him? Is this what's driving all of this? All the different parts of it. And I thought McShay, we're going to play two clips here, but the first one was him talking about GMs loving Fernando Mendoza while there remains doubt about Fernando Mendoza.
I have not talked to a general manager in the league or a high-ranking official who wouldn't take Fernando in Las Vegas situation and doesn't believe that he's the best quarterback in this class and I haven't talked to anyone that doesn't believe he can be a really good, like maybe potentially the right setting, everything around him, develop properly, a top 10 quarterback in the league one day. Okay. But I also haven't talked to a single general manager or director or someone who I trust in scouting that thinks he's like the guy, like Caleb was coming out, Jaden was, Drake May was. Most people have Cam Ward either similar grade or slightly higher because of the physical tools, right?
I think McShay perfectly illustrates what is so kind of brain wrinkling if you watch Fernando Mendoza. Like, he did have a lot of really nice moments this year, but that was a run-first offense. Also, and I thought Todd did a great job of pointing out that some of Fernando's best moments came right after his worst moments. They were almost like makeup moments.
Okay.
Or like, the, oh, crap, it's all falling apart, and he kind of saves something. And
but we saw that in the Ohio State Big Ten title game.
And I know that, like, the quarterback thing is just, it's a big hope machine. That's why we're all propping up Malik Willis and why, hey, any of these quarterbacks could be something, because the NFL is a big hope machine and they produce drug, and that drug is hope, and you better consume it because that's why we're here, right? The Mendoza thing is, if your expectations are proper, all right, so we're going to bring him along slowly. We're going to understand where he's got to go, and we're going to build this thing right. Oh, and maybe he's the 10th best quarterback. That's if everything goes really well, which in the NFL, especially when we're talking about teams like the Raiders or teams like the Browns or team like the Jets, that never goes right 100% of the way.
No, it doesn't. I mean, there's a risk there, but I think the idea, and it's a pretty simple and easy one, is that if you're in that spot the way the Raiders are, you have to take them, because you don't get the spot to be in the Raiders are in often, where you get to have your choice of quarterback in a one-quarterback draft, but mind you. And I think about it this way. If the Browns had the pick at number 1 overall, I think we'd all be saying the same thing Raiders fans are saying right now. Like, it's not a slam dunk, but these are the risks you have to take. Like, you have to, in that moment, take him at number 1 overall.
Yeah, so I guess maybe what my thing is, or maybe where, like, I think the biggest misevaluations in the NFL is when, more often than not, we just decide this guy's number 1 and move on to everything else, specifically at the quarterback position. And then there's been one other time I can think of that was in the quarterback position, which was Jadeveon Clowney in Houston. That's the Aaron Donald draft. That's the Khalil Mack draft. But that's the only non-quarterback I can think of.
I was thinking Myles Garrett.
But Myles was unquestionably the number 1 pick, and it worked out. Most of the time when we get into unquestioned number 1 pick, like that's fate, write it, forget it, it ends up being a Trevor Lawrence. It ends up being where, like, 5 years later, we're still looking at this going, maybe we should have thought harder about what this all entailed and how you build around this guy.
I mean, this is a tough convo, because he doesn't come like I want to bring like Caleb Williams into the mix in this equation, right? Caleb is now in year 3, but year 2 was about as impressive as it gets, and he's starting to show some of the reasons why he was the unquestioned number 1 in what turned out to be a top 3, all 3 quarterbacks taken draft. And it's like, even that wasn't easy in year 1. Even that took a little bit, but it's tough. I'm at a crossroads here in the discussion. You can tell, because I don't think the world of Fernando Mendoza, but I also don't know what the Raiders are supposed to do here.
I mean, you could play the long game.
What's the long game?
If somebody pays you an excessive amount is you get another first rounder for next year, you move down a couple spots, or at the Jets. If the Jets say we'll give you they get Dallas's first rounder next year, another pick this year, and you go to 2,
but
and
you're just swimming upstream constantly. If you go to 2, I mean, but even within that, like, nothing is guaranteed you're going to be number 2 overall next year.
Well, no, but the point is that you're giving yourself a chance, or you're maybe taking the long game to try and get one of the better quarterbacks next year. And the idea that Fernando Mendoza is if everything goes well, he's just going to be the 10th best quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like Kubiak and guys like that are going to have a belief that they can do more than just make him the 10th overall best quarterback. Like, that's just how that's going to work. But even if he ends up being the 10th best overall quarterback, if you build enough of an NFL roster around him, you can still do a lot of damage in today's NFL with that.
Yeah, but I think the point is, people are acting like it should just be the Raiders should just be go on to it, and it's like, no, I don't think you should be. I don't think we're that. If Fernando Mendoza isn't that hard, but if Fernando Mendoza isn't that prospect, right? He isn't a Caleb Williams. He isn't an Andrew Luck. He isn't a Joe Burrow. He's simply the guy you have to take because you have the number 1 pick. Then maybe you should think bigger. right?
Well,
like maybe you should at least have those conversations.
Let's think about the Titans, for instance, right? If the Titans didn't draft Cam Ward, first off, they then would be, if that was their plan of like trading out the picks and doing it for this year, they'd be screwed for this year. But like, then where are they getting the quarterback from is the question I would ask.
You'd probably do similar to what the Browns are doing and find a Kyler Murray, not even a Kyler Murray. Find yourself somebody who's there to look like a quarterback, and then next year, that you're going all in on 2027.
But you just stay stuck in the quarterback abyss, where at least with this, and again, there's no guarantee, obviously. That's what comes with all this. There's no guarantee. The Raiders are giving them the best chance to have a quarterback and end that conversation and have somebody that they can start to build the team around, and for the next 15 years, they don't have to worry about the quarterback spot.
Yeah, that's if it goes well.
Well, I know, but you don't draft these guys to think it won't go well.
Well, no, but I think my point is, would you rather take what feels like a layup now? I almost said a home run. That was not very. Would you take a single or maybe a really leg it out double if you can hit a home run in a year if you're just patient?
Well, but we don't know that you hit a home run in a year. That's the other side of this coin. Like we just did the Titans exercise. Like there's no home run that would have came this year's draft, and there's no home run in going out there and getting a Kyler Murray or one of those other quarterbacks either. Like that home run doesn't exist for them. And so like this is their one chance, even if it's a leg it out double. This is their chance to at least take care of the quarterback spot where you can start being competitive. And yes, it might blow up in their face. Might, but these are the type of chances you have to take.
I think if you believe that Fernando Mendoza can be your franchise quarterback, then I think you have to take him. If you think he's just the best thing you got available in the absolute wasteland of quarterbacks this year, I think you're being short-sighted.
Well, I don't know that they look at it like he's like the difference between how they perceive him and how they probably perceive any of these other quarterbacks, like Malik Willis, for instance, or Kyler Murray, I would imagine is night and day.
Well, but I think that's like you're comparing Fernando against the guys available right now instead of comparing Fernando with where you think this is going to be. If everybody else in the world is the 2027 class is the greatest class we've ever seen, the Raiders should be thinking about this. I mean, we've already heard they're going to be switching to the 3-4 defense. Okay, I don't know how that helps you keep Max Crosby if all of a sudden he's going to be an outside linebacker. You've already got a plenty of holes on this roster before you make that switch. Mm-hmm. And now you're going to be putting a quarterback in a situation where he is going to have to carry more of the load as a rookie walking in. So you have to ask yourself, like if you're the Raiders, you do have to ask yourself, are we actually putting him in a position to succeed? Because that's the other part of this, the probability of it working out to the best version of itself.
Yeah, but if you if you're a Raiders fan, for instance, you're not sitting there being like, oh, we have such a great track record of figuring out the quarterback spot. Like they've shown just like the Browns, it's been a real struggle to fill that spot and get that satisfied. And so this is just sitting there right there in your lap. If the best projection you got is top 10 when it's all said and done, that's not a miserable place to live in.
I just think that this is being treated as a no-brainer. And I think it's being put a lot of cliches in place. And I just think like it kind of goes along with how everybody's just going along with Malik Willis being a $30 million quarterback. And I think when it comes to the quarterback, I understand the lengths that you go to with this. I also think every time the NFL gets lulled into, this is the number one guy, don't question it, send in that pick, it turns out to end up just short of the expectations, which are, can a guy be Patrick Mahomes? Can a guy be Josh Allen? It's such an important position. I know you got to throw a lot at it. I also think you just have to actually have authentic conversations. And it felt like Fernando Mendoza was the pick before Kubiak even got hired.
No, it definitely felt that, no doubt about it. But that's because Avenue B is so hard to fill out and to get a quarterback through that way. And so that's
teams
why
do this all the time. I mean, the Bears literally did this with a Bryce Young trade. They traded out of one. Is there luck to it? Certainly.
For sure. And that's, again, their evaluations on Bryce Young didn't love it. And then they got incredibly lucky with how that the whole pick and everything worked out that way. Like there was a substantial amount of luck attached to that Bryce Young trade in particular, that if you're an NFL team and you're trying to replicate that, I think that is a more flawed way of going about it than anything.
I just have a bigger problem with Fernando being the unquestioned first pick, just mailing the pick on February 25th. Than I do if this was 6 weeks from now.
Shoot, I mean, I thought that when Brady and Spytek were there at the national title game, there was a part of me, I wondered if they were going to get a little spooked based off of what they were seeing from Mendoza in certain parts of that game. But they clearly, I mean, it seems like it's signed, sealed, and delivered.
In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan for my friends over there.
Scattered snow showers overnight tonight, low of 34.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Ashley Bastock. Great stuff at 3:20, talking Todd Monkin, his first combine press conference. He was starstruck, and then he just went right in and said, "No opening statement. I got no voice. Let's get to it."
Very starstruck. Oh, there's Mike Vrabel right next to me. I was like, oh no, Monkin, get it together.
Also,
and then he got it together.
Can we agree? Monkin on the dais better than the sidebar?
Yeah,
there were
that's
too
fair.
many. Well, you ask my wife and ask my kid, and they're going to think different than me.
So he also started to wisen up a little bit, which is, I know, like shocking. But every Mary Kay question in the first press conference was very much all right, that's an explosive answer, and she got him in many ways. And then we went to the sidebar, and then all of a sudden he's like, that sounds like a question where you're trying to get me. and then all of a sudden gave nothing. It's like, all right.
You're not getting me this time, Mary Kay.
I think he wisened up.
Big thanks to Daryl Ryder for joining us at 420 today, and then Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, at 6 o'clock. Great stuff with the Cavaliers as well. If you guys missed a moment of the show, as always, you can watch us all 5 hours on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Please make sure to subscribe and like our videos. We like to be liked, but let's go ahead and get to in case you missed it.
All right, Nick, I know kickers are not your favorite subject in the world.
I know exactly where you're going already.
Yeah, you do. All right, and no need to polish this one up. Nick Wright, first things first, feels like there should be a big deal on the table for Brandon Aubrey.
Listen, I think Brandon Aubrey is one of the most important weapons in the league. I would give Brandon Aubrey, if I were a contender such as Denver, the kicker version of the Mahomes deal. I'd give him a 10-year, $75 million contract. They say, and $50 million guaranteed. And guess what? I just don't have to have all my worries as a football team. Kicker is taken care of for a decade. Like, I think he has that type of value. And to me, it is easier to find George Pickens than Brandon Aubrey.
All right, I don't know that it's easier to find George Pickens than it is Brandon Aubrey, but it is an interesting, like the sticker shock of it all, I feel like is what would turn people off here. But if $7.5 million per year is in the ballpark of what you wanted to offer him as recently as last year, if you're the Cowboys, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. And then also it would age very well too, because $7.5 million a year now, 10 years from now, not the end of the world either. I don't hate this. It sounds insane because it's a kicker getting $75 million. But I don't hate this.
I hate this so much that I want to hire Urban Meyer.
I knew you'd not
to basically go kick Brandon Aubrey and treat him like his Jacksonville kicker.
Well, and so that would be the one hang up in this, I think, right?
And then basically just haze him out of the NFL.
Okay, we're just gonna haze him out of the NFL now.
If you pay a kicker more, even $5 million is asinine.
Well, there are 6 teams right now that are paying a kicker $5 million per year.
Asinine.
$5 million plus per year.
Asinine. Name them. Name the kickers.
It's Harrison Butker, Jake Elliott, Cameron Dicker, Evan McPherson, Graham Gano, Will Lutz.
Those teams suck. There you had it here.
Chiefs, Eagles, Chargers, Bengals, Giants, Broncos.
Bojorquez is a free agent. You give Bojorquez $5 million to punt the ball. That
man flips fields. You leave Bojorquez out of this.
No, I'm sorry. I
love Bojorquez. I don't understand people. People don't get the value of Bojorquez, and it bothers me. It drives me insane.
Yeah, guys can kick it.
I like having a lot of fields flipped and balls landing within the 5-yard line.
We live in the age where these guys are hyper trained. Go find another one.
Aubrey had a 65-yarder last year. He had a 64-yarder this year. In the age of let's extend out the leg with some of these guys, Aubrey is one of the best at that.
How many Super Bowls has he won the Cowboys?
No, that's so unfair.
It really is. That's just a chotch move.
That's all.
I don't care. The point is, you pay a kicker $7.5 or $10 million a year. Get out of my league. Go to the UFL.
$75 million over 10, and then you never have to worry about a kicker. Not never, but for 10 years, you don't have to worry about a kicker.
Okay, but what?
I'd love to have that position taken care of, and I don't even have to think about it.
Yeah, but he's one injury away from being the most mid kicker ever. Like, that does happen. Nate Keating was a truly great Hall of Fame trajectory kind of kicker, had like 2 knee injuries, and was out of the NFL after like 9 years.
I'm trying to figure out how much guaranteed money do I have to put into a kicker contract?
$3.
Most of them not that much, oddly enough.
Yeah, because they're kickers. All right, Colts GM Chris. I'm still just. You really hit the.
I like your anti-kicker agenda that you have going on.
Like, imagine being like, honey.
I have a respect for the game for kickers.
I know I said honey there.
Are you trying to talk to me?
Imagine, no.
You're trying to say me,
like
honey?
I was like me talking to my wife about paying kickers. No, imagine being in like a big boardroom and you're like, listen, we need a right guard, but we can't afford one because we spent too much on the kicker. If I was a billionaire,
it's such a pittance. It's such a tiny amount.
It would be
it's not going to make you not be able to afford anything.
Les Grossman in Tropic Thunder, where he pays the key grip to break the director's nose. That's what I would do. I would be Jerry Jones, and I'd be like, you, backup offensive line coach. I'll give you $1,000 if you bust the GM's nose for this.
I wish the Seahawks kicker who had 5 in the Super Bowl, I wish he would have gotten the MVP now. Just to enrage you even more. And just so I could have been like Super Bowl MVP.
This is so unfair at the end of the show. I just want to rage. You accuse me all the time of rage baiting.
All the time.
And this is the dirtiest pool either of us have ever played on this show while rage baiting another human being.
It is a rage bait, but I believe in it 100%.
What? The kickers?
That I wish the Seahawks kicker would have won Super Bowl MVP.
No, I believe that you believe it.
So that you'd be really angry about this until the end of time.
Colts GM Chris Ballard spoke with the media in Indy today about former 4th overall pick Anthony Richardson's future with the team.
I'm not going to say he needs a complete fresh start. Anthony's still young. He's still developing. So we'll see what the future holds. But, I still believe in Anthony.
All right, tomorrow, the news flashes. The Browns have traded a 5th-round pick to the Colts for Anthony Richardson and a 7th-round pick. What is your reaction?
I say, okay, great. Looks like Shedeur Sanders will be quarterback number 1 starting in the fall. Fantastic.
His numbers, part of my problem with Kenny Pickett was that his numbers were so beyond the pale. Same thing with Zach Wilson. Like his numbers were bad, and then his numbers cannot possibly be defended in a court of law. That is Anthony Richardson. Negative TD to INT ratio.
Yeah, he's not good, and he quits on his team, and I still think he might even be... can we confirm he stopped living with his mom?
No, we cannot do that.
That's not helping his case, by the way.
I also think he had like a completion percentage 2 years ago of like 47%, which is so impossibly low.
You don't want to know a random thing I dislike about Anthony Richardson?
Yes. So is this your version of paying kickers $7.5 million a year?
No, it's so when he signs his football cards, because it always pops up, it's legitimately just an A and an R. He's lazy with his signature. He can't even bother to do a signature. It's a microcosm of his whole existence.
That's a really good take. That's a holy bleep level good take out of you, buddy. All right, big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Low key today, Jax. Playing a low key. I like that quite a bit. Oh, we didn't even talk about him and his girlfriend having the same birthday.
We got tomorrow.
You're back tomorrow?
On the birthday.
Yeah. We are talking
birthday.
about that tomorrow. I wanted to, and then the Frills thing, and then the Fernando Mendoza thing. Big thanks to Jake Murrin on the YouTube channel as well. Big thanks to Matt Corelli. Here we are on the 2020s. Got Anthony Allant, old Thundersticks, coming up in just about 7 minutes here. He's like a 7-year-old. It's like a 7-year-old in a soccer match with a Vuvuzuela, just carrying him around.
Yeah.
JP, good stuff today.
I had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
We're back tomorrow, guys. Who the hell knows what the Combine's going to bring us? Will the Cavs get yet another win? Crucial game tonight against the Bucks. Let's make this one important, too. See you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.